so please meet in the lounge for semi-final briefing. Sorry for keeping you waiting, but I need to make very sure that the points are correct. So a little bit of delay here, but we will catch it up during the lunch break time in the time schedule. We do the lunch break running while still racing, okay? So first of all, I want to thank all of those who not make it into the semi-finals. Thank you very much for coming in your attendance and for giving it a nice shot for the semi-finals. I hope you enjoyed the races you have had. Also, congratulations to all of those who did make it into the final. Now, the 64 drivers that move on for the rest of the day. Thank you for some good rounds the last 2 days until now. Besides from the last heat, that was a little crazy. Besides from that, yeah, I think we've had some very good races so far. So let's continue the sportsmanship and the mood and the energy that you guys have put into it so far. Then I'm sure that the rest of the day will be enjoyable for drivers, staff, and attendants at the area here, okay? So let's move on like that. I have a few things I want to talk about before we start the semi-finals. One thing we would like to point out is the start train, when we do the starts. I think there's pretty much a train towards
Is dit die camera? Nee.
we have had some incidents
Oh, dat is daar.
where people get stuck in the first corner of this wide because the train is pushing from behind. So what we intend to add from now on is that if someone is pushed wide in the first corner or spun around to press from behind, the driver furthest back in contact with the drivers ahead that have contact will be penalized. Yes? Sorry? Hey, quiet please, quiet please. Okay, so do the start earlier. Yeah, the option to start earlier. Okay. We will look into it. We will look into it. But the one last in the train in contact with full train will be penalized for pushing. If so, make sure to keep a small gap to the driver in front if you don't want to risk that kind of penalty. If you can keep it close without pushing, fine. But the one from most behind is the one we know is pushing. So try to keep a small gap. Then we have, and that is also related to that issue, is the exit turn 1 on alternative. There we have some incidents there on the outside. If someone goes on the outside or is forced in the outside, then be careful that if someone's on the outside, leave that person space to be able to get around the corner as well, right? So be careful that you don't get penalties for pushing another driver off the track there. But I'm sure if we look into the first thing of the train and get that sorted, then it will be fine around the first corner anyway. Then at the chicane here, yeah, we can look at a good example is the last heat we had there, and then there was no chicane anymore. So please have in mind this is a single file chicane. So the one first at the chicane has the right for the chicane and the other one has to back off. Alright? So yeah. Yeah, if 2 is equal, you will have to do a box thing. And if they're completely equal and something happens, it's a race incident. Okay? Then we have the situation you guys wanted us to show you when you have the last lap, 2 and 1 last lap, for you guys to know. Now you have it, and now we also know that this increases the amount of issues that we get on the last lap because you know this is your last chance. And the absolutely last chance is the last corner into the start-finish line. And please remember that a push to pass in that corner than anywhere else would give an orange flag, but a push to pass in last corner is a 5-second penalty. Drivers have, last lap. Yeah, if no time for an orange flag, if no time for an orange flag, then it's a 5-second penalty. And you guys, some of you already know that that is a hard penalty, yeah? But it is also a very decided move to make. A push to pass at the very last corner. So therefore, a hard penalty. If we were to make just a switch position after finish, we would have 20 situations like that or more. Because that's the one point we lose. But for me, it's a harder penalty and therefore 5 seconds. So be aware not to do that on the last lap. Then the weighing procedure. We have to strengthen that a little bit up. The procedure as it's described in the regulations. When you point it out for weight control, you stay in the cart until the official tells you to stand up. And if the first person that stands up goes to the weight, then the next person stands up. Remain seated till you're told you can go on the weight. Okay? Then for the warm-up before the semi-final, we change the front tires, so we have new tires on now. And there will be 2 warm-up laps for the first semi-final. So we go to 2 complete laps and then we go into the pits before the hot lap qualifying. We will serve lunch as planned, but we will use the lunch break to catch up what I needed some calculation time. Do you have any questions before we start the semi-finals? Yeah, not bad. Then it's time for the card draw of the semi-finals. So the way we're going to do it is that we go for the card draw for a card pick. It's not a card draw. It's a card pick from your standings in the overall standing. You get to choose your weapon of choice, and it's semi-final 1 that picks first. And as soon as they have started theirs, then we call semi-final drivers 2. For their card pick. So please be ready to go for your card selection when we call you. So we don't have to wait. It will be in the reception, okay? Alright, everybody have some great finals and put up a nice show, yeah? Thank you. final one, please come to your card pick at the reception now. I'm hearing from card picking in the section. Yeah, here. Gary after Sam. Gary. Ian Andersen bagefter. Så vil hente Ian Andersen. Ja.
Jeg bliver bare hardt. Jeg har udsyn. Jeg har kigget på det.
Christian Aso efter Ian. Christian Aso. After Christian it's Lennox. After Christian it's Lennox. Lukas Jyde, og så er det Lukas det Lille. Efter Lukas, så Lukas det Lille. Look at is these. Please. Look at it.
Welcome to the Danish countryside. It is crunch time for the finals and the semi-finals of the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. We're here in Vandel Gokart. The drivers are currently drawing their cards for the first semi-finals. The drivers' briefing was just there. We have a slight delay because of a crash that happened in the final heat of the final round. but we are getting underway very, very, very shortly. We just had the drivers briefing with a couple quick updates and quick notes for the drivers, which we can go over in just a second. But now the drivers are drawing their cards, and yeah, well, we're getting ready to get underway. My name is Marcus Solm, and well, I'll be a commentator today. For the first heat, I should be joined by Noah Weichel, but he'll be driving in semi-final 3 later on, so he'll just be here for the first heat. And so if you have any questions, make sure to pop them down in YouTube chat. If you want to say hello, cheer for your favorite driver, anything like it, pop it down in the YouTube chat. We'll have a read through and have a look at it. We're here for a bit of fun today, for a bit of good racing. We've already had some good racing earlier on. We've already raced, well, yesterday as well as today. So a lot's been happening. There's been a lot of good racing. And yeah, our first big crash, well, there was some yesterday, some smaller crashes, but our first big crash with the tyre barrier there in the final heat in the single file chicane down onto the back straight, where a couple of cars went side by side, and well, there's a tyre barrier in the way, so so it's kind of a tyre barrier that you go around it, you go into it essentially. It's standing very much in the way. There's a little escape road on the side, but if you don't go that way, you go into the tyre barrier, which is what happened before. And that flipped it up, which gave us a little bit of a delay, but we're going to be catching that up in the lunch break between the semi-finals and the finals. First, though, we have 4 races of action. The semi-finals, the top 64 drivers out of the 425 only remain. That means we've had to say goodbye to a bunch of drivers, around 61 drivers as well, that will no longer be racing today, that have done a great job, and they were also briefly thanked in the drivers' briefings for some good races, for some good entertainment and stuff like that. Some of them might stick around to watch the finals as well, because this is crunch time. For now, it's the top 64 drivers that have to, through semi-finals, through 4 semi-final races, qualify to the grand finals and the secondary finals, which will be later on. There will be 4 grand final races, which they're all about racking up the points and trying to do as good as possible. And then we also have some secondary final races later on. Well, we're here for hopefully a good day of racing. My name is Marcus. I'm just here in the studio. As I said, we'll have Noah Weichel joining us very briefly, and I can see outside. I have the pit lane right over here to my side. I'm just standing inside of this tent, and yeah, for now it's just me talking and talking us through what we're about to experience. Because, well, if we go back to last year, when we got to the finals and to the semi-finals, there was a lot of action, there was a lot of chaos, and also, well, a bit of drama. People got very feisty at the end, let's say it like that, had quite a bit of contact, and yeah, well, the drivers have been told to avoid that this year and be a bit more kind. We also had, in the drivers' briefing just now, a penalty added to, well, going into the first corner. There's been a bit of pushing in the last couple of races because carts are so close, they're just running in a train together. So we've actually had a penalty added to the last guy pushing in a train in case someone spins in the first corner. A penalty will be added to the very final driver for, well, that's in contact with the carts ahead. On top of that, there's also a penalty on essentially the final lap now for doing a push to pass, and that is not in the way you understand it in something like IndyCar, stuff like that, where you press a button and you get extra energy. No, this is legitimately a push to pass. You use your go-kart to force someone deep into a corner or something and then go through, and that will be a 5-second penalty on the final lap. Normally it's well, an orange flag, and you get time to leave to get the position back to the driver that you pushed off. But if it's on the final lap, there is not enough time to do that, and you just get a 5-second time penalty added, which can be a pretty big consequence, to be completely honest, because we've seen these races earlier today and stuff like that have been, well, incredibly close. There's been some finishes that have been within seconds of each other. 5 seconds in short heats like this can cost you many positions and, well, many points and potentially a championship later on. So the drivers will have to make sure they stay out of trouble as much as possible. For these semi-finals, we're going to be racing on the alternative layout, which means we're not going to have a pit stop. We're going to have a joker lap, though, which right now what you're seeing here is the start-finish straight. The carts are actually heading straight towards us on this shot. Of course, they're not driving right now, but when they're going to be driving, they're going to be heading straight towards us. And right in the front, you see the pit entry. We're not going to be using that in the semi-finals because we're racing on the alternative layout, and that's where the joker lap is. So it's kind of an opposite pit stop, because on the pit stops, you lose time. On the Joker lap, you gain time, about 17 seconds to be completely precise. And that's something we'll have to watch out for in these semi-finals. It's also the strategic element. These races are a bit longer than the heats we've been running until now. These heats are up to 20 minutes of driving, which will be longer. The drivers will have to focus a bit more for a longer period of time and also use their strategic elements slightly different. But 20 minutes of action waiting in 4 semi-finals, because we have 4 different semi-finals with different drivers in every one of them. The drivers are currently getting into their karts just outside of my commentary booth, and they're getting strapped in, ready to go out. Now they did change the front tires on the go-karts and in the brake, which means first when we go out, we're actually going to have a couple of warm-up laps. So there's going to be a couple of warm-up laps to get the tires up to temperature, just to drive them in. There's going to be 2, which isn't necessarily a lot. That's a very short amount of time to get the tires into the window, but that's what we'll have to do with the schedule that we're on today, with the amount of races that we need to get done. There'll be those 2 warm-up laps. They'll come back into the pit, and then they'll start their qualifying laps, their hot lap qualifiers. And well, yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see. After that, it's straight into the actual race itself, and yeah, the drivers have been told to, of course, take care of each other and to not push each other out whenever they can. Especially if you look to the right side of your picture now, you're seeing the exit of turn 1, and you see a little bit of a tire barrier there as well. The drivers have been told to not push each other out. Push each other out there, it's a penalty. In general, just to be respectful of one another when they're racing on the track, and yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Now we have Noah Weichel making his way into the booth. I've been talking quite a bit. He'll be here for the first round. Welcome to the booth, Noah.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's essentially you've been here for a couple of races already now. You're going to be racing in race 3, semi-final 3. So you're going to be here for the first bit now. Now, I was just talking about the tires, right, on these go-karts now. Because in the brake, they've changed the front tires. Now they're going out on, well, is it new tires? Is it completely new tires, or is it a little bit used? And is 2 laps going to be enough to get them into the window?
It looks like completely new tires because they have they had that shine on them. The new tires have also the holes, and you can see how used they are. They're quite big. And the marshals on track, they went around a couple of laps. Someone has stopped down in turn 2. The marshals went around for a couple of laps to warm the tires up, so they aren't fully new. The track is slightly greasy because it has rained a small amount. So the drivers are just out for a warm-up lap to get some heat into the tires, to get the tires working somewhat. I hope my kart that I chose for my semi-final is performing good and it doesn't break down or stuff like that.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And, well, yeah, they have essentially 2 warm-up laps now, and then I believe they'll come into the pits, and then they will start their qualifying laps. 2 laps, is that at all going to be enough to get these tires into any kind of window? Are the karts going to be different to drive now? I know you're not out there on track, so maybe you don't know, but perhaps you know a bit better than me.
There might be some differences in steering because of the new tires. I would prefer if they kept the old tires on, but if they want, because of performance, to change the new tires, fair enough. That's just my preference. You can see some of the guys warming up, some trying to... Oh, Hoyan van Vaar's going to spun around because of contact with another driver who's warming up. That's also something you're going to see when some is warming up, some are not, trying to get some tires in some heat in the tires. To get a feeling for the car also is what the 2 laps are used for, so you know what you're waiting for, what you can be expecting in your semi-final hot lap.
Yeah, absolutely, because essentially the karts are going to be handling different now. They're going to have a slightly different balance, and you can see the drivers as well. If you see the drivers making like janky steering inputs, that's probably to try and get a feeling of how the car behaves if you have a little moment out on track or with someone. You know, they're just trying to sort of do their research now on these 2 laps, trying to learn as much as they possibly can before we go into the qualifying laps.
They are coming into the pits now with Dylan DeWolf in the beginning. You can see the red light is on, and they're calling people into the pits. It's going to be a exciting semi-final of 1. This is because we have many quick people. Dylan DeWolf from the final race in round 5 from before. Tomek Benedowski as well, and the leader of the championship, Bobby McGeer, who is going to be put under pressure by at least 4 or 5 other guys. So let's see what Bobby can achieve. I think he chose card 52, if I am correct. 52 or 59. As you can see, people are snaking slowly down the start-finish line into the pits.
Absolutely, and yeah, you mentioned Bobby, who has been, well, dominant, I think is the only word in the heats, in the opening heats, right? With his drop round, where he finished second place, which is already pretty crazy to call that a drop round. He's won every other race he's done apart from that one, so he's actually managed to get max points in the heats leading up to this final. Question is, if anyone is going to be able to dethrone him, who are your bets on to dethrone him?
Oh, it's gonna be a. I can't really put a name on it. There's so many different people in this race who has a potential to win that I can't really put a name on it because of the speed that they have and also that equipment they race with. There was some snaking going on down the start finish line with Hohen van Vaas using a wide line to wide line warm-up technique. So he went from one side of the track to the other, basically doing a 180-degree turn, really slowing down the guys behind him so he would have more speed or more warmth in his tires. So Bobby's in the kart 54 and Tomek is in 59, so it's really going to be up. For this track is more technical, so it's going to be more up to the steering of the kart rather than the engine power, where the classic layout is more engine and less steering.
Absolutely, and well, just to remind you, if you guys have any questions or something, you pop them down in the YouTube live chat and we'll have them answered as quickly as you can. Lucas asks, is there any chance of rain? And well, I think the answer is pretty certainly yes. I don't think there's a chance of heavy showers, but in the break we did just have a little bit of a light drizzle for a couple minutes, which is what Noah mentioned, that now the track is sort of greasy just because there was that light bit of rain. Currently there's no raining, but the air's like, well, it's quite humid, it's quite cold, right? We're at the very end of May in Denmark, which is typically hot. I mean, I know it's a Scandinavian country, but I'm freezing in here.
There you can also see some of the guys just hitting the tires. This is a short warm-up lap, so they're going basically straight on to the start-finish line to start their qualifying lap. Some are closer than others. Some of the guys have already hit some of the tires on the exit of turn 1, so they might be experiencing some understeer into the right-hand corners, which is not what you want to feel, especially because the right-hand corners are the most important corners on this layout. If you experience understeer or are getting too slow through those corners, you might lose more time than what expected is.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we just saw before was, well, it was the first corner of the track, and now we've panned over to see the full track, the go-kart track, as they come through to finish off their qualifying laps in a second. We'll go on to their qualifying laps. As well in the chat, with Dreets asking, who are the drivers? Can everybody just join the race, or is this professional go-kart races? What do you say, Noah?
Everybody can join the races. We had an instance, though, of one driver being a bit too slow on the lap time, so she decided to pull out of the championship for her own risk. I think she got a bit overwhelmed with the speed that the other drivers had. As the qualifying started, because we see Tomek putting in the time of pole position, 2/10 faster than Bobby McGear. So Bobby is still showing great pace in his kart, in this tough field. But to go back to the question, it is everybody. The drivers do mostly races other places, or they do like a race just every week. It's drivers who are professional in their game and then have quite a bit of experience, even though they're very young of age. I'm 19 myself, and I've raced for 10 years this August. So it's everybody, and then it's still a specified group of people, you can say.
Well, let's say in a way that, well, everyone can sign up for the race and drive in some of these races, but of course we have the five opening rounds, which we had 4 of them yesterday and 1 this morning. Now we have progressed to the semi-finals, which is the top 64 drivers out of 125, which means we have eliminated about half. And later on, when we get into the finals, we'll, the level gets higher and higher. Now, the very highest level of these drivers are very experienced rental kart drivers, and it is sort of a specific category of driving, just like any other type of motorsport. You have to drive them slightly differently, and the drivers driving these rental kart races at the very top, well, it's not just like the level is definitely very high, and we have some very good drivers here. And now we're getting ready, we're getting lined up, and remember what we mentioned, what they mentioned in the drivers briefing. they're gonna try to have to worry about not pushing each other into the first corner, because there is that chance of a penalty. Here is the other camera angle. If you've been following the stream leading up to now, we've had the one camera angle from the very top, but now we've got multiple camera operators for the semi-finals and the finals, which gives us a lovely shot down the start-finish straight, where we're able to see just a great amount of drivers currently that's just sat there looking at each other. What are you thinking in this moment when you're sat there on the grid?
I'm sort of looking around, see who's near me, who's in front of me, who's behind me, how far do I have to the people who are further behind, and then I'm communicating with my dad if he can see me, if I can see him, how much time do I have to the guy in front and the guy behind on the hot lap, so I can sort of give myself an idea of what should I be looking for coming this race.
Absolutely. And here we are now on the short formation lap, just cutting most of the track as lot as possible just to save a bit of time. But now it's around the final corner, and well, we can safely say it's crunch time. It's time for the semi-finals. We've had a bunch of heats leading up to this, and now it's time to go racing. The whole field is in one long train as we go down the start-finish straight. It's Tomek Benedowski in the lead, taking it down to turn 1, and we are green for the first semi-final. He looks behind him, hugs the inside line, and if you notice it, you can see all the drivers just leaving a little bit of space between each other to make sure they don't get that penalty for pushing each other around. It's a clean start through the first corner, pretty much single file all the way through, but will we get some overtaking maneuvers? We have one a little bit further down the field, but it's pretty much single file all the way through on the first couple of corners.
You see Tomek still keeping the lead in front, Bobby trying to put pressure on him. You see Højen van Vaars going on the outside of Lennart Langnickel into the first corner. William Hø in 5th place, keeping his position, sort of trying to catch up with Lennox and to keep pace with the front 4.
Absolutely, and now we go down to the end of the back straight. There was a bit of drivers briefing talk a bit as well about the single file chicane, about trying to avoid going side by side, and whoever's in front down the single file chicane going onto the back straight sort of has the right for that. Anyways, it's the end of the first lap. Tomek keeps his lead out ahead, but he doesn't have much of a gap. It's that Bobby McGeer just looking down the inside. We see someone diving down the Joker lap.
That was William Hø Rasmussen going into his Joker lap, trying to get... He was being overtaken behind by Jerry van Bussel into the first corner, so he just decided to go for the Joker lap, not to lose time on the overtake. You see there's a big gap between Lennox in 4th and Jerry down in 5th now, with William making the gap, William opening the gap by taking the Joker lap.
Absolutely, and now he just has clean air essentially, but he also doesn't have the advantage of having any slipstream. So, well, he's properly assessed the situation and thought that, well, he could maybe get a bit of clean air, get out there, push alone, get into a good flow, and we can see him from the commentary booth lapping alone all on the track. It looks so lonely when the whole field is, yeah, you can just see him passing through on the bottom of the screen. He's all alone, and the rest of the field is sort of together. Let's see if anyone else takes their Joker lap.
There's a 15.5 second gap, so it was a good Joker lap by William. You see some of the guys, there was one more going in, I think that's Søren Rode. Let's see where he jumps out. He jumps out quite a big gap behind William. Søren was in 9th place. He was just behind Dylan De Wolf down behind in the orange helmet. You can see him just behind in the shot. So I think William has opened a bit of a gap by taking the Joker lap where he did. So he will be keeping his 5th place currently, I think.
Absolutely, and now the race is sort of settled down. Of course, the semi-finals are slightly longer than the heats we had earlier, almost double the length, to be completely honest. We have in the YouTube chat as well, Drkc saying, I've driven go-kart and got 2nd place in the championship in Rotex 125cc some years ago. If you've already had previous experience in karting, Noah, would you say you could come in here and perform well?
I would say you still need to practice though, to get to know the track, to get to know the cars and the equipment that you race with, also the drivers that you race with. The rules they race with here has some compatibility with the outdoor championships, especially with the overtaking rules and stuff like that. Also, by driving this practice sessions, you get a feel for the cars by how do they turn. What feeling are they? Do they slide? Do they understand stuff like that? So William's still going crazy fast in front, keeping a 1.5 second gap. But also Ian Andersen has taken his Joker lap. He is just 1.4 seconds behind Søren Rode. So there's the top 3 now who is taking the Joker lap. See, Tomek has Bobby right on his rear. Slowly going away from Højen van Vaars in 3rd place. Højen maybe sliding a bit too much into the first corner. opening up the gap a little bit more. So Bobby is actually pressuring Tomek now. Interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to elaborate on that thing earlier you mentioned about the practice sessions, right? Essentially, this is a full weekend event, right? So while we're here on a Sunday now in the semi-finals and the finals, early in the morning we had the 5th round. Yesterday we had 4 rounds of heat racing and about 7 heats each to classify all the drivers, which is a lot of racing. But before that, you were also here on Friday doing practice sessions and stuff like that. So it's a lot of driving on a weekend like this.
Yeah, I myself had 23 practice sessions of 12 minutes each. So it's a long day. So we see Bobby going for the inside of Tomek, going straight for the joker lap. So Tomek is going to lose time by doing that. Højen van Vaart signaling to him, go, just go. I will stay behind you to not lose as much time as possible, or to lose as a little time as possible to Bobby and William. Let's see where Bobby comes out. He might have a bit of a gap down to William there. The gap is roughly a couple of seconds, so William will probably slide back into that 5th place. You see they're going side by side into the 7th corner, just off the joker lap exit, going side by side down to the chicane.
Absolutely, and what you mentioned with him signaling, you could just see at the side of the frame. That's one of the good things about go-karting, especially when you're looking at this broadcast. You can see what the drivers want to do by what they signal to each other. Because of course, when you guys are out there driving, you can see right there, he's signaling as soon as Bobby looks behind him. As soon as Tomek, right? Tomek looks behind him. Hurrying behind signals, all right, just push ahead. He's just going to stay behind because they don't want to lose time to the people who've already taken their joke laps, essentially. Now we have Dreeds in the YouTube chat asking, whereas the guy from the race before, you think it was Max? Yeah, Max something come from the race before. So essentially now we're in the semi-finals, as that is a move down the inside for the lead, well, for the provisional potential lead anyways. They haven't taken their joker laps, of course, so we'll see how much time they lost on that, but that shouldn't have been too bad of a move. But yeah, just elaborate on it. This is the semi-finals, right? And none of the drivers racing in this semi-final will be racing in the next semi-final. And this is just because we have 64 drivers now that need to be classified with points and stuff like that to see who's going into the finals and the secondary finals. And we can't have 64 drivers on track at the same time. So we split it into 4 races, and then they race against each other. We will be seeing Max of the Cup in action.
If we look at the current pace, Højen with that overtake is still doing the same amount, round about the same lap times as Bobby McGeer in the free air. Bobby doing a 36.1 joker lap, so he might lose some time in the joker lap with Højen making a bit of a gap, making a run for it with Tomek. So Højen might be taking his joker lap within the next couple of laps to see if he has gotten ahead of Bobby as he crosses the line. Bobby doing a 51.9, so really gotten down the times now. William Højer Rasmussen in 2nd place doing a 52.1. So drivers are slowly getting a feel for their car and slowly going faster and faster.
Absolutely, and just to mention, if you're just tuning in, what we're looking for essentially now is the gap between the people who have and haven't taken their joker laps. If you look down to Tomek and the Højen van Wees in 7th and 8th place at the moment on the standings, the gap is 17.7 seconds. We've seen in the heats before that the joker lap is around 17.5 seconds, so they currently are essentially running on the same race pace. Whenever Bobby McGeer takes his joker lap, he should be coming out right around the lead of the race, and that's essentially the gap that we're keeping an eye on until everyone has been through the joker lap.
Yes, you can see Højen just looking behind to make it just get a bit of an overview of where he is. William is slowly matching the pace of Bobby out in front. They are doing round about the same times as Højen and Tomek. See when they are where they cross the line, what lap times they will be doing. We look here, we see Højen is still doing 52.0, so they are still matching each other's times.
Absolutely, and here, looking at the part of the field that hasn't yet taken their jokers, a couple more diving in, which means we're now missing 7 to 8 drivers that still need to take their joker.
That was Højen who went into the pit, so therefore we can see there's a bit of a gap from Højen up to Bobby, so Bobby made the right decision by taking the joker lap early. Tomek might be on the back foot here with William not that far behind Højen in 3rd place. As we can see, they come down the start-finish right, they're ducking their head down behind the steering wheel to get a bit more of less drag down the straight, to get a bit more top speed. Let's see when Tomek takes his joker lap. I would I would recommend taking it now, because then he can still gain some time doing the slipstream and not end up battling with Jerry van Bussel and Dylan de Wolf behind him.
Absolutely, and now as these guys cross the line though, Tomek and Jerry, they have lost a little bit of time on that. The gap is now to 18.4 seconds, which is essentially a second more than what it was.
Oh, that was Dylan de Wolf coming out of the pit. He just came out side by side. Oh no, yes, just side by side, and he nearly hit the wall on the exit of the chicane. Still a couple of guys who need to take their joker lap. It's going to be exciting to find out when they are going to take it. You see there's a big group forming up behind. That is Luca de Wilde. I think, yes, that is Luca de Wilde in the kart 56. There's a gap of 4 to 5 guys trying to gain some time, trying to gain some position. See, there's an overtaking. Ooh, there's a bit too much contact maybe from Lennart Langnigel into turn 1. A slight more contact on the exit of the corner. So still a group of 5 going into turn 2.
Absolutely, and well, it's shaping out currently for Bobby McGee in the lead of the race to, well, potentially be another victory. So, yeah, well, he absolutely dominated the first round, as we talked about. He won every one of his heats apart from one, where he finished second, and that counts as his drop result. And currently, he's got an 18.5 second gap down to the front-running guy that hasn't taken their joker lap yet, and a 1.5 second gap to Horian van Wees behind him.
And we can see that Tomek Banadowski has lost another position to Jeff van Bussel in the kart 55. Tomek can't seem to get the kart 59 to work. I had an idea that 59 is good on the straights, but has an issue in the corners. And with the more technical layout, it has become an issue for him that he can't seem to keep the pace. They are losing more and more time the more they fight. They're still doing the 52-2s. They're still matching Bobby out in front, but he might be experiencing a time loss with the joker lap that he's taking. See Jerry coming out of the joker lap now. He's behind William. Is there going to be a collision in the chicane? There is a slight amount of collision between. That is Jerry van Bussel and William Høgh Rasmussen. But it looks okay for now. So William is down in 4th and Jerry has gone up to 3rd. Tomek might be have the same experience when he comes out of the joker lap. Slight gap up to Horian van Waas in 2nd. Bobby is slowly running away with the victory. He's doing 51.8, so he's easing off. He's just going faster and faster, going below the 52 limit, and really just running away with it slowly.
Absolutely, and well, still around 8 minutes remain of this race. It is progressing to be quite an interesting strategical race, to be honest, this one. But Bobby is doing exactly like he is supposed to.
See also Dylan de Wolf and Tomek Banadowski in the two guys in front who haven't taken their joker lap, doing 52.0 and 51.9, so they're still going fast even though they haven't taken their joker lap. Bobby is going quick at those. I have a feeling that he might run away with it. He is opening up the gap. He's just above 1.5 seconds with him going faster and faster. He might cross the line doing a 52. He's still doing 51.9s. Horian van Waas behind him doing 51.9 and well. So all the other guys behind are slowly going quicker and quicker, with the gap from Jerry to Horian diminishing slowly.
Absolutely, but I mean a 1.6 second gap in a race like this and up at the front is, well, it is a lot bigger than, it feels a lot bigger than just 1.6 seconds. While you can see him down the road running in front of you, you're essentially running the same lap times, because a lot of these guys, you know, you're driving on the limit of grip, you're driving as quickly as you possibly can, and 1.6 seconds whenever you're running within a tenth of each other, that's just a lot of time to try and gain on raw pace.
Tomek has now crossed the line in a 51.7. Also Søren Roth doing a 51.7. So some of the guys who are either getting a push from a guy behind or just getting some experience of some slipstream are going quicker and quicker. With Bobby also crossing the line in a 51.7 and Horian only doing 52.0. So you can see Horian is going to experience the pressure from Jerry van Bussel, William Høgh Rasmussen and Søren Roth in a bit.
And if you guys watching the stream want access to the live telemetry or the standings or something like it, you just need to search up Danish Rental Kart Championship on the internet. You can go to their website and then there's a Linktree link where you can get access to all of these things, live timing included, which is quite interesting because we don't have the lap times on the standings, but you can find them there. We can also tell you about the lap timings because we have those websites open on the side.
We can see Dylan de Wolf actually setting a new track record on this layout, doing a 51.5. It's the first time there's ever been a 51.5 on this layout of that I know of. The track record has been broken twice this weekend, and this is the second or the third time now that someone has gone under the 52, or the 51.7 lap times. You see Bobby out in front doing 51.6, Højen doing 51.8, and Jerry doing 51.6 as well. Søren Rud also actually breaking Dylan DeWolf's lap record currently with a 51.55. So they're going faster and faster. I think also the track with the air, the humidity that we mentioned before the race, is making the karts go quicker with the colder air into the engines, and the colder air making the tires not overheat that much, with the turning piece being so essentially on this layout.
Is it a result of a mix of cold conditions and a good track, and the new tires finally starting to get into a temperature window where they're getting heat in, but they're still so new that they have quite a bit of grip?
It might be. It might also be what Tomek experienced in the beginning of the race, that he couldn't quite get the tires to work because of them being so new, and therefore he couldn't set those lap times that he wanted. We actually have a new track record again with William Høgh Rasmussen, so they keep going faster and faster.
So the whole field is incredibly rapid at this point. The conditions probably just about perfect for this kind of rental kart. And right now, you know, the sun is not shining down, heating up the track and burning off the rubber, which, as you mentioned, keeps the cars relatively cool and incredibly quick.
But there's an overtake. Højen is getting pressured a bit from Campon Jerry, Van Bussel and William Høgh Rasmussen. We might see an overtake coming on in a bit, because William and Jerry are doing 3/10 faster per lap currently. So if they get in front, there's an overtake down in the hairpin. I could just see on the exit of the camera view. Let's see if we can get that. Bobby's still going out in front, and they are fighting for second place. William just getting pushed into the dirt currently, trying to hold his position from Søren. So they're going elbows out currently, going 4 guys battling for second place. Tomek will benefit much from it, also from Dylan DeWolf. They haven't taken their joker yet. This is what you can experience with people not having taken the joker and working together, that other people who have, because they are so many in a group, they don't really agree upon who will take it. You see Tomek taking the joker lap now. He will be on the exit shortly. He comes out way ahead of them because of his lap time of a 51.8, and while the others are doing 52.9 or 53 lap time. So they've lost just a second up to Tomek Banadowski.
They're losing so much time on doing this battling, and I also just saw someone right before getting pushed into the grass. I didn't quite see who, but it was someone in that second group, a couple seconds behind the leader, getting pushed out into the gravel and, well, definitely not gaining time. We have Billy in the chat saying, "Let's go, Bobby." Bobby, come on, UK from Joanne. And Tom, which comes saying, "Let's go, Bobby," as well. So Bobby does have quite a bit of fan support in the chat, it seems. He's definitely doing well. A 2.5 second gap out in the front as we get to the closing stages
and
of this
to
race.
make his fans, there's a contact out the exit of turn 1, to make his fans even more happy. Bobby just set a new lap record with a 51.4, so he's the first guy into the 51.4s on this layout, with Tomek doing a 54.7. There's a bit of a harsh overtake for, that was Højen van Vaars maybe, I think. See more drivers going on to the joker lap. They are showing the checkered flag, so Bobby will take the victory in the first semi-final. He is still on maximum points. So he is still in the lead.
He's still absolutely maxing it out, and with a new lap record there, doing absolutely great. We see him crossing the line here to take the win of the first semi-final of the day, with Tomek Banadowski finishing second place and Dylan DeWolf taking a third. Yeah, pretty good race overall, good strategy in there, some good battles, and a little bit of contact as the drivers now make their way back towards the pits.
There's some discussions. Two guys not being...
Yeah, they get ready to go. It's just outside of our camera frame, but a couple of guys had a bit of contact, and yeah, it seems some people aren't exactly happy with each other right here, but well, that's racing sometimes. And now, well, essentially, we're waiting for a couple of cars as well to be weighed in. Drivers were instructed to stay seated in their cars until they get called up to the weigh-in. I believe we have the top 3 and then a random 2 that needs to be weighed, and just to make sure they're not underweight and essentially cheating.
If you're underweight, I don't know the penalties, but it is a penalty being underweight, being below the 90 kilogram weight limit. I myself am just 600 grams or 800 grams above that weight limit for safety reasons, so I don't get a penalty for being underweight, because that is really damaging to my championship if I do that.
Absolutely, and then you also have to think about what you eat and what you drink before a race, right? Because, well, that changes your weight slightly. If you just down a half a liter of water or whatever, you know, you're going to be... Well, half a kilogram heavier, essentially.
Yeah, I make, if I have a toilet visit, as people do, I usually go either drink something or eat something, so I don't lose that weight, so I don't really have to care about it. Sometimes I lose like 200 grams if I do it, maybe less, I don't know. But I usually do that a bit before my heat, so I'm sure that my weight is okay. I also weigh up before every heat I do, so I'm sure that this is the weight I'm going, and this is, above the weight limit.
Yeah, absolutely, because you don't want to risk being below that. Now, what's going on now on track is that the drivers have gotten out, and we're getting ready for the next semi-final, which will be a new set of, 16 new drivers, so not the ones we just saw in action. This will be different when we get into the grand finals, because then we have 4 races with essentially the same drivers that just need to rack up points, right? And then, essentially from now on, it's all crunch time. Right now in the semi-finals, it's the top 64 drivers that essentially need to qualify on. Well, you're racing in semi-final 3, I believe, and you need to draw your card.
I have drawn my card.
Oh, you had drawn your card, all right? Yeah, that's how it works. All right. Well, yeah, absolutely then. Well, Noah, I think we say thank you so much for joining us in the studio now. I'll let you get ready while there's this second semi-final. And we should also have the winner, Bobby, joining us for an interview very soon.
Should I go get him?
Not sure if we can, yeah, whenever he's calmed down. But we thank you a lot for being in here. Well, best of luck for the semi-finals first of all, and then, of course, also for the finals.
Thank you.
Of course. Now, we will be right back in a second. Let's see if we can go fetch Bobby for a little bit of an interview after this race. We have Dennis and Chap asking where to find the current standings. If you search up the Danish Rental Kart Championship, or Drkc, on your browser of choice, you'll be able to go into the first website, and there will be a Linktree link that will then bring you to all the standings, the live timing you can get, and penalty sheets and stuff like that. You can get all the information on the Linktree if you just search up the Danish Rental Kart Championship. Now we're going out for another qualifying. Stay tuned, I will be back in 1 minute. And if you have any questions, make sure to pop them down in the chat. As I said, we're hoping to get the winners of each race in for the semi-finals. Whether that'll be possible or not, let's see. But if you have any questions for Bobby, make sure we have them ready whenever he comes in. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Qualifying for the second semi-final of the day has just concluded. It's a very quick pace, you know, that's what it's all about on a day like this where we have multiple heats. It's all about that efficiency that we get out of it. We basically just finished off the other the first semi-final. New drivers in the kart qualifying, 1 lap concluded. It's Mikkel Freeman on pole position by just over a tenth on Charles Decline. And then a 5/10 gap down to P4. We saw yesterday some of these gaps being incredibly close, with the top 10 separated at some point by up to 4/10 of a second. This one's a slightly bigger gap, but that could also be something to do with the slightly newer tires. Maybe some of the karts have been driven slightly differently from the drivers in the last stint and stuff like that. And maybe the driving style of the newer tires suits some drivers slightly better than others. Now the grid is lining up for the second semi-final. Something has happened here. I'm just going to pull up the penalty sheet and see if there's something coming through. Because the thing is, we have Michael Del Valle, John Del Valle, last year's Danish Rental Kart Champion, Eliano De Vos at the very bottom. Here we are, drivers lining up and getting ready to get underway. So we move on to the formation lap now. All the drivers are going to be trying to heat up their tires as much as possible right here. As they've just had 1 qualifying lap. You know, you go straight from the pits where the karts are parked still, straight out to a qualifying lap, and then here, when you're lining up the grid, you know, you're also parked still, you know. So it just cools down the tires quite a bit. Drivers now heating them up and getting ready to go racing now for the second semi-final of the day. This is where points count, you know. You need to be able to qualify to the grand finals. And here we are now getting ready. The full field in one train as we get green for the second semi-final. Everyone hugging the inside line going into the first corner, just making sure they don't have contact and don't push each other through, because that could result in a penalty. 3 wide at the back of the field, but single file out in the front. Nothing crazy going on quite yet in turn 1. They all made it through without problems, but this is where we saw some problems yesterday, with some cars touching the tires and one car even lifting a meter up into the air. None of that here, as there's a send down the inside for 3rd place. That is a move and a half. And it's going on to the back straight and into the chicane, where we saw earlier there was a massive incident as well, but they get cleanly through it this time. In that chicane, it's essentially a single file chicane, and the rules are for that specific corner, whoever's ahead going into it has the right to the corner. If you're absolutely equal, there'll have to be some photo finish stuff, or well, an analysis on the race stewards' live cameras, because there are 12 track cams situated around the track, as that is a move up at the very front for the lead of the race, and well, essentially P2 and some more people further down diving in to take their Joe collapse. They maybe see an opportunity to get into some clean air. And we have some questions in the chat as well, asking why are John Del Valle and Eliano at the back of the field. And yeah, to be completely honest, there is nothing on the penalty sheet that has come through yet. But one thing is certain, is that they're going to have to try and make their way through the field. We already see John Del Valle up in 11th place. DeVos 14th, so he's just gained 2 positions, but something's definitely gone on in qualifying there. We'll try to see if we can get an answer on that at some point, because that is very, well, it's a bit strange, but well, we'll see what they have to work with now. Now they just have to work with the cards they've been dealt. Whatever happened in qualifying, whatever that went wrong, they have to put behind them now, focus ahead, and try to do as good as possible in this race. Currently Alejandro Perez in the lead after taking the Joker. We saw him doing great in a race yesterday. Great teamwork with John Del Valle. I hear a couple of people cheering on for something going on as well. And here we see everyone running closely at the very back there. And essentially, we have the field split in 2 at this point. Some people, quite a lot actually, opting to take the Joker lap relatively early on. Which means, yeah, we have the field essentially split in 2, and here you see the 2 parts of the field actually heading in either direction. A pretty good visualization of what's actually going on. We don't mind that at all. We have some things getting through from that qualifying. We can see that John Delvaye has been given a penalty for pushing another driver, which explains a bit why he's at the back of the field. Whether that has anything to do with DeVos as well, we'll see in a second. For now, it's just Delvaye that has been given the penalty, and he'll have to work through with that, because in qualifying here, well, it's illegal to push another driver and also intentionally slipstreaming each other. In some situations, you end up having to be in the slipstream of another driver in case you have more pace, and in that case, it's allowed. But it's pretty clear when slipstreaming is intentional or when it's unintentional, also because of the teammates and people know each other and stuff like that. Currently, the race is pretty still standing. We're waiting for a couple of drivers to make their way into the Joker. You can see now the weather is quite grey. However, there is a bit less wind than there was yesterday. You can see that on the flags around the track. Yesterday, those flags were going absolutely crazy. There was a lot of wind. Right now, they're relatively still, which also has an effect on how the car slightly handles, also on how much slipstream it has. It's just these small varieties that just change things slightly, not in a big way. It doesn't change it completely, but all these small changes and stuff, these drivers have to adapt to, and whoever's able to overcome that adaptation as quick as possible will do well. We see John Delvaye has taken his Joker lap and is now behind Alejandro Perez, just 8/10 behind. These guys yesterday were in a heat together and did teamwork all the way through. They brought home a 1-2 by about 4.5 seconds down, just because they ran the full race together, helping each other out and working together. And that's the kind of advantages you see with having teammates in these races, is that you can work together out on track. You can work together off the track as well. You can communicate with each other on what's good and what's not. So we see an overtaking move here between teammates, just switching position, very much intentionally so. They are teammates, they don't want to battle, they don't want to lose each other too much time. But perhaps they've managed to communicate out on track somewhere that John feels like he maybe has slightly more pace, and he can help both of them out by going out in front.
All the way to the back. They say he's doing 51.6.
Yes, we get into, well, the second part of the race where things are more settled and stuff like that. We still have quite a bit of the race left to go. We have someone in the live chat saying it was a warning, not a penalty, and that is right. It is the most random qualifying we had. We still don't know what happened for the qualifyings. I can try and go look up an answer for that, because it is indeed very, very strange. But the fact of the race is now that, well, John Delvaye leads from, well, the back of the grid. Of course, we're still missing some Joker laps from a couple of people. And as we look at the gap, right, so essentially the Joker, I've calculated it to be about a 17-second gain that you get out of the Joker lap. Currently, Charles Decline in 9th place. He's the first one who hasn't taken it, and he's 15 seconds behind. So in net positions at the moment, he would actually emerge 2 seconds ahead of John Delvaye if he had to take his Joker now. And that's essentially the gap that we're keeping an eye for. I'm just going to go fetch an answer, see if I can get an answer to what happened in that qualifying, because it wasn't just one, well, essentially a championship contender that has that managed to mess that qualifying, but it's absolutely strange. Anyways, the fact of the race is that, well, even though the qualifying was rigged, John has just set a new track record on this layout as well. We saw it in the last race a couple of times, as we now have a guest coming into the studio. Let's put on the headset here. We are visited, and well, welcome to the studio. You can have a seat if you want down. We're just having a look at the race and what's been going on. But well, you did pretty well last time around. Talk us through just very quickly and briefly what do you think of that race?
Yeah, it was good. You know, we've put in a lot of time and effort to get where we are. The rain made it a bit interesting, but yeah, I'm super pleased with my effort.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, it's been going pretty well all the way through, right? So essentially, these semi-finals are sort of a step towards, well, the bigger goal, which I imagine is, of course, the championship. Now we have the semi-finals going on. We're keeping an eye on the race still, but you're here sitting and chilling, and well, what are you up to then on the track and in general whenever you're not racing?
I think you just debrief. You sort of look at what you did in the race and see. Just debrief, I think.
Yeah, just analysing some of the different things, yeah, and stuff like that. We saw in chat as well, there were a couple of people rooting for you while you were racing out there on track, which is essentially good to see. Have you raced on this track before coming here this year?
No, this is my first time.
Yeah. So you arrived here on Friday essentially, right? And,
yeah.
And then did the practice sessions and then made your way through the rounds, which went incredible, to be completely honest. I think we can say that pretty safely. Are you satisfied with the rounds?
Yeah, I'm really happy for my. I'm very new to this sort of European KWC event, so I'm super pleased.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, I hope you manage to find that performance as well in the finals and stuff like that, because for sure, well, the heats have been really good until now, but I imagine whenever we get to the finals, the grand finals, it's going to be slightly different pressure. Do you handle that differently when you're battling for a championship than when you're just racing for a more single race win?
I think it depends, you know. I think you just have to take one race at a time and just focus on that race until it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you very much, and yeah, congratulations on that race, and well, on the championship as a whole until now. I do wish you the best of luck. Do you have anything you want to say? I saw a couple of your family members in chat in here as well. And oh, wait a second, there was a big crash down at the chicane. Once again, just out on the tire barrier. I think he's kept on going, so there's nothing that's gone completely wrong. Well, it's gone wrong, but he's kept on going. I didn't quite get to see who that was. All right, anyways, we'll just turn it off. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
cheers. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, is there anything you just want to say to some of your family members in chat?
Yeah, thank you for all the support back at home. It means a lot.
All right, sounds good. Well, we'll see if we get to see you later on in the studio, and well, best of luck for the rest of the championship. Perfect. All right. Well, let's see what happened there. I didn't quite get to see what happened down in the chicane there. Unfortunately, we just had Bobby, well, our race winner, and well, pretty much dominating the championship in the opening round up until now. You can see there are some people out there at the back of the chicane. There's not a tire on track. We had an incident earlier in the same chicane. Yeah, we had an incident earlier in that chicane, but it was nothing. Well, earlier took a tire out onto the track, so we had to red flag the race. That's not the situation this time around. We've kept on going green, and whoever hit the barrier has also kept on going. That's essentially shaking things up just by a little bit there. We can see a massive train of carts running through. Now, it's good we just had Bobby in the studio for a quick second. I'm just going to, I'm finally going to try and see if I can just fetch the answer on what happened in qualifying, because I still am not completely certain on that. I'll be right back. Stay tuned and, well, keep watching the race, because this race is certainly not over. Right, ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes remain of this race. Managed to get an answer on what happened in that qualifying, and no, there's no penalties included for doing anything. Well, John Del Valle got a penalty, well, got a warning for pushing another driver. But as a matter of fact, I'm hearing it was just driver mistakes because of the slight slippery track. It was slightly greasy after the break we had. We had a small couple raindrops in the break, nothing crazy, not a big shower, but some raindrops that just took the edge of the track and made it just slightly more greasy, which they hadn't accounted for in the qualifying laps. There's not been rain for a while now, so the track has dried up, and we also saw John Del Valle set the new track record for this layout early in the race, and he's absolutely managed to play this race brilliantly. He's essentially taken it from the very back of the grid to first place now, leading by a second over Charles Leclerc as well. He's played it really well, taking that joker earlier on, and sort of finding his teammate Alejandro Perez, who's now 5 seconds further back, sort of running with him for a couple of laps, helping out each other, but then eventually he also got past him with the pace advantage John Del Valle has, and well, right now he's just absolutely flying and absolutely unstoppable. And it's kind of entertaining that we had Bobby McGurr in the booth. Bobby McGurr? Yeah, Bobby McGurr? Yeah, something like it. In the booth while we were watching John absolutely fly around this track. Perhaps these are some of the contenders we'll see for the title, that's absolutely certain. And when we get to the finals, the grand finals later on, we'll have all the best drivers throughout this whole championship, throughout this weekend, battling it out. Margins will be incredibly close and it'll be incredibly exciting. So we now come into the final 5 minutes. A pretty masterful drive from John Del Valle out in the lead of the race. Of course, things can still change. The race is not over before you cross the start-finish line. Well, the finish line in this case, but it seems pretty certain out in front. He's really nailed it pretty well, to be completely honest. Throughout the grid, you also have a couple other drivers. Still, he does have Voss right behind him, who's now taking his joker lap as well, right here at the very end of the race. We saw him, well, on the standings he was further down before, but he took that joker lap on the race, and he's right out behind John Del Valle. It's not to mention that he has done a pretty good job as well. He started down at the back too, and he's managed to follow through. He's managed to do the same as John, essentially, make his way from the back of the grid to the very front of the field. There's a flip of a kart that's been absolutely lifted up into the sky. We just saw it at the very bottom of the screen. And that's never good. We've seen that multiple times today, to be completely honest. We saw that, well, a bit earlier with the tire barrier as well. And nothing crazy, but it's never nice to see a kart that lifts up like that, you know. It's never really optimal. It's certainly not optimal in terms of driving and in terms of pace, but it's not really optimal in terms of taking care of the gear and taking care of the karts on the track either. We have Sammy in the live chat saying, what a performance by Eliano and John, and absolutely they have managed to play this race pretty perfectly, and that's just what drivers that, well, are into contention for a championship like this also have to do. And it just shows that why they are in that contention for the championship, right? They maybe make a mistake in qualifying, start from the back of the field, but they work with what they've got, right? They haven't been dealt the good cards. They made a mistake in qualifying, but they make up for it in the race. In situations like this, both John and Eliano, well, they're leading the race, first and second place by 1.5 seconds after starting from the very back. And these are the kinds of performances that we love to see. John Del Valle crossing the line to take a win from the back of the grid in front of Eliano de Vos in second place, who also started at the very back, and Charles Leclerc rounds out the podium in third place. What a race, what a semi-final too. And well, we got 2 more semi-finals and some grand finals to go later on in the race. All the drivers making their way back to pit lane. These are the stories we like to see. That was absolutely incredible. And well, we're hoping for all these semi-finals to get the winners in for an interview, for a little chat. And hopefully we can see John in here, because I would like to talk about that race. What we just witnessed was, well, that was certainly a drive and a half, with a couple of karts as well having slight incidents, to be completely honest, which is not always optimal, but that happens. Now here we see a little shot of the pit lane and the pit building where you can sort of look out over the whole track. If you see the little white tent on the left-hand side, you see a big TV screen. You actually see the back of Vandel Gokartbanen, owner director, standing with the back, just talking to some of the stewards. What you see inside of that tent right there is actually the race control. They've got a big TV monitor and 12 track cams around the track where they can monitor incidents, they can look through protests, they can give penalties out really fairly. And right to the left of that, right outside of the frame, is actually where I'm sat commentating. Here's another shot from the pit exit. We can see family members, friends sitting there and spectating on the right side. Even a couple drivers there who want to follow the race and watch the race. They're sat outside looking out at the track. It's a pretty good view to follow the race, and inside of that white place is a lounge area also where they make some good food. And well, yeah, I had one of those burgers for lunch, and well, it tastes pretty nice, to be completely honest with you. It's also a bit hotter in there because yeah, it's not the hottest day in Denmark here really, which is pretty wild, because last week we had 25, 28 degrees, and now we have way lower degrees. I believe it's a 17-degree air temperature at the moment. It's grey clouds. It's slightly windy, nothing too crazy. So, well, while it's more comfortable to be in a little bit hotter weather or with some sun or something, these conditions are, well, really good for the karts at the moment. We just saw John setting a new track record in that race on his way to the lead of the race. And yeah, that was pretty impressive, to be completely honest. A new track record on this layout, that is, because of course we have multiple layouts and they have different lap times and stuff like that, but setting a lap record on this layout now is sort of a mix of the conditions at the moment, but also the new front tires that got on in the brake, right? So the karts are definitely incredibly quick at the moment. We also saw some really good lap times on the other layout. Now, actually, as I look out my window right now, I think we're in for a banger right now. I see a little bit of raindrops falling down outside at the moment, which, yeah, it's nothing crazy. It's not like a massive shower, but just the smallest bit of raindrops, it's going to make the track just a little bit greasy, just a little bit more wet and stuff like that, and it's going to change things up quite a lot. It's going to be super difficult to get a qualifying lap in whenever, because the guys that are racing now in the semi-finals, the last time they drove, it was dry. There was not raindrops in the air or anything like it. So now they're going out. The track is probably way more greasy, which is what we saw in the last race. That's what happened with John Del Valle and Liano De Vos, who, well, essentially fought their way back, but they were caught out by that on the qualifying laps, made mistakes, qualified 2 seconds off the pace because they weren't expecting the track to be so difficult. And that's actually quite interesting, as we're about to get ready for another qualifying right now. I don't know if we can get some track cams on, and maybe that can see the rain. It's probably difficult because it's a very light rain. It's kind of, well, it's kind of dusty rain, you know. You don't get full on, your clothes doesn't get wet on it or anything like it, but it will definitely change the track condition, make it just a bit more humid, and make it just a bit more difficult in general to drive out there. If you guys have any questions, make sure to pop them down in the live chat. I'll be sure to try and answer any of them, and if I can't answer them, we will try and fetch an answer for anything for it. We're in for some good racing. We've had an entertaining semi-final 2. We're getting ready for semi-final 3. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Alright, welcome back to the Danish Rental Kart Championships. The drivers have currently gone out, but coming in again just because of a bit of rain. We were doing a warm-up lap before starting the qualifying. Anyways, in the studio with me, we have semi-final 2 winner, Vandel Gokartbanen, and what a race it was. Well, first of all, I believe it was a mistake in qualifying that caught you out of it with the greasy conditions, or?
No. We opened I opened the qualifying, and it was a little bit rain, so I get my lap with a wet track, and probably the guys behind just going in a dry, because every time that a car passes through a corner, it's getting dry. So probably they get a better track conditions. So yeah, I start P17 or P15, I don't know. But you know, it is Danish Rental Championship, so the skills of the drivers are very high. So I just focus in try to recover as much as possible, and finally I get a win.
Absolutely, and well, a crazy one at that, right? Yeah. I mean, you're already a very established driver with a bunch of championships in your pocket, but what a race this must feel like, right? To come from the back of the grid. You also set the new lap record on this layout to then win the race. How does that feel, even though you've won so many races? How does this one feel?
Yeah, this one feels really good. As I said, starting from the back with those drivers, it's always complicated to overtake. Everyone wants to be as best positioned as they can. So yeah, just focusing, try to get the best position just lap by lap. You know, trying to overtake in a good corner to not lose too much time. You know, try to make also the joker lap in the perfect moment. So I think I did a really good job on that. So we came to the win.
Absolutely, and great job on that. What's your sort of mindset going forwards now? Now you have a little bit of a break before we go into the to the finals. Is it different when you're going to be racing for the championship than just racing in the leading in rounds? Do you change your mindset, or do you just think the same way?
No, I just don't care where I am in the championship. I just giving my the best that I have always. So I think we will go to the finals 2 points behind Bobby. So probably will be a really nice final. Races there, so it will be also hard. So I just go corner by corner, not race by race, corner by corner, trying to do the best as I can.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for just coming in here and saying hello, and congratulations on your win. Very impressive. And also impressive to Liano. He came from the back as well.
Yes, we both came from the Liano was last, and I was second to last. So he did really well, waiting for his joker lap. So he was really close to take the win. So we get a really nice fight in these 2 laps to go.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming in the studio, and yeah, I wish you the best of luck for later on. We have the end of qualifying for semi-final 3, and well, yeah, that was Vandel Gokartbanen. Do you have anything you want to say to your supporters or something?
Yes, thank you to all the Spanish guys that are here with me. We are having a really nice weekend here in Vandel, and also all the Spanish people that are watching us in the live streaming.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank
all
you
right,
very much.
We're about to get racing for the semi-final 3. The drivers have lined up. That was Vandel Gokartbanen. You just heard from here in the booth. We are looking to get the winners in from all the semi-finals and just having a quick chat with them to get a bit of an insight on what that was like, because John, well, in the race he just raced from the very back of the grid in semi-final 2 because of the slightly greasy wet track conditions to a win, which is absolutely incredible. Anyways, it's time to go racing for semi-final 3. Noah Weichel, who we had in the booth for the first race, taking pole position in front of Max Upton Cameron in Lepland 3rd place. As we talked about, there was a little bit of rain in the air, but that sort of calmed down a bit. There's nothing when I look outside of the window now, but the track's definitely just been made slightly more difficult to drive on with that bit of rain. It just becomes a bit more unpredictable, and it still is, but the track is getting more and more dry as these guys do more laps. We're getting ready to go racing for semi-final 3. That's the 3rd out of 4 semi-finals. Noah's holding up the field, doing some weaving to maybe try and confuse his competitors to when he presses the throttle, but he presses it there. It's lights out for the third semi-final. We go into turn 1, and you can see the drivers making sure they don't have contact through there, because of course earlier on in the driver's briefing, it was mentioned that we don't want any contact through turn 1, and whoever's pushing might be subject to a penalty. Anyways, it's clean through the first couple of corners of this race. Nothing crazy going on just yet, just a bit of battles down at the back of the field. So we head onto the back straight. Let's see if any one of these drivers are going to be able to challenge the lap record that John Del Valle set in semi-final 2. Perhaps the rain has just made it that bit more difficult, but we will see once the lap times sort of start getting in the tires get up to temperature. For now, it is single file at the front of the field for about the top 10. Noah Weichel keeps the lead on the first lap of the race. You can see all the drivers just touching that bit of tyre barrier there on the side, pushing the track to its limits, and you can see that here on the exit as well. You'll see the drivers just using as much of the track as possible to try and go as fast as possible. Bit of side-by-side action there and a bit of pushing out, almost being pushed into the tyre barriers, and the drivers were warned about that in the driver's briefing. They have to leave each other space, or they could be subject to a penalty as well. We don't want a situation where drivers race unfairly and uncleanly. The good thing is we have our system on track with 12 cameras that, well, keeps a track on pretty much everything. It's sort of an eagle-eye situation where the stewards that sat here in the tent with me, just opposite of me, can look through all the incidents and see what happens. Here through the final chicane, no one has opted to take their joker lap just yet. They're all waiting with it, perhaps for strategical advantages later on in the race. Let's see if anyone dives in. Not in the top 5 or so, they all stay out there. Which means now it's just the full field pretty much in one long line, one long snake going through the technical middle sector before heading onto the long back straight. And this right here into, well, on the classic layout it's turn 2, now it's a bit further in, and then into the single file chicane where we've had a couple incidents in one in the last race as well. And that chicane is, well, the racing rules are whoever's ahead has the right to that chicane. It's why it's a single file chicane. It's kind of a dangerous place to go side by side because there's essentially only one optimal line through, and you're changing from the right side of from the left side to the right side to the left side of the track. And here's a move for P2 in the race. It's Leclerc down the inside of Max. And a very clean move with that, not one that loses much time because they're not battling side by side. It was just an overtaking move simply down the inside. Max something kind of had to give that up, but it's still very close. You see, the thing is, when they make a move like that, they're not battling each other and losing as much time as they are here at the back of the field, which is very important because if they battle too much, Noah Weichel is going to get a gap on them out on the lead. They don't want that. They don't want him to run away because, of course, they want the win themselves. But now, they're very tightly together. There's still 4 karts in a row. You can see the whole field snaking their way through the chicane here. Down into the first corner. Here's the move for the lead of the race. It's Ian Lepler, Noah Weichel. Noah Weichel opts out, decides he doesn't want to lose too much time battling now, so he takes his joker early on. And now he's running out alone at the front of the field. He's going to be coming out about 17 seconds in front, and you can see him now going down the back straight already. But of course the other guys still have the joker lap left. Here a move as well for, well, provisionally P3. But of course that's what we see, that's what we get with these races. We get a bit of strategy in here, which makes it super interesting. It keeps it exciting to see where will other drivers come out. Noah Weichel keeps the lead. Perhaps only provisionally, but now it's all just about being flat out. No one needs to push as much as possible. And Ian Lepler, who, well, tried to make a move for the lead, but Noah dived into the joker as soon as he did that. So now Ian Lepler has clean track ahead of him, and I bet he's going to wait with his joker until as late as possible. He's just going to keep going now, see if he can go flat out. Both Noah and Ian Lepler, who are the provisional leaders, are essentially in clean air now, so it's literally just a raw pace competition at this point as we go side by side through that chicane, and it's so tight through there. It's just dangerous to fit through 2 cars through there, but they got cleanly through it this time onto the back straight. But yeah, it's essentially a full-on hot lapping competition now between Noah Weichel and Ian Lepler. It's only the top couple drivers now that have taken their the joke lap now, we can see, well, essentially it's the top 6 drivers, and that includes Norvikel, Escarsten, Nikolai Masengo, the birthday boy. We had a bit of a birthday cake for 2 people in the lounge area earlier for Nikolai Masengo, as well as Smilla, who is she's a track worker here in the lounge as well, so congratulations to both of them and happy birthday. I believe Nikolai will be hoping to get a good result on his birthday. It's always a good birthday gift. The thing is, right now he's 4 seconds off the lead of the race, when Norvikel's running pretty much all alone. What we need to keep an eye out for now is essentially the gap from Norvikel down to Ian Lepela, who's running down in 7th or 8th place at the moment, because he hasn't yet taken his joker. The joker is about 17 seconds to 17 and a half seconds, and that is the gap that we need to keep an eye out for, whether it's going up, whether it's going down. I can also show you the lap times. I can update you on the lap times as soon as Lepela crosses the line here as well. Essentially, if you guys want access to the live timings, to the standings, to the penalty sheets, to everything like that, you can just head to your whatever browser, so search up the Danish Rental Kart Championship, go to the website, and there'll be a link tree for you to access pretty much everything you want. Progress into the second half, well, almost the second half of semi-final 3. Currently the status is though that the gap between Ian Lepela and Norvikel is just down to 14.5 seconds, which is pretty big, because when these other guys, they decide to come down for the joker lap, Norvikel is going to be falling back down. He's not lapping at the pace that he needs to at the moment. So he either needs to start pushing, something needs to go down between Ian Lepela down there in 7th place at the moment. You can see Norvikel in the picture, making his way through turn 1. You can see he's got a gap now down to the guys behind. But it's essentially the people who haven't taken their joker yet that we're keeping an eye out for. Look at the lap times at the moment. Last lap around, Norvikel did a 51.7, which is slightly better. Ian Lepela 51.5 previous time around. So a 2/10 gap, which is smaller than it has been for the laps before that. Lepela just with that bit more pace he'd been running with. He ran with before, well, when Noah was running a little bit slower. Last time around now, another 51.7 for Noah. Asker in P2 a 51.8. Masengo in P3 a 51.7. So everyone at the top 5 in the 51.7s or thereabout. Meanwhile, down in 8th place, Ian Lepela putting in a 51.4. Just 3/10 just on that one lap. The gap now from Ian Lepela to Noah Weichel in the lead down to just 14 seconds, which for sure is going to throw a spanner into things. Ian should be out well in front, and from our calculations, Max Optenkam, Igor Tworik, and Kobus in 11th place should come out in front of Noah as well. As we talked about, it's about 17-second gain that you get from that thing, and Optenkam now has taken his joker on that last lap. And we see that on the standings, because we get the standings update every time they cross the line. Optenkam takes the lead of the race, just half a second in front of Noah. And before they all came in to the joker lap, remember Ian Lepela was in front of Max, who's now taking the lead. So at the moment, Ian should technically be coming out in front of both of these guys without problems. All the speculation is in the air, that's one thing that's for sure. The fact of the matter is that half this race has gone by. Conditions now probably quite a bit better. Like at this point, of course, in the beginning of the race, maybe in qualifying, conditions might have been a bit tricky. The track has been a bit greasy, but right now the track is constantly being run on. There's constantly being driven on the asphalt, which means the track is getting dried out. Even if there was a slight bit of rain, which there isn't anymore, it was only just in the break, there was a very slight bit of dusty rain, nothing crazy, not enough to make the track fully wet, but just a bit greasy. But of course that gets dried out for a race like this, and pretty much after a couple laps it'll be back to just feeling like it's completely dry. The lap times as well will be the same, and we see that because the lap times right now are incredibly quick. Of course, before the semi-finals, the front tires on these go-karts were changed, which now, with a mix of relatively cold conditions, just makes these karts incredibly fast. And that's also what allowed John Delvaye to set the track record earlier on this layout. It's just that mix of conditions and mix of tires. As here we take a look at the leading battle of the Kamp. Noah Weichel and Koba's currently just trying to lose as little time as possible, because they know somewhere in the field and Lepela hasn't yet taken his joker lap, and they want to try and minimize the time loss until he does, until they know where he is. The thing is, currently he's only 13.5 seconds behind them, so he's probably going to come on seconds in front of him whenever he takes it. That's why at the moment these guys are battling, and if you see sometimes when they look at each other, they signal to each other that we need to go ahead. We need to focus on losing as little time as possible and pushing as much as possible, because they all want a chance of winning this race, of course. And that's not going to happen if they lose seconds battling and Ian Lepela just goes way out ahead. The thing is, he's already pretty far in the lead provisionally. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we see him go through the joker lap, and you can see there he's seconds ahead. He's not even within reaching distance of that second place, which is, well, what we talked about. Ian Lepela has come in for the joker lap and come out pretty convincingly in the lead of the race. And now it's probably going to be a battle for P2 for second place between Noah Weichel, Max Optenkamp, Kobus. You can see here just crossing the line, all alone out in the lead, no problems there. He's just taking it by almost 4 seconds. So in that period where the other guys took their joker, he's pulled out 4 seconds pretty much, just on raw pace and running alone and just doing good consistent lap times. As we saw him move there for P2 as well just before going into the first corner. And that's Noah Weichel that takes it, and that's the battle we were talking about. It's essentially a battle for P2 now. Catching 4 seconds on raw pace at this point of the race is typically pretty difficult and pretty impossible. As we go down onto the back straight, you can see there in the left hand, just fading out of the picture, that's our photographer for this event. He takes a lot of pictures. He's shooting, well, he's told me multiple 100 pictures each of these heats of different drivers to make sure they have pictures to post respective social medias and stuff like that. And for other events, you know, pictures like this are really good because the racing is so incredibly close. You get about a lot of cars running closely together and stuff like that, and it's just going to become even more crazy. So this is the third semi-final. After this, we have one more semi-final to go, and then we head into the grand finals after a short break. But currently our focus is lying here. Ian Lepela pulling out the gap, and there you can see the speed difference between someone coming on the normal layout and coming through the joker. You just have so much speed coming out of the joker, which also means you can sort of use that to your advantage going into the chicane and onto the back straight. If you're coming out of the joker and you have a lot of speed, you might be behind someone. The thing is, with the overspeed, you can easily get past them, which has created some situations where we go side by side through, or there's an overtake through the chicane. As here's the battle for P2 still going on. Down the inside is Optenkamp from Noah Weichel. And they're still going side by side in the very back of the picture. Somewhere down there, that's the battle for P2, side by side. Rest of the field running pretty single file at this point. It's settled down. The thing is, these three guys don't need to battle much before they end up having a long train behind them of carts. We've seen that multiple times before, where battles lead to trains of carts behind them, which leads to more battles and even more chaos. But It seems like it's settled down for the moment. 4 minutes remain of this race. Now in the background, in the distance, in my ears, I can hear the stewards discussing something, and of course they're doing that all the time, going through different kinds of incidents, seeing who's going to penalty, and that's to preserve the fair and good racing. There's been a lot of fair and good racing this weekend, that's one thing that's for sure, but we have these stewards because it is racing. Sometimes things do go wrong, things happen, stuff like that. That's racing, that's just the way it goes. And we have some good stewards here with a lot of tools to sort of make sure they judge it correctly and judge it fairly. And here's the battle for P3. Norvikel in second place is going to love that, because that's just going to allow him to maybe get a little bit of a gap. That's Max up and Calvin Kober's just going side by side into the first corner. That's, just allow him to get a little bit of a gap. Meanwhile, Ian Lepela 6 seconds ahead. His pace in this race has just been absolutely on another level towards these guys. Like, everyone in this field are really fast drivers, but Ian Lepela's just managed to find that extra bit to just adapt to the conditions that slight bit better, which has allowed him to pull out a 6-second lead, essentially just on pace. He came in and took his joker lap pretty early on, and here he is now taking a victory in the third semi-final. After taking an early joker and then pretty much lapping alone at an astonishing pace, he's just taken a secure victory by 6.5 seconds over Norvikel, who takes a second place. Kober's in third, Max, fourth, birthday boy, Masengo in fifth. That is the end of the third semi-final of the day. One more semi-final to go, and then we head into the grand finals, which is consistent of 4 races with the same drivers. The top drivers from that score the most points from these races now and in the standings after this will be going into a 4-race showdown where they need to just score as many points as possible. And of course the finals pay out more points. And by the end of that we'll be finding a champion. And as John Del Valle mentioned just before, we had him in for an interview. Well, we had him in for an interview before where he mentioned that, well, we're going into the finals and he's just 2 points behind Bobby McGuire. So it's going to be a very, very close showdown between those. Maybe we have some other drivers that will be able to make their way into that championship as well. Well, it's going to be very, very interesting here in the Danish countryside for the Danish Rental Kart Championship. We'll be right back with some more racing, so make sure to stay tuned for the 4th semi-final. We'll be right back. Victor Spal on pole position for the semi-final, 4 in front of Wera, and Rutenbudens in 3rd place. Very close margins here, as you can see. 1.5 tenths pretty much separate the top 6, so it's about just finding those small margins. The whole field within 8 tenths of a second, which means the track has more dried up now after that last stint. We haven't had any rain or any drizzles or anything like it, which means the track is pretty much close to dry. It's what the drivers can expect. We're getting ready to line up the grid, and shortly we will be joined in the booth by, well, semi-final 3 winner Ian Lepela, who just showed some really good pace there. He'll join us shortly, but before that we just have to line up the grid and get ready to go racing for semi-final 4. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, want to cheer anyone on, we have a live chat on YouTube that you guys can just put in. We have Sandro saying go Jerome, and now we have a guest coming into the booth. We have, well, semi-final 3 winner Ian joining us right here. We'll have the race start in a second, and yeah, we'll try to make sure we have a look at that. Well, first of all, Ian, a good race, phenomenal pace, pretty much just took your joker early on, pulled out a gap, and then won it pretty seamlessly. How did it feel out on the track?
Yeah, it was great. I'm a little bit loud.
That's all right.
But I waited with my joker lap quite some time. Noah did it very early. I tried to drive my own pace because I knew I had a fantastic kart. When I saw Max was ahead of Noah after the shortcut, I knew it was in the books.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we kept an eye on the gaps, and yeah, at one point it looked pretty significant, right? Because well, the joker is about a 17-second difference. Now we get ready to go for the formation lap, right? So what do you think when you're driving alone and you're just lapping? Do you think about where your competitors are, or do you just get your head down and focus on your own?
Yeah, I was scanning the track basically every lap to see if I was gaining on Noah. I saw that I was gaining, but I didn't expect the gap to be that big.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because you came out very, very far ahead. Right?
Yeah, but I think they also started battling at some point, so which increases the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, the marshal even told me I put up the new track lap record.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pace was good.
Yeah.
Nothing to complain.
Pace was absolutely good. Now you need to stay here in the booth, right, a little bit more. But we're just gonna have to watch the race start of semi-final 4. We go green down into the first corner. It's Victor Spal who takes it. Everyone hugging the inside, just going defensive and making sure that they keep their position. It's clean through the first corner. Of course, with this little new sort of warning there was in the driver's briefing with going into the first corner, we need to make sure we don't push each other to off the track and into the first corner. It's relatively clean, relatively single file throughout all of this. Now, Ian, now we're here. Let's just hear what are you doing in the break? So now you have a little bit of a break before you go racing in the finals. Are you mentally preparing yourself, or are you just relaxing or just chilling out?
Yeah, just chilling, talking with teammates, having some food, some water.
Do you analyze in between the races? Do you analyze?
Yeah, I watch every race, so I keep in check which karts are quick, which are slow, to mentally prepare myself for the race ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, that's also what goes into this, right? And it's when you're racing so many different karts, essentially. Do you also take notes on how they handle slightly differently? Maybe something has slightly better rotation, slightly worse rotation, or
yeah,
just
that's very difficult to see from the grandstands. But of course you have an outlap, and in an outlap you need to make sure you knew everything about the kart within a couple of corners.
Absolutely. So just
that's
before,
the key.
Yeah, before the last race, we had like a slight bit of a drizzle, not much rain. Did you feel that going onto the track?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was very happy we had a warm-up lap, because you saw in the semi-final 2 what happened with Jon and Eliano. They started at the front in the qualifying, and it was drizzling, and they had no chance. Because if you're at the back and it's drizzling, you have a drier track. So I was a bit scared when it started raining quite heavily. Or heavily, it's not very heavily, but drizzling quite a bit. So I thought I was screwed. But in the end, we had a warm-up lap, so I positioned myself further back. I think I could have positioned myself a bit better, because my competitors, Max and Noah, were even more behind. So they had even more advantage. But in the race, I made it all up.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it was a good drive, a very clean drive, essentially, is what you can call it, right? Pretty much like this race at the moment right now, which we're witnessing the semi-final 4. It's pretty much all just one long snake. There's nothing crazy going on quite yet. And that is perhaps because earlier on in the race, you don't want to lose too much time by battling each other or costing each other time. Do you think a lot about that early on in the race, or do you typically just go for it?
Especially in a semi-final where the races are longer, you try to make the gap as big as possible. I think Zemovic now, he knew he had the pace advantage.
Yeah, we just saw Wera there diving down on to take the Joker. And yeah, so that's probably because he knew he had the pace advantage, right? We actually saw in your race, you were trying to make a move on Noah Weichel at one point, and he just decided to say, right, I'm off. He just went straight into the Joker when you're trying to make a move down the inside, and that's also to try and lose less time.
Yeah.
What do you think in that Sauter moment when he goes down the pit? Do you not want to cover him off on the next lap, or do you just wait until the end of the race?
No, because I knew I had more pace than him. My tactic was to drive until the end. But I saw a couple of drivers, I was almost overtaking them because they already did their shortcut. So I went with a couple of minutes to go, I went for my shortcut. I knew at the start, when it was more dry, I knew I had the pace advantage. Because I gained so much time. After I overtook Max, the gap closed to Noah very quickly, so I knew I just had to go for it, and that I was way quicker than them. So that's why I made some moves at the early stages. Usually I tried to make the gap behind as big as possible, but I knew I was much quicker. So if I am at the front, you have the advantage, and then they need to figure out what to do.
Right. Well, final thing. So going into the finals later on in the day, do you have a different mindset when you sort of go into the finals? Do you race differently? And well, of course, well, you're a racing driver, so I'm guessing you're hoping to take the championship, of course. But what are your thoughts going into the finals?
The most important thing is to get as many points as possible. That's the key thing. The points are triple. We have 4 times 10 minutes, if I'm correct. Maybe just try to get as much points as possible. I think a lot of people will be very eager to battle it out at the start. I think you can maybe have an advantage when you try to work together with someone, and maybe even if you don't win, maybe if you get 4 times a P4, you can be champion, because it will be all up and down through the field every race.
I'm guessing it'll be all about that consistency, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Ian, for coming into the booth, and congratulations on your win, and well, best of luck later on in the day. That was Ian in the booth, and now we focus back on semi-final 4. And as we just talked about at the beginning of these races, your focus is just trying to minimize that time loss. It's not where the big crunch time is. As Victor Sparhol now dives on to take his Joker lap again. Of course, we saw Wera now, he's provisionally in the lead, take his Joker lap early on to try and get that bit of time on Victor Sparhol. And if we look on the back straight there, it does look like Victor Sparhol has gotten out just behind him, which means it's worked out for Wera. He hasn't had to make an actual move on track. He's played it strategically by just hitting in, well, not hitting in, but taking the Joker lap for a couple laps, running at a slightly faster pace than Victor Sparhol, and that means that he's just managed to get out in front. Remember, they were nose to tail right before these Joker laps, and they're pretty much nose to tail right now, but just that small bit of an advantage, going a 10th or 2 tenths faster on those couple of laps, has gained him the position. And see, we see the group that are yet to take their Joker laps diving in though to take theirs now. Coming out there, right, you can see rejoining, and there with that extra speed, that's what we talked about earlier. You just rejoin, you have that extra bit of speed, extra bit of momentum going onto the back straight, which means you can make a move. And we have a couple people in the live chat cheering for Jerome, for Joey. Remember, if you have any questions about what's going on, you can pop them down below. Currently the lap times as well out on track. Wera last lap the lead of the race of 52.2, Sparhol a 52.0, Marcus in third of 51.9. So they're running about the similar pace, but they're definitely getting pulled closer together. Sparhal's right behind, essentially, for the lead of the race, and he does have that slight bit of slipstream. He does have a slight pull from Wera, which means he might be able to make a lead. The thing is, none of these guys have their strategical advantage left, so if Sparhal wants to make a move, it'll have to be on track. It'll have to be an overtake on the track somewhere. You can see them at the very back of the picture. They're at the very far side of the track at the moment, and here is a move that's luring on the outside, just getting overtaken down into just before heading onto the back straight, which we've seen multiple overtaking opportunities here, but they've also been, you know, right on the limit. There's not much space there on the inside, even on the normal racing line. And here we see turn 1, which is also a good overtaking spot. That was the leading pack you just saw heading through there, the people that have taken their Joker laps. And here we focus down on the people that haven't taken their Joker laps. So these are the guys we might see dive into the pits and come out somewhere else. But if we look at the gaps, currently, I think it's Ramirez leading that group, which is down in 10th place. He's 19.5 seconds behind the lead of the race. It's about a 17-second loss, so he's not going to be coming up provisionally at the moment in the lead of the race. However, things can change. Things can go up and down. It does seem like the top two have sort of dropped. Marcus Frulen in 3rd place. He's dropped down to just over a second. That's because last time around the lap times from Wera were 51.8, or 51.7 from Sparhal, and almost 51.9 from Marcus in 3rd. So, yeah, they're lapping at basically the same lap times, but Marcus in 3rd has just slightly been dropped out of that pole, which means now Wera and Sparhal in the lead can just keep on pulling. They also have a big enough gap, essentially 19.9 seconds down to Francisco Ramirez in 11th place, who is the leading car that hasn't taken his Joker lap yet. So essentially, the battle for this semi-final 4 at the moment is between Wera and Sparhal. As the track currently is dry. It's been kind of weird weather today, right? Because we've had a bit of small drizzle, a bit of small rain, nothing heavy enough to make the track proper wet, but we have had just a slight bit of a drizzle to make the track a bit greasy, which have caught a couple of drivers out in qualifying, as we just talked about with as Ian mentioned, and as John mentioned earlier, you know, with the track was slightly more wet, it's better to be at the back of the field in qualifying, because the cars ahead of you just help dry out the track a little bit. That happens when we have a very light drizzle. The track changes so quickly. It's not a wet track, it's still a dry track, but it just gets slightly more greasy. So having perhaps 5 go-karts or 5 to 10 go-karts in front of you just drying up that bit of grease just before you come around can be a huge advantage in qualifying. As soon as we get into the race, it's pretty much just all about the raw pace, because the track is going to be at a good state. It's going to be equally good for everyone, because we constantly have cars lapping, right? So the track's going to be good for something like this. We also see that on the lap times, multiple track records being beaten today. Well, track records being beaten multiple times, even on the different layouts today, which is definitely good to see. And it's also a testament to the level of the drivers at the moment, that we have track records being beaten in the middle of races. So these drivers, they are incredibly quick. They know what they're doing in these rental karts. They have a lot of knowledge and stuff like that, a lot of habits to rental karting that is very specific and very in detail. That's also what we see with these driver suits, this skin suits that sit close to the skin, just to reduce that bit of aerodynamic drag and just gain those slight hundredths or tenths of a second, you know, just to help you out the tiniest bit. And that could be a big difference when the field is so incredibly close, as we saw in qualifying here. The whole field within 0.8 of a second. And was that around the top 9? That was within just a couple tenths of a second, which just means it's incredibly close, and any little thing here can help you just gain an advantage or something like it. And when we're battling against drivers like we are here, because all of these guys, well, they're international rental kart drivers that have experience in multiple different championships, world championships included, Danish Kart Championships, Poland, Germany, stuff like that. We have nationalities from all over the place, a couple of Dutch people from Spain, from England, stuff like that. We have a lot of drivers here travel to Denmark to race in this championship, which means we have talent pools from all over Europe pretty much that come here today. You can see there just a little bit deep. What happens there with Wera? You know, he ran a little bit deep on a slightly offline. His car jumped quite a bit, and it looked like he kind of had a hand gesture out to say to Sparholt, like, all right, that was my bad. That was not meant to happen. We need to just keep on pushing, because essentially Sparholt and Wera out in the lead right now are just focusing on trying to get to the end and increasing that gap, because they probably know that the battle is on between one of them two, and if Victor Sparholt in second place wants to make a move, that's going to cost both of them time. Right now they have 1.5 seconds to give off down to Marcus in third place, and I do want to see that move for the lead of the race. Victor should try and make it at some point. We still have some minutes left to go, but for now they're just trying to get that gap as big as possible, so that, well, no matter what, they finish a 1-2 essentially, and make sure they try not to lose positions from starting to battle. They're still running cleanly out in the lead of the race. There is no threats from them pretty much with the people that haven't taken their Joker laps, because they're over 20 seconds behind. Six minutes remain in the final semi-final. Final semi-final, that sounds a bit funny, but that's how it is. 4 out of 4, and after this we're going into a short break into grand finals. Currently, Marcus in third place has made his way back within the second. Within a second of the leading cars. The lap times at the moment, we're in the lead, 52.1. Sparholt in second place, 52.1. But Marcus in third place, 51.8, so he's catching just the slightest bit. He still has time in this race. He's close enough. If he can just keep on lapping at this pace, he's definitely going to have an opportunity to do something here. As you see, Wera just running slightly wider than Sparholt through that turn 1 exit right there. That's what we talked about as well. With these current conditions, the grip changes just a little bit. There's a slight bit of contact going into the first corner right there. But it's just all about the adaptability. The car's running at the very front of the field. Just have that slight bit of adaptability in greasy conditions like this, and now we actually see there Marcus, who then in third place, has caught right up to the back of the lead battle, and that becomes a three-way battle for this win with just about 5 minutes left to go. Now where this will end up, we're about to find out within the next couple of minutes. And remember, all these points essentially add up to the championship. The only difference is that when we actually get to the finals, there are more points on the line. As here, Wera goes defensive for the lead of the race. Sparholt goes out, and that allows Marcus to come through and try to make a move for third place in the race. We see that battle going on in the background there, heading through the second sector. It seems like they've settled into a single line there again. There was a move for the lead. They're still side by side actually for second place, but they need to make sure they don't lose so much time, because that's going to allow Wera to run away with it in the lead of the race, and they don't want that to happen. Not now, with a couple minutes left of the race. Sparholt's worked so hard to keep that gap, and Marcus Flynn worked so hard to catch up that gap. He was 1.5 seconds behind, and now he's caught back up. And they need to make sure that they don't sacrifice that on battling each other too much for second place at the moment, when they still have a chance to win. We see that battle right here going into the first corner. See their Sparholt just running deep, which allows Marcus to make a move alongside him, and they're side by side again, and this is allowing Wera in the lead of the race to just get a bit of a gap going. He's pulled out half a second, maybe even just a little bit more now after those guys battled out. And there's just a couple minutes left to go. Essentially, the win is disappearing into the hands of Wera, while Sparhold and Frulen for second and third place are battling it out, just losing each other that bit of time. The thing is, second and third place is still going to give you a solid amount of points, and that's essentially what we're out for in these semi-finals, because they need enough points to get into the grand finals to be able to have a shot of winning the overall championship. And of course, the points are going to be paying out more in the finals, but all these points matter, and points matter well for Wera, who crosses the line to take a victory in semi-final 4 in front of Sparhold in second place, Frulen in third place, and Jory Luring down in fourth place. They all make their way back into the pit lane. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the semi-finals. Next time we go racing will be a little bit later on in the afternoon, but we'll be racing for the grand finals. The grand finals consist of 4 races. And that will be the same top drivers that have qualified in with the most points. The standings will be coming through very, very soon, and we will know who those drivers will be. That is the next time we go racing. Basically, now there is a break coming up. There's supposed to be a lunch break, which will be shortened a bit now because of our delay that we had earlier on with the crash. But it will be going underway soon. Essentially, what's supposed to happen on the time schedule: local time 25 minutes past 3, which is in about half an hour from now. We're supposed to have a driver's presentation out on the track of the drivers that will be racing in the final. At 3:45 p.m., just under an hour now, we'll be going racing for Grand Final 1. And that is essentially just, that's essentially how it's going to be working. We're going to be having 4 races in the Grand Final, and these are going to be paying out extra points. The drivers will have to battle it out for who's going to win the championship, but in between those races, we will actually have a secondary final as well. So the order is this: Grand Final 1, Secondary Final 1, then we have Grand Final 2, Secondary Final 2, Grand Final 3, Secondary Final 3, and then Grand Final 4. So there's only 3 secondary finals. We'll be covering all of those. And we're going to be starting out on the classic layout, which is the one with the pit lane, where we come in for a pit stop. We're also going to be having 2 races on the alternative layout, which is the one we just raced, where we have the Joker lap and stuff like that. And yeah, it's looking to be very, very interesting, I would say. We might just fetch an interview here in the lunch break. I also just need to get a quick bite of food. But do stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. These championships are looking to be incredibly interesting. Last year, the championship battles were very, very interesting. They got very close up until the very end. So, yeah, stay tuned. We're in for a good afternoon of racing, and we'll be right back.
go inside.
virkelig løs på bagen. Jeg er bare tight. Den kan Karl tight. Han kunne ikke finde mig. Han kunne ikke finde mig lidt for. Du har begge to. Nå, det er også pisse godt. Jeg kan forstå. Jeg er så træt, at vi ikke fik to. Vi ikke fik en udendørs og indendørs. Ja.
Snakker du om Milan?
Hvad?
Jeg ser der ikke et læs længere. Jo.
Gør han ikke?
Ikke længere.
Hvorfor ikke?
Jeg spurgte, om kan jeg køre det? Nej, jeg sælger dem ikke. Jeg køber dem gerne.
Nå jo, men jeg købte jo også en et læs, men jeg har stoppet med at sælge dem nu.
Hvorfor?
På grund af de fleste baner er begyndt at sige, at man ikke kan køre i dem. Det er på grund af, at hvis jeg rører ud her og glider på asfalten i en etlags, så flåser den bare op sammen med min hud.
Hvis du så har en to-lags, der er bare beskyttet med lagen under præcis. Jeg er to-lags. Jeg er med sige, en tre-lags. Jeg kunne også godt tænke mig en tre-lags.
Er du inde?
Det kan jeg se på den måde, der er to lag. Det kan være en million. Hvor bruger du den der også? Det er faktisk det, der er så er der fire mere.
Now we're going to do the card pick for finals. Grand finalists must come to the reception to make the card pick. Secondary finals will be driven with cards made from the card pick of the grand finalists. So only card pick by grand finalists. All grand finalist participants come to the reception.
now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a little intermission. Drivers are currently choosing their cards, but I do say there are multiple questions in the live chat that we're just going to pick up on. We're just going to have a look at the standings, right? Because essentially, what's about to happen? We're about to go into crunch time. We have a question saying, where can we see the points of all drivers? So if you search up on your browser, you search up the Danish Rental Kart Championship, will be sent over to a link tree. Well, you search up Danish Rental Karting Championship, or Drkc. You go to the website, and there's essentially 3 links from 2024, 2025, and there's a link tree 2026. And when you press that, you can get access to absolutely all the info you need. There's live timing, results, penalties, protests, time schedule as well. Track layouts, like there's all the information that you need in that. That's one thing, that's for sure. But we can just have a quick chat about the drivers, right? Because we essentially have the top 16. Essentially have the top 16. Bobby McGeer in first place, ahead of John Dilvaye, Ian Lepela, where Victor Sparholt in 5th, No Michael 6th, Tomek Benedovsky, Eliano DeVos, Dylan DeWolf, Markus Frölen, Valdemar Andersen, Max Obdenkamp, William Høgh Rasmussen, Ricardo Villager, Laurits Juhl, Charles Decline is the top 16. So they will be going into the grand finals, which is 4 races that will be racing, and that will be on alternating layouts. Now I'll be explaining that as well soon, because it is definitely an interesting format. But the thing is, there are more points in the finals up for grabs, and we're going to be battling for a championship here, and it's a championship that currently can go pretty much either way. It's incredibly close up at the front. Currently, after the semi-finals, it's Bobby McGeer in first place on 168 points, just 2 points ahead of John Dilvaye, and that's 4 points ahead of Lepeland for third, who shares third with Wera. The thing is, at the top of the standings at 168 points is Bobby. All the way down to 16th place is 141 points. So it's essentially 27 points that separate them, and there are so many more points up for grabs in the finals, which means that, right, so it's essentially triple points, which means that instead of, well, in the rounds, we had the opening rounds, you would get 20, 28, 26 points for a win. Well, 28, yeah, and in the semi-finals, it's double that, 56, and in the finals, it's triple that, right? So with a 27-point gap, 4 grand final races, it can go pretty much any way at this point. Anyone can probably win the championship within that top 16. As we mentioned, currently the drivers are choosing their cards. And yeah, getting ready to go racing. There's supposed to be a driver presentation as well, but we do have a little bit of a delay. So the driver presentation was supposed to be 20 minutes ago. The race was, well, we were supposed to be getting underway for qualifying in 1 minute, but of course we had a red flag earlier in the day because of a crash down at the chicane that threw a tire onto the track. And that means that we had a bit of a red flag earlier, which has just put a delay in the whole schedule. But we should be getting ready and underway very shortly. And once we get underway, there's just going to be action until the very, very end. We have 4 grand finals and a couple secondary finals in between that we also need to get done and get out of the way. But those grand finals, I mean, it's going to be the top 16 drivers battling it out for glory here. And, well, it's where stuff counts, you know. It's no longer just heat racing and playing around. Now it's for the championship, and as we saw last year, the top 16 drivers that made it into top 16 will be racing. They'll be racing incredibly closely. If you do have any questions, pop them down in the chat. When is the main final? So we're actually about to go underway for Grand Final 1. essentially, if you want to know when the Grand Final 4 is, because all of these Grand Finals, it's essentially a string of 4 races that are the finals with the same 16 drivers in all of them. So it's kind of an interesting format, actually, for sure. And, well, Grand Final 4, we'll find out who's the champion, essentially, right? Maybe even before that. Currently, it's looking very close. But let's say someone has 3 good, incredibly good races and their competitors don't. Someone could already pretty much run away with the championship in the 3rd race. Now, on the time schedule, that is supposed to be... Grand Final 3 is supposed to be 5:25 p.m. local time, or in 1.5 hours from now. But as I mentioned, we do have a little bit of a delay. Now, if you do have any questions, make sure to pop them down in the chat. We'll be right back with, well, a pre-race program, let's call it that. I'll run you through the drivers that look competitive. I'll run you through the format just before we get underway for the final. But stay tuned. Now is the time where you're supposed to go get a little bit of a drink, maybe get some snacks in, because, well, as soon as we go racing for Grand Final 1, there's going to be action. It's going to be absolutely crazy. So stay tuned, and yeah, we will be right back.
Drivers for Grand Finals, please go to the track in front of the pit exit for driver's presentation.
Welcome to the Danish countryside. It's time to go racing for the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. It's a bit cloudy out here. We're just about to get ready for the driver's presentation, and then we're getting racing for the grand finals. It's crunch time, ladies and gentlemen. All weekend has been leading up to this moment, essentially. A lot of the drivers arrived in on Thursday evening or Friday morning and then got ready to do the practice sessions all day long, just practicing, getting fast at this track. Then we had a day yesterday of, well, a lot of heats. We had 4 different rounds, 7 heats each, where the drivers had to score as many points as possible, and 1 round this morning. Then we had the semi-finals, and, well, now it's time for the big finals. We're about to have a driver's presentation out on track, just looking at the drivers that will be racing in this finale. We can see them lining up there. One of these guys will run away with the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. A lot of the same competitors as we had last year, and these guys consistently at the front throughout the weekend. To the very left, we see Bobby McGee there, and right next to him, John Del Valle. Ian Lepela lining up in 3rd place. These guys are all incredibly close in the championship. All 16 of them within 30 points of each other. The thing is, a win in one of these finals hands out over 80 points. So everything can be flipped upside down in 4 rounds of racing. And we see all of these drivers. Of course, they know each other. They've raced each other around Europe and a lot of different places. So it's not their first time racing against each other. That's one thing, that's for sure. Let's talk about Bobby on the left side of these drivers. Bobby McGee, absolutely dominant in the first rounds. In the first 5 rounds, he had 4 wins, and his drop result, which didn't count to the points, was a 2nd place. On top of that, he won his semi-final. I mean, is anyone going to be able to conquer him? If there is, it's maybe last year's champion who stood right next to him, John Del Valle. And we're looking at the very left side of your picture here. As I said, all these guys incredibly close. Honestly, one of these guys has a good day, is able to be at the very front, they're going to have a good chance. Now, they're lined up with their helmets on the ground for a couple pictures from their family and their friends. The showdown's about to happen. If you have any questions, pop them down in the live chat. Of course, we also have a lot of other drivers that have participated this weekend. We have 125 competitors throughout this who, about half of them drove through the rounds. The top 64 went on to the semi-finals, and essentially these are the few guys that remain for the grand finals. We also have some secondary finals that we're going to be running in between the grand finals, but these guys are the ones that are fighting for the overall championship. Now, there's a bit of sound on, and we have a little bit of an anthem playing now.
Som du dog kan sige det, Preben. Som du dog kan sige det.
Du har ikke set det billede der?
Det er fedt at stå i midten.
Men det er sjovt, at man skal lige stå her direkte.
Du har ikke set det billede af Nikolaj, Liane og Sebastian Miller?
Nå, og så står han lige. Den kan jeg da godt lige lægge op på de sociale.
Vi kan ikke høre jer.
That was the Danish national anthem as the top 16 get ready to go racing.
Kan vi lige tage en sjæl?
There we hear the boss of Vandel Gokartbanen saying that all drivers should get ready to go racing. We're about to go on the way for the first grand final of the day. So we get a shot of the pit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, here it is. Who is first at the moment? Scott asks in the live chat. Well, currently it is Bobby McGee, who's been, well, dominant to say the least. I mean, if you look at his results, if you take away his drop round, which he finished second in, he's only had first places. I mean, he's won every race apart from one, and there he finished in second place, but it's not by much. He's leading just 2 points with John Delvaye, who, well, in his drop round yesterday, well, he got a 30-second time penalty for crossing the line. If you look on the boxes right there, on the pit, not where the carts are parked, but next to it, where you see the tires with a little green light, of course, there are pit boxes, and of course, we're going to be having pit strategies in these races. We're starting out the Grand Final 1 on VG Classic layout, which is with the pit stop, which means they need to come into the pits, they need to park in that pit box, press the button over on the top of those tires, and as soon as the green light turns, well, it turns from red to green, which is 3 seconds after the button is pressed, they can then leave and go back onto the track. They need to do this just once in the race. It's an 11-lap sprint in the Grand Finals, and that's what we saw John Delvaye get caught out by in a round yesterday, because he got a 30-second time penalty. If you cross that line in the box, it's 30 seconds, and that's your race out of the window. You absolutely lose pretty much the whole race, and that's when he dropped down to 17th place. The thing is, in the 5 rounds we've done, there has been one drop round where the drivers can sort of cancel out the results, so that means he's only 2 points behind Bobby McGirt at the moment. It's incredibly close, though. It's going to be one hell of a final between all of these drivers, and I'm certain they're going to be fighting for it very hard. Drivers currently getting ready to go racing for the Grand Finals. We have a question in the live chat asking how many laps are the finals. So these finals are 11 laps of racing, and the secondary finals is going to be 13 laps of racing. Well, you can see the drivers getting ready there. In the very front of the frame in the black suit is Noah Weichel, and right behind them, right behind him is Wera. And you can see all of them in their speed suits, pretty much, to reduce that arrow, to reduce the arrow drag. yeah, this is essentially it. So it's 11 laps for the final. It's 1 pit stop where they have to come into the pits, serve their time and standing still to make sure they serve that properly. We see there in the green suit as well, our photographer walking around. He told me he's taken a couple hundred pictures each heat of the drivers to make sure, and you know, over a weekend like this, that adds up to just a lot of pictures taken. But of course, it's a perfect opportunity to get all those good pictures, right? Because you have so many drivers, and typically, especially in the grand finals, they're incredibly close. And these drivers also travel from all kinds of countries around Europe to come to a championship like this. Now, another thing we have to mention is that, well, a lot of these drivers also come here as a good way of warming up for the KWs, the Kart World Championship that's going to be at this track later in the year. So a lot of these drivers also use this championship as a way to warm up, as a way to learn the track, because you just get a better feeling, a better understanding of the track as a whole whenever you race it competitively instead of just doing practice on it. Whenever you actually race it against someone, there's pressure on, you have to be quick whenever it matters. You just get a better understanding of pretty much everything. Now we're rolling out of the pits, ladies and gentlemen. It's finally time to get underway with the grand finals of the Danish Rental Karting Championship. My name is Marcus Som, and I'm going to be guiding you through it as we see the drivers here just going out for a warm-up lap now to get the karts up to temperature once again. Of course, we've just had a lunch break. Drivers have had some food. I had some food as well. A couple of fries from the lounge area, which is quite lovely. We certainly don't mind that. And yeah, now the drivers, just after a short break, ready to go racing. Of course, we first have the hot lap qualifying that we need to get into, but the cars just need to be brought up to temperature once again very, very quickly, because they've been standing still now for, well, just about an hour. And we need them to get some temperature into those tires. You see them here wiggling, weaving. Also trying to just get a feeling of the conditions, right? Because, well, in between the last races we had, there did fall just a little bit of dusty rain, nothing crazy. Like, you could still be outside. It doesn't change much when you're outside. The thing is, it will change the track conditions just the slightest bit, you know. The track will be slightly different. You'll have to just adapt to it, and it'll be slightly different. And whoever adapts best to that will probably end up being towards the front of the field, because the conditions now on track essentially, as I said, they're just going to be more difficult than last time we drove. The track hasn't been driven on for an hour. It's a very humid weather outside. It's kind of cold. You can sort of feel there's a little bit of rain in the air. So here they come back into the pits for, well, the end of the warm-up lap. They're all just trying to get as much tire heat in their tires as possible. You can see them using the whole track. They're pretty much pointing the car completely sideways at a 90-degree angle, just trying to heat up those tires as much as possible to gain every little advantage as we get ready to drive for qualifying in a second, essentially. We have a question in chat from Scott James saying, is there quality in the finals? And yes, absolutely there is. It's part of it, but it's a very, very quick procedure. It's not a 15-minute quali or anything crazy like it. We essentially just go out for a hot lap, and then we line up the field. We get ready to go racing. But first here, everyone parked in, and they get set out with a couple seconds in between them. As we know, in qualifying here, intentionally slipstreaming each other or working together as teammates is legal, because it does give you a little bit of an advantage if you want to slipstream, but it's not allowed to intentionally do it. Unintentionally is another thing, because if you do have more pace, you manage to catch up to someone, you might even have to overtake. That's something completely different, but it's pretty clear whenever it's intentional and whenever it's unintentional, because it's such a short quality. There's only one lap. There's not much out to look. There's not much to look out for. As you see all the karts making their way down the drop out of the pit lane. The pit lane's kind of raised above the whole track, which also makes it pretty easy to actually view and watch the races, because you're sat on a little bit of a higher ground. We also have a pit building, which is essentially where this camera is placed. You can go up there where the camera is located, and you can see pretty much the whole track, which is very nice, especially if you're following someone, if you're a family member or a friend or a spectator or something. You can go up there and have a look, and you can pretty much see what's going on with the whole race. It's very difficult to see down at the back, but you can still see what's going on. The good thing about the corner at the very back of the track is that it's banked a bit, so you can actually see them going side by side anyways. So we get a lovely little pan shot of all the karts making their way around. You can see the gaps are pretty consistent between the drivers. That's because at this point, we are in the grand finals. This is the top 16 drivers. They're all going to be incredibly close because they're close to the limit. We're not going to have someone who's 2 seconds off, essentially, because, well, on raw pace. And that's simply because, well, they've been eliminated. Of the 125 drivers, we're down to the top 16 now. As here we get the first couple of lap times crossing the finish line. Big Spal for now. Novi Cloera brings it in, and you can see the times are already incredibly close. We're already within 1.5 tenths with the first 4 drivers crossing the line, but we're still missing the rest of the field. Look at the lap times, how incredibly close they are. As Optincam comes in with a 1.5 tenth advantage. That is massive when the gap is so incredibly close. You look at that, the 2 tenths currently from second place down to 12th place. That's like everything, as Ian Lepelard takes it, and John Denvalier takes it now. 3 tenths down to Ian Lepelard. Banadovsky slots in second place, just in between them. And we talked about quality being so incredibly close, and then Del Valle, who, well, earlier on took a new track record around here. Now he's put in a lap time that puts him at the very front of the field for the first qualifying of the grand finals. And in a race like this, where the field is so close, qualifying is all important, because the further down you qualify, the more difficult time you are going to have. Especially overtaking is not easy around here. And we did hear the drivers talk about this. When the track is kind of greasy, it's not been driven on for a little bit of time, it's better to be sort of towards the back of the backpack in qualifying. And that might be what happened with John Del Valle, because earlier on in qualifying for the semi-finals, he was pretty much at the front, and he ended up qualifying way off the track because, or way off the time, because the track was still kind of greasy when he had his run. But when 10 karts or so had passed over, the drivers at the back of the train were just running that bit quicker, because the track was just, you know, it was just taking the edge off and just about getting a little bit faster. Now we're lining up, ladies and gentlemen, we're lining up all the karts now. We're about to go racing in a second for, well, the whole weekend's been building up to this. See them all there waiting on when they're about to be called out, when they're supposed to go to the grid. And they make their way, basically cut the track. This is not the normal layout, but you just cut in there and you go to the grid, and then we do a very, very short formation lap. The red light is on. The whole grid parked there. We get a beautiful shot into turn 1. See the KWC flag there on the right side of your picture. Ever so slightly weaving in the wind. The wind is not that bad at the moment. It's not that crazy. But the temperatures are pretty cold, which is also why we've been seeing such good lap times here. You can see you cut it there to the right side just to shorten the formation lap to save some time. But when we go racing, we'll be just taking the 90-degree corner and going the other way. Someone just pushing the cone a little bit. Everyone trying to get some heat into their tires. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's crunch time. Grand Final 1 is about to get underway. John Del Valle, last year's champion, is going to be starting from pole position, and he's going to be looking behind, trying to keep that defensive line, currently hugging it to the inside line. And we go racing. It's green flag for the first Grand Final of the day. John keeps the lead. There's a bit of battling going on down at the back, and they need to be careful they don't push each other out, because there's a tire barrier there on the outside into turn 2 and down into the chicane, down onto the straight. This is where we had some problems earlier, some incidents. You can see they're very tight. There's just not a lot of space in that chicane, and there's a lot of go-karts that have to squeeze in on essentially what's a single file or one-line chicane. Now we go into the second sector of the track, the slightly more technical bit, but also where there can be some good side-by-side battles. A clean start for now, as just as I mentioned that, a couple cards going there over the grass, cutting the grass a bit, and not essentially optimal. Someone's jumped out of their cart there at the back. I have a little bit of a difficult time seeing who that is, but he's been pushed into it again, and that is just devastating on the first lap of a race. You just lose so much time, and essentially now he's not going to be catching that up. Anyways, John Delvaye keeps the lead on the first lap of the race, half a second gap already, which doesn't sound like much for the races, but when the races are this close, that is incredibly helpful and incredibly good. Let's see if he can put down the same incredible pace he did in the semi-final earlier today, when he came from the back of the field after making a mistake or not being there in qualifying. From the back of the field, he came to win the semi-final earlier on. If he can put down that same pace, there's going to be something there for this championship contenders to really try and fight for, because that was incredibly good and consistent. That's going to be difficult. The other drivers have to put up with that. Oh, we see Tomek there in second place in front of Ian Lepela, who also won a semi-final, of course. All these drivers throughout this weekend now have won multiple races, pretty much all of them. That's what you need to get into this, well, to get into this grand final. Of course, we have a lot of heats. We had 5 opening rounds leading up to this. And now the top 3 have kind of ran into their own train, pulled out a gap on Max Optenkamp in 4th place. Now those 2 seconds are pretty vital for the top 3 to keep a hold on that. You can see on the bottom left, this is the pit camera. We can see there, he just about parks in front of the line. That was a pretty close one. If your wheels cross over that line on the bottom left camera, that's when you get a 30-second time penalty, and that's just what you don't want to. So the question about the pit is, do you risk it? Do you full push it to try and get that final half a second? Or do you just take it a bit more easy? Here the race relatively settled for now. Now it's all about strategy, you know, the strategic advantages you can get from being in the top 3 at the moment and just pushing flat out. Try not to battle too much if you're the top 3, because that's just going to lose your time, and you want to minimize the time loss as much as possible. And we see 2 drivers coming into the pits. I believe one of them was the boss. The other one was it's Jules in 10th place, coming in and taking their pit stop. You can see they're trying to jump as well when they get out of those, when they finish that pit stop. And it's a really good little strategic addition we have here, because of course these carts in the middle of these heats don't need to come in for fuel or tires like we do in other racing series, but it adds just that extra bit of strategy, because if you're stuck behind someone, you're losing time, you can sort of use your pit stop to an advantage. You can pit in, maybe get on in clean air, go full push, and if you get those good lap times in, you can manage to make an undercut or an overcut potentially. So you just saw someone holding their hand up, which means you go into the pits, and you just want to let those guys behind know so that they don't get confused by that. You can see there he presses the button, waits for the light to turn green, and when it does, there you go. That's a 3-second time up, and he's able to go out. He's sorted it and gets out in clean air for now. There's an overtake down the inside of that corner right there, which is a pretty difficult one. It's sort of a double apex corner where you don't want to go too wide, because that will just lose you a bit of time if you spend too much time taking too much track. But he still managed to just squeeze himself down the inside of that corner there. We can see they're fully sending it into the pit lane. Just on the left-hand side of your picture, we just saw someone, I believe that's John Delvaye, who took his stop, correct, from what it looks like in here, coming out there in the pits. It was just, you saw him sending it in the pit lane, getting close to those tires. Where you don't want to send it is into the actual box itself, because as we said, it's just the end of the race if you end up overshooting that by just the slightest bit. The thing is, with these kind of races where we have these stops, it's just, you know, before the very end of the race, we don't potentially know exactly who is where. Of course, we can get a feeling of it. But there, that was Tomek and Ian Lepela at the front of the field now, yet to take their pit stop. And you can see now John Delvaye, he drops down the standings, essentially, 14 seconds behind the lead now. that's only provisionally. That's what we need to keep an eye out for. We need to keep an eye out for whether that gap increases, whether it decreases, and we need to keep an eye out for the lap times, and I'll be sure to update you on that. Let's see now, because John Del Valle is now in clean air. He's now running on his own. So is Tomek up at the front of the field, so we need to keep an eye out on those lap times. Last time around, Tomek did a 54.0. Ian Lepela did a 54.0 as well at the very front of the field. We'll see what John Del Valle is able to put in whenever he crosses the line, because of course his last lap time was halted. It was a 1:08.4, so essentially 14 seconds lost there. 14.4 seconds to be completely accurate, so maybe we can give a little bit of an idea of that. These drivers pushing as flat out as they can as we make our way around lap 7. Remember, these heats are only 11 laps long. They're incredibly short, and you need to make the best of what you can in a pretty short time. So John Del Valle now sets in a 53.5 on that last lap. He's making his strategy work. Tomek in the lead, 54.4. And Ian Lepela behind him, 54.6. So he's actually managed to close that gap quite a bit down. John Del Valle has played this brilliantly. If he can keep this pace up and actually manage to just make an undercut like that, he's basically played it perfectly, because he has a bit of a gap down to Max in 9th place. As we said, a pit stop here is about 14 seconds of time lost. And if we just keep an eye on that gap between the leader, John Del Valle last time just 13.1 seconds behind Tomek in the lead, as here we will get the answer to what's going to happen. Let's see, we have John Del Valle on the main screen, and we have Tomek making his way out of the pits. We don't really see here, but they will be going side by side, probably are very close to each other down the pit lane. We'll get an answer soon, but looking at the raw times, I believe John Del Valle should be out in front, and I think that's what we see down there at the back here, though, a giant field of cards in the mid-pack. Let's see, there we have the picture. John Del Valle just undercutting and getting way ahead of Tomek. Those are the guys running at the very front of your field, and you can see they were running together before the pit stops. So what's happened, John Del Valle has gone in for the pits. He's then put in some really good lap times, and he's just come out way ahead. And that's how you can use strategy to your advantage. The last guy of the top 3 initially we need to keep an eye out for is Ian Lepela. He's yet to take his stop. Once again, we just need to have a look at that gap. Bobby McGurn down in 2nd place, didn't really have the qualifying he was hoping for. Of course, he's had a really good time, and there we see someone in the pit lane maybe overshooting the pit box a little bit. We'll keep an eye out for that as well. We can see there the gap now between John Del Valle and Tomek is 2 seconds essentially, so he's getting loads of time on that. Now John Del Valle is just running out in the lead alone, and he's only has an 11.8 second gap up to Ian Lepela on the front, so he's absolutely managed to catch that. Ian Lepela, whenever he comes in for a stop, is gonna fall down to around the same place as Tomek does. So here we have Noah as well as Ian, I believe that's who we see in the red and black and white helmet. We have, that's Ian Lepela, Guerra, and Noah Weichel making their way in for their stop. And they will come out right around these guys. Ian coming out there in 2nd place just about, but he's got slightly more speed than Tomek Bernadovsky and manages to get out just ahead of him, but all these guys are incredibly close, as we talked about. Look, the whole field after 10 laps is separated by, well, just seconds. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. John Del Valle crosses the line to win the first grand final. Strategy executed perfectly, took his pit stop early on, felt he had the pace advantage, and takes the win over Ian Lepela in 2nd place, Tomek Bernadovsky 3rd place, Guerra in 4th, Noah Weichel 5th, Bobby McGurn 6th place. Technically his first not win on the standings. If you look at the points like this, well, John Del Valle is going to pull out at the very front of the field. Remember, the whole top 16 separated by essentially 30 points going into this first grand final, which might sound like a lot, but when you consider that these grand finals is triple points, you get 84 points for a race win, which means a 30-point gap is essentially nothing. Like, it can be turned completely upside down in these grand finals, and it already has. Well, John Del Valle takes the championship lead. Of course, a champion from last year, a full-time world champion, Kart World Championship, so someone who certainly knows what he's doing. And he takes a win in the first grand final by 3 seconds, which is a pretty staggering amount when we consider the drivers that are in this field. All these drivers have so much experience in rental karting. So many laps. They race pretty much every weekend, week in, week out, and practice in different ways. And a lot of these drivers as well have done this for a long time. Even some of the younger drivers in here have been karting since they were small kids, and now they make it here to a championship like this. And as we talked about later on in the year, we have the karting world champs at the same track. So a lot of these drivers as well, you know, it's attracted more drivers that want to compete in that world championship, want to gain every advantage that they can. And now we get ready. We swap over the drivers, not because there are different drivers in the grand finals, because in the 4 grand final races, it's the same 16 drivers. We're swapping over because we're going over to the secondary final, number 1. We have Scott James asking, so now who is in second place in the standings? We'll be getting an update shortly there. They are working on it already, on updating the standings as quickly as possible. And whenever we get the results in, I will tell you, but we know John Del Valle is in first place. I think second place now should be taken over by Ian Leppelar. Potentially Wera moves up to third. Depends a bit on how much. So Bobby McGurr was the championship leader before the first grand final, but he should be falling down a couple spots because it's so incredibly close. But we'll get the official standings to you whenever they update. I'll tell you more about it because they're updating. They're working on it as quickly as they can. But that is essentially what I'm guessing. Now it's time for the secondary final, number 1. And these guys, I mean, some of these guys in this secondary final, so incredibly close to making it to the grand finals. I bet some of them are gutted because they wanted to race for the actual main championship. But that's not to take away from the level of these secondary finals. The drivers in here also incredibly fast. They've also done well throughout this whole weekend, winning multiple races. Well, winning races, some of them certainly. That's one thing that's for sure. Because essentially in these 2 finals, right, it's the top 32 drivers of 125 total that we had in this weekend. Top 64 went through to the semi-finals, and the top 16 to the grand finals, the next 16 to these secondary finals. And some of these guys, for example, Van Vees, just missing out on the grand finals by the slightest margin, down in 17th place in the standings, and therefore he's driving in the secondary finals. That's the guy you see completely to the right of your picture right now in the bright neon yellow helmet. Drivers making their way onto the track as we take a look at the pit wall. Essentially the building you see, the black building with the fence on top, is where we have the tall camera angle where you can see pretty much the whole track. You also have the Danish flag, and well, grey skies remain out on track here. It's been like this pretty much all weekend, and it's kept the conditions and the temperatures pretty cool and pretty lovely. At least we're not, you know, at least the drivers aren't feeling too hot. The karts are quick because you sort of get these cold, the temperatures. The tires don't get overheated or anything like it. The karts don't get overheated. And the engines also run slightly better when the temperatures are lower and not extremely high. Here we go into the secondary final. Qualifying. You can see there's some drivers ducking down on the straights, just trying to get every single advantage that they possibly can. They all have a bit of a gap now, pushing flat out to the limit as fast as they can. And we have drivers in here as well now in the secondary final that were championship contenders last year, battling in the championship battle. But as we talked about, these margins, the margins are incredibly close in this championship. So anything that just went slightly wrong, perhaps in the first round, could put you out of the grand finals and into the secondary finals. That's what happened to some of these drivers. As I mentioned, some of these drivers were fighting for the championship last year in the grand finals, but now they're here in the secondary final. First couple drivers crossing the line. Let's have a look at the lap times. Remember, we're still on the classic layout, so there's still going to be a pit stop included in the actual race itself. We get the first couple of lap times. Currently, Ian Andersen holds provisional pole position as that gets beaten by Van Wees by 4/10 of a second, pretty much. But we still have the last couple of drivers to come in, as we talked about. Being at the back of this train might be just a slight bit better, because you have cars in front of you to clear out the track and just make it a slight bit better. That's a bigger problem whenever we've not had running for a long time, but now we've just had a heat before this, which means it probably should be not a problem. Currently the whole field within a second of each other, and that ends up being Van Wees on a podium position by 1.5 tenths, 3.5 tenths down to third place. And the second covers the whole field. All of these 16 drivers get ready to go racing. And stay tuned. There's not to say that this will be equally as crazy of a race. All these guys want the best positions possible. This race, though, is going to be 13 laps, which is 2 laps more than... It's going to be 2 laps more than the finals, but we also have less secondary final races, so they've just made the races 2 laps longer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We're about to get ready to go on the way for the first secondary final. The grid is almost formed up. We're about to get underway for first secondary final of the day. We have Roy Harmon saying enjoy the ride. When the wheel dip was qualified down in 12th place. Seen a couple people getting support in chat, and if you have any questions, make sure to pop them down below. We'll get them answered as we get closer to, well, the end of this event. This has been a whole weekend event, and this is where it all sort of counts. We're getting down to the finals, which is the end of it, as we approach 4:30 in the afternoon in local time in Denmark. The drivers there lined up on the grid under the red light and get ready to go racing in making their way onto the formation lap. Just cutting the track essentially and making it as short as possible, warming up the tires and getting ready to get underway. It's 13 laps of racing, 1 pit stop included in this. And we all need to make that at some point during the race. We've seen the races have a big amount of variety in terms of when people take their pit stop and how they end up turning out. Here it is Van Wees in pole position, looking behind him, flooring the throttle down into the first corner, opening up the inside slightly, but not enough for Van Helm to make a move. A bit of side-by-side down at the back of the field, and here we actually see the cone on the outside. If you knock that one over, it's going to be a bit of a penalty as two cars sort of go off the track, slightly touch the cone as well. But seems they're all right, nothing too crazy. They haven't lost a big amount of time, but there might be a penalty included in that later on in the race. We will figure that out very soon. Very clean at the front of the field, like we've seen most of the times in these races. It's mostly in the mid-pack and at the back where the chaos happens, where a lot of drivers go side by side. Van Wees under a bit of pressure there in the lead. Went slightly deep. Looked like there was a little jump of the card. He's absolutely fine. Forward now around the final corner to end the the first lap of the race. You can see there Van Wees in the lead, just ducking down, trying to reduce the aero drag that you get in these carts, because of course when you're driving these go-karts, I mean, half the weight of it is pretty much your body, so you can use your body in multiple ways to influence how the kart, well, not only the aerodynamical drag works, but also the way it handles in the corners, the way you use your body weight to sort of influence it. Well, you can help your body weight put weight to the outside tires or the inside tires, depending on what you prefer, but you could definitely influence multiple things with using your body, and that's why it's not just, it's a full body experience driving one of these go-karts, because, well, you're essentially half of the whole machine combined, right? Because you're, well, one half, the go-kart's the other half. The go-kart you can't really change much on, but you can use yourself to influence it, adapt it, and to drive better. End of the second lap. Van Wees keeps the lead, but it's incredibly close. It is one long snake train, essentially, of go-karts here for the battle. You can see there Van Helm and Ian Andersen taking a slightly defensive line in second and third place. So we have our first couple of pit stoppers. One of them, Carsten Sparhol, who his son actually races in the grand finals, which is pretty, it's a son-dad combination like this on a weekend, and they both race in these races. Trying to do as good as possible, and, well, having each other to rely on and talk to and help throughout a weekend like this. You can see there Van Wees just looking behind, down. He's pulled out a little bit of a gap, half a second, but we have seen how quickly that can change. So we have a couple of people diving into the pits now, but we have seen how quickly that can change, essentially. Half a second is nothing around here. Either momentum can swing, you can find a bit of drag, you can find a bit of a slipstream or something like it. You know, momentum can instantly swing and stuff can change incredibly quickly. Traffic can come in the way, you can take your pit stop slight bit wrong. Shout out to Scott James in chat asking, are all the finals back-to-back? And yes, they are essentially all back-to-back. We run them back-to-back. But the drivers, they get a break, of course, because it's different drivers in the grand finals and in the semi-finals. So while the secondary finals, well, not semi, the secondary finals are running, the grand finalists, they get a bit of a break, and the same the other way around. But they're all back-to-back. So right after this race finishes, we're essentially going back to grand final number 2. Which should be on the other layout. We should be changing the layout from this classic layout, which is called the VG Classic, to the VG Alternative, where we have the Joker Lap. So there might be just a couple minutes of a break between that, just so the marshals can go out on track and move the cones and move the tires around. So we'll have a little bit of a break there, but it's not going to be too long. It's only going to be a couple minutes, but essentially, other than that, we're running them back-to-back, yeah. And Wees not taking his pit stop yet, just chilling out in the front, nothing crazy. Just being consistent. you were asking how many grand finals are there. So there's 4 grand final races and 3 secondary final races. They're all going to be racking up points, right? Throughout the whole championship as a whole. But essentially, the grand finals, they just pay off more points. There's more races. I mean, you know, essentially, there's nothing in the rules saying that you couldn't have a champion in the secondary finals. The thing is, there are more grand finals, which means you can gather up more points, and that's also why we're very like the champion is going to be one of the top 16 in the grand finals, because there's 4 grand finals, 3 secondary finals. Van Wees there putting his hand up, saying, all right, I'm going into the pits from the lead of the race. He's diving in, and we'll see him come in on the bottom left-hand camera, parking it right there, pressing the button, waiting 3 seconds until the light turns green, and then he leaves it once again. Van Wees, the first guy to not make it into the grand final. Top 16 makes it into the grand final. Van Wees, 17th, just narrowly missing out. And he was a title contender in the grand finals last year for this. Unfortunately, narrowly missing out by just a couple points. Simply by, well, from what I can read, he essentially missed out in the grand finals by 1 point. Here we see him running alone currently. We need to keep an eye on the gap that Van Wees will have to the lead in the lap times. We figured out before that. Well, it's about 14-second time loss you get from taking a pit stop. We can take a look at the lap times here. Van Helm in the lead last time around, 54.4. And Denied in second place of 54.2. Boutin's a 53.8. So actually, he's sort of started trying to close that gap a little bit. It is over 2 seconds though, so he has to keep up those lap times. And let's see Van Wees when he crosses the line, what sort of pace he's got to be running. You see him there crossing the line, 12.7 second gap now. So he's absolutely closed it in. It seems like his strategy currently has been really good. He did a 53.7 as well. So did Ian Andersen down in 9th. Which means they're essentially closing in on the lead. Van der Nooijen of last lap, 54.4. And Van Helm in second place now, 54.8 in the last lap. So they're being caught up a lot. They're losing a lot of time. Van Wees down in 8th place, who has taken his stop, but is making up time and provisionally now has the lead. The net lead is his. He just has to wait it out, keep on running at this good pace without problems, wait for the other guys to make their pit stop. Then he'll be set eventually. Side by side into the chicane leading onto the straight. Essentially this chicane has been ruled as a single file chicane. Whoever's ahead into that chicane has the right to go ahead. Not to say the second guy needs to back off, but essentially it's been deemed a single file chicane. If an incident happens, you look at it the way that, alright, so whoever's ahead, if it's just by the slightest bit, he's the one that has the right to go to that corner first. That's because we've seen multiple times people going very tightly into that second chicane. It's a very tight one. It's the one we're looking at right after this corner. You can't see it, it's just out of frame. But it's essentially, yeah, there's essentially one good line through that corner. And there's a tire wall right on the outside. We've seen that happen. That's what happened earlier as well with the red flag. Was that someone, well, a bit too many people tried to go into that corner at once. They couldn't, so they just hit the tire barrier, flew onto the track. Everyone was okay. but we had to bring out our red flag to get that tire bearer off the racing line, and we had to restart the race, and that's what lost us a little bit of time, which essentially has given us, well, about a 15-minute delay. It's not been too bad, so we can still be, well, we're still somewhat on schedule, but you know, that happens in racing sometimes. You can't really account for that in the time plan because you don't know when it will happen. You don't know when they'll bring out a red flag. It's not like it's planned or anything. Anyways, here we are with the front of the race. Not the provisional front of the race. A couple guys coming into the pits now. We only have a couple laps remaining of this race, so it's essentially almost the end of the race. They have 2 more laps now, these guys, the people that haven't served their pit stop, but everyone in shot now has, because they're at the very back. Essentially, Van Vees has the net lead by, well, a couple of seconds. Ian Andersen is who we're looking for in second place. Might he even be able to sneak out a second place here? That is the question. It's about a 14 to a 14.5 second loss you get from the pit. He's currently 14.3 behind. He's been running very similar pace to the guys who are currently in the lead of the race. They've sped it up a bit. They're running 53.7s in front. Van Vees 53.7 as well. Ian Andersen in 7th at 53.9. And now Van den Noyen in the lead. Coming into the pits now. Just did a 53.6. So they've put in a bet for that second place, that's for sure. But I think Van Vees has a bit too much. You can see all the drivers down in the bottom left coming in to serve their pit stop. As we essentially, it's one of their last chances. And let's see where they come out front in comparison to Van Vees. He's right there. As we mentioned, he's 2 seconds ahead, and that's Ian Andersen just about getting in second place side by side through the chicane. And he claims it, as we talked about. It's that 14.5 second loss. Ian Andersen just about managed to squeeze through 3 drivers as they're side by side down at the far end of the track. And this is essentially for the top 5 spots they're fighting. Van Vees is gone in the front. He's got a couple of seconds gap, it looks like, and he just needs to bring this home now. Not long left to go as there's battling going on for 5th place, side by side, cutting a bit of the grass and touching the tire barrier on the inside. Not what you want to do. He puts his hand up in frustration. Wonders why he wasn't left any space. Anyways, rounding the final corner, the checkered flag is out. Van Vees wins the secondary final. Number 1, still 2 more to go. Of course, the championship is far from over. We still have multiple heats left. Now what's about to happen is we're going to just swap the layout up. We're going to swap it to the alternative layout where we're not doing a pit stop, but there is a Joker lap, which keeps it still very, very interesting. We're also going to switch the drivers over to the grand finals once again. We're going into grand final number 2. Well, John Delvey has the championship lead at the moment. Question is if he can keep that up. We saw how close qualifying was last time around. I'm certain it will be just as close, and we see they're not quite happy with each other because of the getting pushed out a little bit. But that's up to the stewards to decide. They have 12 track cameras that they can look at and see who they think is at fault. And now the drivers switching and swapping over. I just mixed those 2 words up into one. We're making up new words here as well. Well, they're swapping over to the grand finalists now. Here we see it's really good having those flags out on the track because we can actually see what the wind conditions are like, and it's not very windy. On the broadcast yesterday, those flags were basically flying away. It was incredibly windy out on this circuit, which also made it a bit more difficult. You had to be a bit more adaptable to be able to drive it. Anyways, we're switching up the layout. We'll be seeing the grand finalists back on track. Stay tuned. I will be right back. Qualifying for the second grand final is underway. We have the first couple of cars crossing the line now. Let's see how it ends up. Fuel, the smell of fuel and tires is in the air when you're outside. Drivers are coming over the line. Bobby McGurr taking the provisional pole, but getting beaten by John Delvalle and Tomic now out in front. Ian Lepla as well, the same contenders that we looked at earlier. And there, Victor Sparhol putting in a second place, just 10th off Tomic now, but it seems Tomic has managed to put in a really, really good lap. And there, Optenkamp just puts it in third, just at the very end. And the field incredibly close. The whole field within half a second. The smallest mistake from Wera put him down in last place, and we saw him running up at the front in the previous race. Now he's been put down to last place by just being half a second off the pace. And it's incredibly close. If you look at the times, I mean, it's incredible. From second place down, you know, the whole field's within 3.5 tenths. It's just Tomic that's 1.5 tenths ahead almost. Well, 0.12 of a second essentially. So the margins are incredibly tight. Anything can just gain you or lose you positions. That's why I believe we're in for a really, really good race as well. Now these guys raced in the first grand final, sort of got warmed up. The track is, well, it's pretty consistent at this point. We've not had any raindrops or anything like it, like we did before some of the semi-finals, where it was a little bit up and down, just a slight bit of a drizzle, but now it's completely dry, so the track is very consistent. The drivers know what to expect, they know what to do, which is why we get such an incredibly close qualifying as we've seen here. And it can literally change anything as we take a look down the grid of all these drivers, the top 16. The red lights go out, which means we go onto the formation lap. Of course, it's a rolling start, and it's a shortened formation lap, so we take a little bit of a turn here. Remember now, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the alternative layout. So essentially, the layout is different now than what it was last time the grand final is raced. This time around, they also get to take a joker lap, which gains them around 17 seconds of time. They have to use that once in the race, which is the opposite of doing a pit stop. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we saw in qualifying half a second separating the whole field. Now they're making their way around the final corner. It's Tomic Benedovsky that has control of the field. We heard in the driver's briefing, these drivers should not be pushing each other into the first corner. They need to be careful. But here we see Victor Sparhol in second place, trying to look at as when the green flag drops, and there it goes down into the first corner, into the hairpin. We can see the first couple of drivers going defensive there. A bit of battling going on down at the very back. As we head into the technical second sector, it's pretty clean as someone's gotten pushed out there by, I believe it was John Delvalle that pushed him out. But out of the front, it's very clean from Tomic and Victor. They've already sort of got a gap going there. And I think that's John Delvalle that has made his way up to third place from starting down in fifth. We have someone asking, is there still a pit stop? And no, there is not a pit stop in this race, but there is a joker lap. So instead of going into the pits and losing 14 seconds, we're taking a joker lap and gaining 17 seconds. It's essentially cutting out that whole technical second sector. It's right after turn one, you just go straight instead of taking the hairpin. Anyways, end of the first lap, we can see that Tomic ducking down, trying to reduce the drag a bit, but they already have just that 1 second gap. Now that can very easily be caught up, and especially by John Delvalle, who won the first grand final. We also saw Norvikel and I believe 1 or 2 more diving in to take their joker lap already. And you can see in the bottom left corner, we have a camera view. That is the exit of the joker lap. The thing is with the joker lap, you actually exit onto that back straight with a lot of speed. So that means you can actually come up behind someone, but you have that bit more momentum, and you can then carry that down to the chicane, trying to get a position. Now, the magical number for the gain on the joker lap is around 17 seconds. This is essentially the whole sector you're cutting out. And we saw there, just in the front of the camera shot before, the other drivers running. This is where you see everyone going off the track here and taking it straight, other people going onto their joker laps, and then you see them rejoining the track there in the bottom left, right into the racing lines of the other drivers. It is incredibly close, and now we sort of have the same situation. The field is currently kind of split in two, but as we get closer to the end of the race, That is going to change absolutely everything. It's 11 laps around here. And the thing is now, for Noah Vikl out in front, he's taking his Joker to get into clean air. He can just go flat out and push without no problems. For Tomek and Victor down in, well, down the field now that haven't taken their Joker, they're kind of saving that for a little bit later on. They still have the clean air, so they don't have any problems at the moment with traffic. They might as well save it a bit. Now, we need to keep an eye out for Victor takes a Joker. Well, he doesn't actually. That's Tomek that goes in to take the Joker. Maybe he wants to cover off the other guys and see. Let's see where he ends up. He's way ahead of them. Victor now, only guy from like the very front of the field that's missing his Joker, and he's essentially running alone now. So now he needs to consider if he feels like he's got a big pace advantage, he could just stay alone, because then there's no other cars to really deal with. He can go flat out. But he might come in to cover them off next time, and if that's the case, we'll just have a full-on battle on the track. We see there the standings now updating as Tomek crosses the line, and currently he's got almost a 4-second gap now to Banen, who's essentially he did really well earlier in the opening rounds and in the semi-finals. Didn't lose a race, well, on the point standings essentially, for the first grand final where he finished down at P6. Let's take a look at the lap times as well when they sort of settle out. Kind of missed who that was taking the Joker there. Was that Ware that potentially went through and took the Joker? Now these guys are the people that haven't yet taken the Joker, which includes Victor Sparhol, John Delvey, Ian Lepela, and essentially the second half of the field that you see out on the standings. Getting some lap times through here. Tomek Bernadovsky in the lead of the race, putting down a 51.7. Novik in second place at 52.2, so that's a 4 to 5/10 time loss he's had. Bottom of there at 52.9. Now we're getting the lap times though, the people who haven't taken their Joker yet, which is definitely something we need to keep an eye out for, because that's essentially the gap we're looking for. Victor Sparhol doing a 51.9. John Delvey 51.4. Basically matching the record we got with the track record we got from earlier on in the day. Ian Lepela as well, 51.5. So the people who haven't taken their Joker are lapping incredibly quickly. Tomek in the lead, as just to remind you, is a 51.7. So he's losing a couple of tenths every single lap at the moment. While the other guys, having not taken their Joker, are pushing absolutely flat out. They will have to come in for it at one point, but there's no reason for them to do it now, because whatever they're doing right now clearly works out pretty well. These are the guys we're looking at now in the middle of your shot that are lapping the quickest on the track at the moment. They and Lepela deciding to keep going. A 51.4 from John and a 51.5 from Ian Lepela. It was Optincam that we saw dive into the pits. Tomek though out in the lead, matching those lap times almost with a 51.6. So it's one of those three that's probably going to run away with a victory in this race, because they are playing the strategy good and they're both running at incredible pace. Victor Sparhol, who was essentially in second place earlier on, well, he's dropped down to an 18.2 second gap, and the magical number is 17 to 17.5 seconds gained on that shortcut. So he's fallen outside of that range, and he might end up losing positions once the other guys actually come in and take their Joker lap, which is something we'll have to look out for. There comes Victor Sparhol, who took it on that lap, so we get an update on the standings, and you see he's come out second behind Tomek. We're still waiting for John Delvey and Ian Lepela to come through and take theirs, and that's over 18 seconds, so they'll come out right around Victor. It seems Tomek as well, he's upped his game, he's driving some good lap times, and most importantly some very consistent lap times at the moment. Another 51.7 coming through for him. Let's see. It's Tomek and Victor you just saw drive through your shot there. And essentially it's a 2v2 at the moment. Tomek and Victor, well, in case they got a little bit closer, they should not battle each other at the moment, because they still have to worry about John Delvey and Ian Lepela further down, because they're going to be taking their Joker at one point. They're probably leaving it later on. Currently the 8th lap of the race. It's an 11-lap race, so they only have a couple laps to really come in and serve their, well, to go through the Joker lap and gain their amount of time, and that's when stuff's about to go down. Remember, it's triple points for these races. It's crunch time. This is where everything really matters for the championship, because there are so many points on the line. Essentially, for the 5 opening rounds, it was 28 points for a win. Now that's up to 84 points. After the first 5 rounds of racing, the points leader was 110 points. You're getting 84 points for a race win. It can change absolutely everything down. In front of the pack, Tomek and Big Spaldov up their pace, 51.6 and 51.4 out the front. John Delvey and Ian Lepala 51.5, so they're running very, very similar lap times, but John and Ian down, they're just over that 18-second barrier, so it's going to be incredibly close whenever they come in, and essentially going to be a one-lap shootout. And let's keep an eye out on that camera in the bottom left, because all of a sudden they may come out. This is Tomek and Victor, who have already taken their Joker, doing some good lap times, going flat out. We need to keep an eye out for the bottom 4 on the standings, who are yet to take their Joker lap. We saw that 3 of them, well, essentially running there. It's John Delvey. There he goes in for the Joker. Where will he come out? In comparison, we see at the bottom left camera there, he actually comes out a bit behind, does overtake with momentum for 3rd place. But it seems like Tomek and Victor have just gone out in the lead of the race. Got a little bit of a gap down, but it's not completely over yet. And this is it. This is when it all counts. It's the final lap of the race, final sector and final corner. But here they are rounding it, and that is Tomek Bernadovsky crossing the line to win the 2nd grand final in front of Victor Sparhol, with John Delvey taking this 3rd place in front of Ian Lepard. Well, good points for all of these guys. And we will have the standings to you momentarily whenever they get updated. That's for sure going to change some things. Now, if we look at our previous championship leader going into the grand final, there you go, 6th place in the 1st grand final, 10th place now, so he's going to be falling down those standings. In 2nd place going into the grand finals was John Delvey, and he's taken a 1st and a 3rd place, so he's still going to be late in the championship from my calculations at the moment. She will be happy with, but really good pace from Tomek and Victor in that race. Actually played the strategy really well. They took their Joker early on with confidence in their own pace, and that confidence was well placed because, well, they just used their pace to eke out in the lead, keep the lead, to make sure John Delvey and Ian, well, they came out behind them and they weren't able to battle them, and well, that's pretty good. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 2nd grand final. Now we're going to be swapping back to the secondary finals. We're going to be swapping back to the VG Classic layout for 3 races essentially. We're swapping back for the secondary final 2, for the grand final 3, and for the secondary final 3. And the final race, the grand final 4, will be driven on the VG alternative layout that we just drove on now. We can see someone on track there walking, just changing, just moving the tires around there, lifting it up. Let's see. Oh, it's not that heavy. He's rolling it anyways. He's rolling on the track. Now, shout out to the track marshals this weekend. They're doing a great job of keeping an eye on the racing, moving tires around and stuff like that, conducting this weekend properly like it's supposed to. And in general, just a shout out to track marshals around the world, doing a great job at making motorsports possible. Without marshals and people out on track who, well, put themselves at a certain amount of risk, motorsports and racing would not be possible without them. As there you go, that's the tires moved away. We'll now go back to racing on the other layout for the other secondary final. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. If you have any questions, pop them in the live chat and we will try to get them answered. Standings are, well, getting updated at the moment. I'm waiting for them and I'll run you through them as soon as we can. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for more good karting in a second. We'll be right back. and gentlemen, welcome back to the secondary final number 2. Qualifying is underway. Live chat asking if we are done, and no, we are absolutely not done. We're getting closer to the absolute peak of this championship. A whole weekend has been building up to this. We've raced 2 grand finals, which means we have 2 grand finals remaining. This is the secondary final, number 2 out of 3. So after this, we still have some heats to go, that's for sure. But for now, we're going to be watching this, the qualifying for the secondary final. Of course, some points up for grabs for these guys. Currently doing all the provisional pole. That can, of course, still change. Absolutely, stuff can change. A lot of these drivers, once again, you know, just about missing out on the grand final, some of them. Now they race again in the secondary final to try and get a couple more points, a couple more positions potentially in the championship standings. And, well, yeah, that's what we're about to witness now. Now we're back on the classic layout, which means we have a pit stop once again. No, we're not changing tires, not to soft tires, not to hard tires, and we're not fueling either. It's just a quick stop, 3 seconds into the pit, and then you go back out on the track again. It's a 13-lap race. So the driver's currently getting ready. Now, what are you thinking there whenever you're sat on the grid? You've just finished your qualifying lap. You're waiting to find out where you've qualified. Until you get pointed out. You can see them all looking around, looking towards the race director. Whenever he points his big yellow flag towards you, you go now. Oh, he can't get past. That's funny. This is the one part after qualifying, the final bit before stuff goes down. And as a racing driver, you're just sat there on the grid, waiting essentially. Just a bit in your own thoughts, you know. Not a lot going on, especially when you make it up here. Especially if you're out the front. Well, you're going to be sitting there for quite a while. Just waiting patiently to get underway. So we start the formation lap for secondary final 2. No, it's not a standing start. Although it would be pretty interesting to do a standing start in a rental kart race, because essentially these cars are not that quick off the line. You can sort of use your weight to influence how they start. Probably pretty good we're doing it as a rolling start. The driver's cutting that bit for the short formation lap, warming the tires. The thing is, these drivers haven't been in the go-karts for a while, so they need to be so quick at adapting to the conditions now, jumping straight in after not having driven for, well, essentially a couple of hours, right? And they're just going to have to jump into the karts, perform as good as they can pretty much instantly as we go racing for the secondary final number 2. It's Joe Luring in the lead, going down into turn 1, and a bit of side-by-side action down in the field. A little bit of contact with the barrier, perhaps. Nothing too crazy side-by-side here as well. Down into the chicane and onto the back straight. Getting cleanly through there without any problems, without touching any of the tires, which, well, it hasn't been like that all day. Let's say it like that. We had an incident earlier where a tire threw onto the track. But this time around it's clean. They're snaking their way through, well, the second sector of the track at this point. Making their way around the final corner, up against the grass banks there. On the other side of those grass banks, located a lot of solar cells. Essentially, this track is located in the middle of a massive solar park, and you'll be able to see that in the background, sort of when we head onto the back straight. If you look at the very top there are some slight white things. Those are solar panels. It's essentially inside of an industrial park, which is pretty good for a racetrack or a go-kart track like this, because you avoid having complaints about from people living nearby, because it's located, well, quite far out. That's one thing, to say the least. So they don't really have to worry about too much. There was one pit stop you just saw there. Still, everyone else still missing their pit stop. We've only had one pitting in, and he's essentially going to be completely alone on the part of the circuit where he is. You can see him running out there in the back now, completely clean air, no problems. And here is a big battle. That's 6 karts essentially tangling with each other, 2 by 2 by 2, down into the final corner, battling. And you can see how much time they've already lost doing that. The gap is just big. These guys want to salvage every single point they possibly can. A couple of drivers just diving into the pits and saying, no, it is not worth it to lose so much time battling at this part of the race. So they just dive into the pit. You see them in the bottom left, press the button, wait 3 seconds, and then you press throttle again, go out, try and get the car to move as fast as possible, jumping, just trying to get it to accelerate a little bit quicker. But out the front of the pack, pretty settled, just chilling out there. Matthias Volkmann right behind him. Harold Stilling in third, just 8/10 off the lead of the race. More drivers diving into the pits there. This is what we, well, on this layout, it's called turn 2. Just before you head out to that back straight. And we talked about earlier with a couple of the drivers about the slipstream and the effects of being behind someone. It makes sense to be out alone if you feel like you can make that difference. Maybe to take a pit stop early if you feel like you're getting held up and it's more difficult to get past. You can take that pit stop early on, get out into clean air, run alone, and just get into your own flow. The only thing is, if you're running on alone for too long in the race, you won't really have the effects of that slipstream of sort of getting dragged along. The only way that will work, though, is if you find a partner out there on track who matches your pace, has around the same pace that you can sort of work with. Maybe push it down the straight, help each other out. I mean, get dragged down the straight, that is. And yeah, if you find someone to work with like that that has a good amount of pace, that's definitely one of the good strategies. If you feel like you're getting held up, like a couple of these drivers have, take that pit stop early. A lot of these drivers have left it pretty late on. Drivers out in the lead. Joe, Matthias and Harold still waiting around, as well as a couple others. That's also for the provisional lead. You know, all of these drivers that have taken their pit stop now, essentially they're not really in the contention. The magical number is about 14 seconds lost when taking a pit stop. The first runner to have taken their stop now is 17 seconds behind, so it's looking very likely for Luring. If he keeps up the pace out in the lead now, which he does, he's just putting 53.9. Matthias in P2, 54.0. Harold in P3, 53.8. Some of the fastest lap times out there at the moment in the top 5. The rest of the field running 54 lows, 54 2s, 54 3s, stuff like that. So just a little bit off the pace, but it's not much. The thing is, over a race like this, when the track is relatively cold or short, it's not really, it's not a 5-minute lap time or whatever. And, you know, it's just 50 seconds. You know, over 13 laps. If you're losing half a second a lap, that will easily add up to multiple seconds. It's really about the consistency, trying to get your laps to be as similar as possible. Let us still zoom in on turn 3 of the curb there. Just in the lead. You can clearly see him by that neon yellow suit. It's pretty easy to spot out there on track, which is good for spectators and also good for the broadcast, because you pretty much always know where he is. Just a giant yellow flag lapping the circuit. You pretty much see him at all times, which is pretty practical. would be incredibly practical if all the drivers just had, well, incredibly colorful suits. Maybe if all the drivers could switch over to neon suits of different colors, it would be very easy to spot even what the drivers are when they're at the faraway part of the circuit, because of course we're sort of sat on the one side of the circuit. When they sort of get down to the end of that straight, to the back of it, it can be a little bit difficult to see at times, but it's a lot easier when they get closer to us. When you see that yellow suit, you pretty much see that everywhere on the track. It's lap 7 of the race, so about halfway, just over halfway. Now, we cross the halfway point of the secondary final, number 2. Of course, after this, we're going racing for another grand final. The 3rd out of 4. Should be incredibly close. Now, I just want to give a quick shout out to all the people working at the track this weekend. There are a lot of hard workers. There's a lot of hours being put into this from, well, everyone from the race stewards to the organizers to people working over in the food lounge, to the people being out on track. Also to the people behind the broadcast, everyone working very hardly to make this happen, and a quick shout out to all of them. So we have a lot of focus on the drivers and what's going on in all of this. And we also have some standings of the overall championship, which we should run through. Let's see if Luring just comes into the pits. Not yet. So essentially, Joey Luring should still be in the lead of the race after they do their pit stop, looking at what the lap times and what the gaps are. There's not really a lot of battle going on. Let's go over the overall standings very quickly in the overall championship for the grand finals, because after this we'll be going racing grand final number 3. Currently it's John Delvey leading the championship with 322 points. Behind him in second place it's Tomek Bernadowski, 310 points. Go down through the whole championship order. It's Ian Lepela 3rd, Victor Spal 4th, Bob McGurr 5th. It's fallen a bit down after dominating the opening rounds. Noah Michael 6th, Guerrero 7th, Exupton Camp 8th, Dylan DeWolf 9th, and Eliano DeVos in 10th place. So that's your top 10 going in to the grand finals. Well, the grand final number 3. And he's pulled out a bit of a gap, John Delvey, on the very front, just by being consistent and being at the front of the field all the time. Of course, in the first final he took home a 1st place. In the second final he took home a 3rd place. So just being at the front has gained him a decent championship advantage. The thing is, everything can change. I mean, half of the points that John Delvey has racked up has been in the 2 finals. The points are just so much more worth in those finals. Of course, there's triple points compared to the normal races, which is why everything can still change in the last 2 finals, the last 2 grand finals that we will be having after this. Make our way onto the 11th lap of the race. We see Matthias Volkmann coming into the pits. Joey Luring should be coming in very, very soon as well. It's a 13-lap race, so he's only got a couple more times by to make his way down into the pits. And here we see them coming out of the pits, actually, on the bottom left. You saw actually there at the very back of the train into the pits. A lot of cars in at the same time. There's only space for 3 carts in the pit. So the thing is, if you're 4 carts into the pits, the guy at the very back will have to wait and essentially serve 2 stops, right? He'll have to wait 6 seconds instead of just 3. And there was one race, I believe it was earlier today in the morning, where we had 7 or so cars making their way into the pits at the same time. And that's something you also want to try and avoid, because that's going to lose your time, especially if you're on the back of that train. Now let's see if Luring, coming into the pits now from the lead of the race, he should be keeping that one pretty easily at the very front. Let's see. There you can see on the bottom left the bright neon green yellow suit, and he makes his way back onto the track there, goes around the cone, and just about manages to get out in the lead in front of Matthias Molkmann. And there they go down the back straight. It seems pretty certain. We're on the final lap now. There's a bit of battling going on. Bit of argy-bargying, of course. These are the points. Battles, this is where the points count. So a lot of these drivers want as many points as possible to get as far up the standings as they can. It's one of their finals attempts to see where they are. And there they are, 3 wide in the very background. In the second sector, still keeping it 3 wide at the very top of your shot. And that is some incredible battling. Anyways, rounding the final corner now is Joey Luring in the bright neon suit there. The checkered flag is out and he takes home the victory. Puts his hands out and says, "Oh, would you look at that?" That's max points for him in this secondary final too. Pace was there for him. Took the pit stop on the very final lap and manages to get a victory. Comes into the pits and he looks very happy. He looks very satisfied with that victory in the secondary final by just 3/10 as well. Now we're going to be swapping over to the grand finals. The top 16 drivers once again get back in the car. And this time around we're not changing layout. This is the layout we're racing again for, well, 2 more heats. We're racing this for the grand final number 3. Then we're racing it for the secondary final 3, which will be the last secondary final. And then we have the grand final number 4. Well, the one where everything might be decided. Well, might be. I'm saying might be because in case John Delvey now in the grand final 3 gets an amazing result, while his title contenders in 2nd and 3rd place, Tomek Bernadowski, Ian Lepela, Victor Spa, Bobby McGurr, Noah Weichel, those guys, if they don't get a good result in, maybe there's a chance that John Delvey can, you know, put himself in a really, really good position for the final, for the grand final number 4. It's essentially these 2 races that it will all come down to, but things are still very, very uncertain now. All the drivers are swapping in and getting ready. It's crunch time, ladies and gentlemen. Your championship leader stepping into his car on the very right of his shot. You just about see his colorful helmet there. Stay tuned. We will be right back for the finale. Qualifying for the third grand final is underway. The drivers are making their way around the track, and well, they're almost done. We're going to have our first lap times in a second. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. These last two races count. And while all races count towards the point standings, these last two is what will decide everything. The whole weekend of racing has been building up to this as we have the first couple of drivers crossing the line. Look at how close the times are. All drivers within a tenth of a second already. That is absolutely incredible. John Delvaux then comes in, well, a half a second gap, 4.5 tenths. But pretty much everyone who's put in their lap time until now, just showing his pace. Is anyone going to be able to challenge that pole position? Or is he just taking Ian Lepelard into second place? We're into third. Nadovsky into fifth, Novaiko fourth. All of these people are the people who are battling for the championship, but they've been absolutely outdone by John Delvaux, who's 2.5 tenths in front of second place. We saw in the last qualifying in Grand Final 2, the whole field was covered by half a second. But John Delvaux has just managed to find that extra bit of time to put the whole field behind him. Second place to 13th is covered by under half a second, but he's managed to find 2.5 tenths on that qualifying lap. Absolutely putting it into pole position by a big margin. And let's see if he's able to carry that pace through to the race. This is essentially where the championship is happening, ladies and gentlemen. John Delvaux currently leading it, of course. Bernadovsky second place in the championship, down in fifth of this qualifying. Ian Lepelard third place in the championship, puts it right behind John Delvaux. So he's going to want to try and make a position on John Delvaux throughout this race at one point if he has the pace for it, because that's the guy he needs to be outscoring in terms of championship points. And as well, Victor Sparholt fourth in the championship, qualifying down in 8th place. Bobby McGurr fifth in the championship, qualifying all the way down in 14th. So while Bobby McGurr has been showing incredible pace and, well, incredible races in the rounds, the 5 opening rounds, I mean, after the 5 opening rounds with the 1 drop round, he had a max score. He had won 4 races, and in his drop round, he finished second place. So going into the semi-finals, he had max points. He was leading the championship. He's just not been able to live up to that championship potential in these grand finals. But the pressure is also high right here. This is where it's all going down. John Delvaux just taking that pole position. You see him there with his collar helmet in front of Ian Lepelard, cutting the track to take the short circuit. The third grand final of the day, number 3 out of 4. And we get ready to go racing. The tension is high. It's once again time to get underway. It's crunch time for these guys. This is where it all counts. This is for the championship, ladies and gentlemen. All the cards lining up in one long line. It's John who controls the field, the championship leader and last year's champion. Whenever he presses that throttle, it's underway. And so he does there. Looks right behind him, sees Ian right behind him. Opens up turn 1 just to get a slightly better run through, but it's one long train of carts going defensive into turn 2 though, however, making sure that no one's gets through side by side down to the back of the field as we go into the chicane. This is where we've seen stuff go wrong, and they just about squeeze through without no problems. They go down to the back straight in one long snake of carts, and now they tend to settle down a little bit. You get into the sort of race, you think about your strategy, you have to make the one pit stop at one point or another, come down onto the pit road, press the button, and then you can move on. The final race, the race 4, will be on the alternative layout, but this is on the classic layout where we have the pit stop, come into the pit, serve that. But we get to the end of the first lap of the race, down the final corner. Not much has changed up at the front. John Delvaux still leads, crosses the line first, takes the first lap time in front of Ian Lepelard, where Novaiko, Tomek Bernadovsky, running down in 6th place. And here's a move down the inside there for 3rd place. I believe that was Novaiko making his way. As we see, that's where DeVos in the pit lane. They take their stop early, get out in clean air and try to make the best of it while they can. Look at this, one long train of carts, and it's going to be like this for a long time. There was just a little bit of a look down the inside. What's that actually? Right, 1 second. Let's get an update on who it was we had in the pits just when they crossed the line. So we see them running down at the very back. Because I believe Wera might have been stayed out on track, and yeah, there he is behind Noah Weichel, who's in 3rd place, Lepperland 2nd, and John Delvey is just still in the lead of the race. There's a couple of drivers there diving to the pits. I believe that was Vanadovsky 2nd in the championship as well. And you can see 3 drivers in the box there, and that's an overshoot as well. For, I believe that was Lauid Schul. It looked like he just put his tyres a bit over that box, and that's going to be a 30-second time penalty in case he did. It looked a bit like it, but we'll need to get a confirmation on that a little bit later on after the stewards have just had a quick look at it. These are the guys that are yet to make their pit stop, snaking their way through the middle sector, going into the final couple of corners on the track. And still very still standing. At this point, it's the strategy that matters. It's the minimizing time loss that counts to the people who've already been in the pits. You can see everyone from 12th and down who has the 15-second or so gap. Those are the people that have taken their pit stop. So from Tomic and down, and they're essentially running together now. They need to work together as well to try and lose as little time as possible to increase their chances of coming out ahead. That's exactly what they are doing. Of course, in the drivers' briefing earlier, the drivers were warned on the race starts to not push each other, to leave a little bit of a gap, because we had a couple incidents earlier on in the day where someone got spun around because they were essentially being pushed. So now the race starts, the last guy who's in contact with the train, for example, you could be pushed from 3 carts back and not notice, but the last guy who's pushing is essentially the one that gets the penalty, which means everyone now has sort of just gotten used to leaving that little bit of a gap when the race starts, and it's kept them clean since. There's not been any spins or anything like it in turn 1 until now. Here's the lead, still very, very close in the top 4 there, but they have to worry about the other guys that pitted in. On this one, it's 14 seconds, the pit stop. Currently, the first guy to not have to have taken his pit stop is Tomic Bernadowski, who's 15.8 seconds behind, so he should be coming out at the very back of this train. These guys only really have to worry about each other, as there goes John Delvey into the pits from the lead of the race. Ian Lepperland, Noah Weichel, Wera all stay out on the track, so now they have to try and lap as quickly as possible without being pulled along by John Delvey. He's gonna just be running on his own as he exits the pit there, right in front of the camera frame. And this is where the strategic element gets into play. We see our top 3 drivers now out on the track. Still missing their pit stop though. This is Lepperland, Weichel and Wera, all championship contenders as well. Wera currently 7th in the championship. Noah Weichel 6th in the championship, and Ian Lepperland 3rd in the championship. Tomic Bernadowski, though, just outside of where he probably wants to be, 2nd in the championship, down at 11th at the moment, and not looking to come out, well, in the lead of the race. As here goes Lepperland, Noah Weichel into the pits. They come out. Where did they come out? Let's see if we can get a camera shot of that. They come out there, just behind John Delvey, and he's just managed to pull a little bit of a gap there. Just on that 1 to 2 laps, John Delvey has just managed to pull that gap out, and his strategy has worked out wonders, because now he's just got a little bit more breathing room. He doesn't have to look as much behind him as he had to before when he had them right up his exhaust, but now there's no problem with it. He's got a little bit of breathing room. He can just focus ahead on going flat out, while Lepperland and Noah Weichel right behind him. Of course, he just has to focus on outscoring them, and if you're winning the race, you're outscoring everyone, and that's not going to be a problem then. He's just absolutely going to be flying. Now, Wera currently inherits the lead of the race, still missing the pit stop in our 4th place in the championship. Victor Sparhal now up to 2nd place with a 1.3 second gap. And here we look at the gaps down. John Delvey 12.9 seconds behind, so he's currently 1.1 seconds under the delta, so 1.1 seconds in the provisional lead as well from Wera. Wera would currently probably come out behind Noah Weichel, where he was just before the pit stops as well. John out in the lead, just controlling the race. Going down the back straight once again. That gap is actually just increasing by the slightest bit. John in, well, provisional lead to the train he has behind him. He now has, well, around 7.5 tenths of a second. The lap times done by Wera in the lead last lap was a 54.0. Sparhal as well did a 54.0. John Delvey, well, in 6th place, 58 or 53.8. Same for Ian Lepela, 53.8. So just a little bit of a pace advantage on that last lap, which is going to make the difference here, though. Looking how they're all pretty much running in one long train, at least the people he might be battling. You can see there, 4-time world champion ducking down, pushing flat out, pulling out just that slight bit of a gap, actually. He's pretty much flying. Of course, took a track record earlier today by just pushing absolutely flat out when just after the front tires were changed on the go-karts. And that was when he was on his way to, well, from second to last place in semi-final, from 17th place to a victory in a short heat, which was just absolutely incredible, and he took a track record on the way to that. And well, he's showing that same pace now here as we go side by side down there in the middle sector. Here we go. Last couple of drivers now coming in for the stop, including Wera, Peter Sparhold. Where are they going to rejoin out on track? They rejoin side by side right there, just behind the top three, having to merge into a group of people down there on the back straight. And that is incredibly close. Look at that, the whole field essentially, the top 8 or so, apart from John Delvey, is just out in the front. He has a bit more breathing room. So does Ian Lepela and Noah Weichel, your top 3. But behind Wera now, he just came out in front of that whole pack of 6 karts that are right behind him. And it's essentially now or never they have to make a move if they want more points, because we're rounding the final corner. And would you look at that, John Delvey claims the victory right here, puts himself on course to win the championship for the 2nd year in a row. Well, he's done really well. It's not certain though, there's still one more grand final remaining. Ian Lepela finishing in 2nd place, Noah Weichel in 3rd. But before this race, Tomasz Bernadowski was in 2nd place in the championship. He finishes in 5th. That's going to be perhaps a bit expensive for him. But all of these drivers that finish behind John Delvey, they're also his closest competitors in the championship. Victor Sparhal was 4th, now he's finishing in 7th, so that's going to be expensive compared to John Delvey, who's just taken home another victory. That's his 2nd grand final victory. Of course, round final 2, he finished in 3rd place. We will have our championship standings updated very shortly, and we'll be able to see where he has to finish as a minimum to take home the championship, because at this point it's not a question whether or not he has to win or not. It's probably if he has to finish top 5 to even get the championship in this final race, which is interesting, because is he gonna play it safe, or is he gonna go full flat out, try and win the race? Of course, expected to try and win the race. There's no better way to seal a championship than win the race. But just before that, we have the secondary final, number 3, which is also going to be driven on the classic layout. There's going to be one pit stop, and then for the grand final, number 4, the championship deciding race, well, we're going to be on the alternative layout with the joke laps. Getting ready for secondary final. Actually right there to the left of your shot, the number 59 go-kart. It's Nikolai Masengo drives for Vandel Gokartbanen. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to him. And happy birthday to one of the track workers called Smiller. There was some cake earlier in the lounge for the two of them, and a little birthday song I believe we got in Spanish, including the championship leader John Del a good fine performance for the people who spends their birthday racing here at the track. Nikolai with the very colourful green and orange helmet right there. He might want to round off his birthday by taking a victory. That would be a good way. I'm sure he would want to be in the grand final, but unfortunately just missed out. Now racing in the secondary final, number 3. And then after that it's into the final grand final. Final race of the day after that, essentially. Still some good racing left to go. Now a bunch of Spanish fans in the chat cheering on for our championship leader John. Of course, still one more race remain in the grand final, so it's not absolutely certain yet that he's going to run with it, but he's definitely put himself in a good position after taking another victory in the grand final, number 3. I want to give a quick shout out to some of the other motorsports going on around the world, because it is a packed motorsport weekend. There was the IMSA Endurance Championship in Detroit last night. There is the GT World Challenge going on Monza now. GB3, GB4 Championships racing on Spa this weekend. And a shout out to all the marshals, all the crews around the motorsports world making these kinds of things possible. What we're looking at right now on your broadcast is where all that starts in go-karting. This is where people start their motorsports journey, typically make their way through the ranks, and have some very good drivers in here that have driven this for a long time and made their way to, evolved into becoming very, very good drivers. And yeah, well, just a shout out to everyone in the motorsports community for pulling through, and especially the volunteers around the world who spend the most precious thing they have, which is their time, to make things like this possible. Also the people around the track today in Vandel Gokart. Anyways, the final secondary final about to get underway. One-shot qualifying. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, make sure to pop them in the live chat over on the YouTube live stream, and we'll get them answered. We'll talk about anything we want, essentially. And well, if there's a question I don't know the answer to, I'll make sure to try and fetch it. All right, because we do go into the grand finale, number 4, championship standings. I'll update you on those. Essentially, when they come through, they get updated right now on the sheets. Through in a second, but now let's watch qualifying. The secondary final, number 3. Now remember, the secondary finals, all the drivers that didn't manage to progress through to the grand finals. it doesn't necessarily mean that, well, all these drivers are worse or anything. They're still incredibly high level. For some of these drivers, they were in the championship fight last year, but have just not had their greatest day, or been a bit unlucky, had some bad races in between. And when the championship margins are as close as they've been this weekend, all of those things can just about demote you down to the secondary finals without it being, well, necessarily in some situations any fault of your own. It's just to say that the people that are racing in these secondary finals are still very skilled, very good drivers, and very, very quick. As it's Escaras and Nicolai Masengo currently at the front of the field. Both drivers for Vandel Gokartbanen, which is the track that we actually race at now. Nicolai Masengo, though, with a massive margin at the moment. 3/10 that has closed down to. Masengo's put down a 53.8, a 54.1 for Elias Tellier, who's taken second place. And let's see if Nicolai Masengo is able to keep the pole position. He is. And on his birthday, he takes a pole position in his final race of the day. Can he manage to get that through and turn that in to a race win in the penultimate race of the championship? The penultimate race of the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026 is about to get underway. And there, they're all being pointed out, going towards the grid, getting ready to go racing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the field is lined up pretty much for the penultimate race, the second to last race of the day. The drivers just looking around who's around them after qualifying, who are they going to have to worry about, because of course these drivers have raced against each other multiple times, well, all around Europe essentially. Well, it's not just here this weekend, but also in previous races in different championships. So all these drivers, they know each other well, and they know each other's characteristics, how they race and stuff like that. Aggressive weaving on the formation lap. Essentially just trying to generate any little advantage that they can as we do get ready to go racing. The shortened formation lap, turning to the right. And remember to look out for these small gaps that we had. Of course, early in the driver's briefing, as we mentioned, there was a little talk about drivers not pushing each other into the first corner, because you could risk a penalty if you were pushing anyone. And it's the last driver in the train of pushing, which has kind of meant all the drivers just leave a little bit of a space between each other going into the first corner. So let's look out for that. It's Nicolai Masengo in pole position. He takes the green flag, looks right behind him, goes into the first corner. Pretty single file at the front of the field. A little bit of battling going on down at the back, but it looks like a clean start through the first corner. Into turn 2 we go, down into the single file chicane, and then onto the back straight. The reason it's called the single file chicane is because, well, there's pretty much only one line through it. It's not because it's not allowed to go side by side, but if you go side by side, the stewards, well, if you go side by side and an incident happens, the stewards looks at it in the way that it's whoever who had the nose in front going into the corner that's allowed to have the corner. There's nothing, it's pretty black and white on the paper. Now we come to the end of the first lap. No incidents, a pretty nice and clean lap, to be completely honest, and Nicolai Masengo in the lead will be pretty happy with that. Of course, the drivers still have to make their way onto pit road once in this race. Masengo doesn't do that because he's got clean air ahead of him now anyways. He's not getting held up by anyone just yet. Of course, that might change. Depends whether Elias Tellier or Escaras, though, P2 and 3 has something to say about us. There's 3 drivers into the pits already. Probably felt that they were getting held up, so they just made their way into the pits early on, and now they will be lapping together out on track. they'll have to try and work together. There's no reason for the three of them to try and battle each other. The good thing is we have the little pit lane webcam down in the bottom left corner, and that allows us to keep an eye out on, well, whoever's coming into the pits. Funnily enough, actually, if you look on that little camera in the bottom left, you see the white tent in the background. That's where race control, that's where the commentary booth is sat, and behind that there's another extension of that house, which is where race director, essentially, Thomas is sat. And we're all in that little bit of a tent there, which means we can also just look right out onto the pit lane, which is pretty practical. So I can just look out and see if anyone's overshot the box a bit there. But here we are. Nikolai Masengo has got a little bit of a gap there. It looks like a little bit of battling going on for second place, which means Nikolai Masengo might be able to just pull out a little bit of a gap, and he's absolutely going to love that. I don't think he'd mind to end off a day, well, his birthday, with a race win. But of course, there's still a lot of the race left to go. It's 13 laps around this track in these secondary finals. Last lap for Masengo, 53.9. Last lap for Elias Tellier, 54.3. Last lap for Escarsta, 54.2. So he has just pulled that out just a little bit there. Even more on that lap, 53.9 again for Masengo, 54.4 and 54.2 for Tellier and Hovis now, second and third. Essentially a 1.1 second gap is not anything you can really complain about. Plus, Elias Tellier was only qualified in second place, and he was also right behind Masengo on the race start, but he's just fallen a bit behind after being, trying to defend essentially that position, and that just creates gaps so quickly. We see it in racing in general. Battling costs something. Trying to overtake costs something. It costs time because you're compromising your line into a corner. You're not taking the optimal racing line. You're essentially just going way slower. And, well, the more you battle, the more time you end up losing. However, that's a big benefit to Masengo now. He's kind of just pulled ahead. However, the train behind him is filled with 6 carts running nose to tail. That's a difficult situation, especially if you're wanting to go defensive or if you're wanting to make a move. Thing is, if you end up off the track being pushed out or something like it, you don't just lose one position in a train like that. You could easily end up losing multiple because you also lose momentum from that. Which happens. Now, while these races are all going on, of course, the race stewards are looking at incidents, and there's a spinner, there's a double crash, 5 carts involved in a crash there in the middle sector. So one of them just slightly hitting the tire barriers. And, well, what I was about to say is throughout these races, the stewards will be looking at incidents. That is one thing they will be looking at because that was not at all clean. 5 carts involved in essentially a crash. A little bit of a contact threw 2 carts into a spin that were right on the racing line. The carts behind there were way too close to be able to instantly react, which meant they also had a bit of contact with them. And I'm sure the stewards will be looking into that, and that's a bit of an overshot in the pit lane. If you look at the bottom left, not happy with that. We'll have a look at who that was, because that is going to be a 30-second time penalty. That is going to be the race completely out of the window, because 30 seconds time lost in a race like this is essentially going to throw you down to the very back of the field, and a lot of emotions included in this. Of course, these drivers, this is their final race of this championship. We only have one grand final remaining after this, and that's the top 16 that will be racing. And here we are. Look at this battle as well, going into the final corner, sending it down the inside, and now trying to just get in front. Maybe felt like he had a slight pace advantage or something like it. And these are the drivers that haven't dived into the pits. 2 of them coming in to pit road now. But the thing is, these guys should maybe try to not battle too much, because if they do lose too much time, they're going to be losing potentially more positions than they can just see. Perhaps we should call them invisible positions to the people that have taken their pit stop, because they can't see them losing time and losing positions to all the people who are running in this different group. Of course, with this strategy element, we typically split up the field into 2 groups, which we also see right now. There are the people that have and the people that haven't taken the pit stop. And, well, you're battling everyone. While you only see the drivers that you're around, you're battling all of the other ones as well. just a little bit later on. And here Masengo still remaining in the race lead. Just controlling the race, lapping on his own. 53.8 on that last lap, so he's lapping with a really good consistency there. Pretty much kept it around the 53 highs to 54 lows throughout the whole race, essentially, with the good consistency, which is just what you need. You need to be in control in a race like this throughout the front. It's just about focusing on the apexes, focusing on being consistent, getting into your own kind of rhythm, doing the best you can, as that's very wide. A good amount of battling going on in this train, and as we saw, it almost went wrong right before. Well, it did actually go wrong because we had 5 karts involved in a bit of contact. Didn't go as wrong as it did earlier, where, well, they went into a barrier, went off the track, and we had to call a red flag because there was a tire on the track, and we had to get rid of that. And here's some more battling going on at the front of this pack, 2 by 2 onto the start-finish straight. About 4 laps remain or so. And into the first corner, look at this. I mean, they are having a great battle down here. People who have already had their pit stop, but they're throwing time out of the window. Now we have essentially, what is that, 9 karts involved. And there's a bit of contact into the chicane. And that results in someone going into the barrier and another kart driver getting pushed into a spin, pointing the wrong way. And that's what we talked about with that chicane. That just goes wrong because it's so difficult to fit multiple karts into that corner. It's super dangerous. Let's see if we can see that on the timing sheets, who that was. Perhaps there are some penalties coming through. I'll keep an eye on the penalty sheet. That is not what we want. That is, well, it's almost a similar situation to what we had earlier with the red flag. This time, though, it didn't go as wrong. Which is very fortunate, because then we would have to call a red flag. But the battle is still not done. They're still going side by side through the chicane, trying to squeeze through. Meanwhile, out in the lead of the race, Masengo will be loving this because this is just less karts that he has to worry about. Just has to keep on going. Now, from this secondary final 3, we have a penalty coming in for kart 54. That's Kobus. He's got a 5-second penalty for forcing another driver off the track. We have Elias Tellier getting a 30-second time penalty for crossing the line in the pit stop infringement. We have Seb Miller getting a 30-second pit lane infringement time penalty as well. And on top of that, he also gets a 5-second penalty for a bad overtake. So a couple of penalties being handed out in this race. We saw that Elias Tellier early on in the race, just when he was running up the front, he started P2 right behind Masengo, was putting pressure on him very early on in the race, but then got the 30-second time penalty, and that just puts you down at the very back. You see 32 seconds behind, and there's not much to come back from there and move down the inside. So here we see Masengo diving into the pits. Out in the lead of the race. It's still going on side by side down here in the mid-pack. Masengo just boxing in there from the lead of the race, not overshooting it or anything. We need to see where he emerges out on the track. And this massive scrap still going on down for this essentially 7th place. 6th place, I would say. A big group of people right here. We're going to get an update on exactly how close they all are. As we get later on, there's a hand gesture thrown up into the air. Someone's not happy with what's gone on there. And this is the kind of racing this is the kind of racing you get in these rental car races. Just so many cars running incredibly close side by side. Things are so easy to go wrong, you know. There's not a lot that needs to happen before things can go incredibly wrong, like we saw. And here are your final couple of drivers making their way into the pits. Nicolas Masengo essentially out in the lead, just a provisional lead. on the final lap of the race. Here, this battle is still ongoing further down. Final couple of drivers making their way into the pits, well, on the final lap, essentially. And this is the penultimate race. After this, one more grand final remains. The checkered flag is out and waiting. Awaiting Nikolai Masengo. Of course, it's his birthday. There was a birthday song for him earlier in the day with a bit of cake here in the lounge. The whole grid cheering him on, and now he crosses the final corner, crosses the line here as the checkered flag, and Nikolai Masengo wins the secondary final. Happy birthday to you. I'm certain he's happy to end it off in that way. That's one thing, that's for sure. Probably disappointed with not getting into the grand finals, but a little bit of a help to win a secondary final like this. Remember, these drivers are still very skilled and very good, and we had a really good battle going on here as well. Multiple contacts in this race, certainly not short of action. Now, after this, it's time for the grand final. Number 4, the final race of the championship, and after that we will be crowning a champion of the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. If we look at the standings now in the overall championship, so of the grand final championship, we have Vandel Gokartbanen in the championship lead on 406 points. Ian Lepla in second place, 20 points behind that. Tomek Bernadovsky third place on 373. Those are the main 3 guys we're going to have to watch out for, because then you get down to Noah Weichel, who's down in 4th place. It's technically still mathematically possible for him to win the championship, but he's 49 points shy. There's 84 points on for a race win. So if someone like Noah Weichel down in 4th place wants to win the championship, he's going to have to expect, or he's going to have to be in a good position himself, while John Delvay and the other guys are going to have to be further down the field. So it's essentially those 3 we're looking for in the championship. John Delvay on the championship lead. Ian Lepla 20 points behind him. Tomek Bernadovsky in 3rd place. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is the grand final. Number 4. Be right back.
Let's go.
this is what it all comes down to. The final race of the weekend. We're going to be crowning a champion. And all the weekend has been building up to this point, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for grand final number 4 of the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. Now, got a little bit of research here. John Del Valle currently leads the championship by 20 points. And by my calculations, if he finishes 4th or higher, he's going to be able to take home that championship without even having to worry about anything else. If he finishes 5th position or lower, Ian Leppelau wins the race. Ian's going to take the championship away from him. Tomek, however, is a little bit further behind. If we go down to someone like Noah Weichel in 4th place, and below that, they have about a 40-second gap or so. Well, not a 40-second, a 40-point gap that they need to try and make up. Now, if you have any questions, drop them down in the live chat. We have Scott James asking, is the final next different layout again? Yes, it is. It is back to the alternative layout, which means we'll be making a a Joker lap. There'll be a Joker lap in this race, and not a pit stop, which the Joker lap is the 17-second time gain, where you're essentially cutting out the whole middle sector of the track. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the karts are leaving the pits. The whole weekend has been building up to this. All the drivers pretty much arrived in on Thursday evening or Friday morning for the practice sessions. The more laps they were able to do, the better. We spoke about Noah. He had about 20 practice sessions or more just to get used to the kart, to get used to the track, to get used to the conditions. And they ran that through Friday. Saturday they ran a bunch of rounds leading up to these. We ran 4 rounds of 7 heats each to classify the 125 drivers in terms of points, figure out who was meant to go into the semi-finals. Earlier today we ran the semi-finals with the top 64 drivers, and now it is just the top 16 that remain. One of these guys out on track now will be the champion, and it looks likely that it will be, well, we actually have multiple things, and everything can, well, be turned upside down at any point. But in the lead at the moment, it's John Del Valle in front of Ian Leppelau, Tomek Bernadovsky in 4th, Noah Weichel 5th, Victor Spal 6th, Victor Spal 5th, Wera 6th, Bobby McGurr 7th, Max Uptonkamp 8th, Dylan de Wolf 9th, Ricardo Village 10th. Essentially, it's only the top 7 down to Bobby McGurr that can still mathematically win the championship. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting the results of qualifying now. The drivers are crossing the lines. This is when it counts. Noah Weichel on provisional pole. John Del Valle all the way down in 10th place. Ian Leppelau puts it in 2nd place. This is going to completely change the championship, because championship leader John Del Valle has done something, made a little mistake, had some bad conditions. Something's gone wrong in qualifying, which put him down in 13th place. We were just talking about the fact that he needs to finish 4th or higher to secure the championship. If Ian Leppelau takes the race win, he has to finish top 4. If he finishes below 5th and Ian Leppelau wins, Leppelau takes the championship. Noah Weichel, who's on pole position in the final, is 4th in the championship at the moment, just 49 points behind. There's 84 points on the line for the race win, ladies and gentlemen. This has absolutely turned everything upside down. John Del Valle, last year's champion, qualifying down in 13th place, but if you look at the gaps, he's just 4/10ths off. The whole field is within half a second in this grand final, number 4. It has absolutely flipped everything upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about to be an absolutely crazy race. We saw this last year as well. Although John Del Valle took it pretty significantly, the thing is, we saw John earlier in the day in the semi-final. He messed up qualifying as well when we had some slightly greasy conditions, but he managed to come back from 17th place to a win. So he's certainly shown that he can do it. He can use the strategy. He can use his racecraft. The question is if he will find a way. Typically, champions find a way, but he has to gain essentially 11 positions to secure that championship. But it's Ian Lepela that's in second place. He's got to be the biggest threat to him. And Ian Lepela, if he wins the race, if Ian Lepela wins the race, we need John, well, John needs to finish in the top 4. Ian finishes in second place in the race. John needs to finish 8th. He needs to finish 7th, right? So in the top 7. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's crunch time. It is the final race of the championship. Our championship leaders qualified all the way down in 13th place. Noah Weichel is weaving out in the lead, taking pole position, getting ready to get underway for the final race of the day. There he go. He floors it. He looks behind him, covers the inside line as we go down into the first corner. This is where it's all about to go down. We need to look down to the back of the field to see if our championship leaders getting cleanly through the race start. It looks like everyone's gone through the first corner, but we go into the second sector. Noah Weichel still in the race lead. The top 10 or so single file for now. Remember, we have a joker lap in this race, which is a strategical element that they need to all work on. There's a move for P2, just trying to stick his nose down the inside Victor Spile there, but not quite doing it just yet. Down through the chicane. Let's see if we can get an update. It seems like John has gained a couple positions there by where his helmet is. But let's have the standings currently as we cross the line. The whole field in just one long snake after the first lap. Noah Weichel keeps the race lead in the final race of the championship. John Delval, the championship leader, up to 11th place. You can see there, he actually decides to not take the joker just yet. He used that to his strategy earlier, running along most of the race at astonishing pace and then just coming out in front. He's decided to stay with this pack now. Remember, he has to make up positions to get the championship still. Still has to make up at least 3 if it stays like it is. If Ian Lepela finishes second place, John needs to finish in the top 7. Now it is incredibly close, and we also have to consider Noah Weichel, who's, well, in the provisional lead of the race at the moment, is also 4th in the championship. He's just missing 49 points, which doesn't make it mathematically impossible. The thing is, if he wants a chance of even beating John Delval, he also needs to think about Ian Lepela, who's right behind him, because even if John is completely gone, he still wouldn't beat Ian Lepela by enough points to beat him in the championship. So something would have to go completely upside down, as here's a move for the race lead. Noah gets pushed out, loses the position, is side by side down through the chicane. This race is far from over, ladies and gentlemen. The whole championship is far from over. The whole weekend has come down to the last 10 laps. We're actually under 10 laps now. We have about 8 or 9 laps left to go, and there's the the lead has changed. It's gone from Noah Weichel's hands into Ian Lepela's hands. Well, the provisional lead we need to remember to say because of the shortcut, but if we look at the times, the shortcut's about 17 seconds. Ian Lepela's 15.5 seconds up to the lead at the moment, so he's about 1.5 seconds in the good. And as it stands, if Ian Lepela keeps this provisional lead, John Delval needs to get all the way up to 4th place to be able to keep his championship title for last year. But he is making moves up through the field, which is incredibly important. He needs to make sure he keeps doing that. Now remember, the provisional lead is currently in 5th place. John Delval is currently in 12th place, so he's probably around 7th to 8th. Still need to gain multiple possessions, especially if Lepela keeps the lead. That qualifying was absolutely massive to open the championship up. See John Delval, he got win in the first grand final, a 3rd place then, and then another win in the last grand final. There's a little bug on the camera. It's quite funny. I mean, I guess we are in the forest, kind of out in the wilderness. So there was a bunch of animals, and they got wiped off. So that's good. We're just cleaning up the cameras here in the grand final as well. They also want to enjoy some good racing. I saw some deer out on the road last night as well. Of course, they all want to enjoy some good racing, and that's exactly what we have right now. The championship is completely open, and the strategy is open as well. We have a couple of people in the live chat. Lemon saying, go in. Also, I hope he feels support in his heart. I hope he does as well. I know a lot of these drivers as well here have support from family and friends at home. Shout out to all of you guys watching now, supporting your friends and family, because this is what it all comes down to. And I'm sure our drivers currently out on track will be watching this back, and they will be feeling that support. I've also seen a bunch of Spanish flags, a bunch of Danish flags, Netherlands people tuning into the chat as well, and also from the United Kingdom. And we have nationalities racing from all over Europe in this championship, and I also suspect we have a lot of family members and friends watching. We absolutely have. Ian, let's go, Bobby, go John. Everyone's here to support, and well, this is far from over. Here we have the provisional lead battle. There goes Noah Weichel, qualifying on pole position, in to take his joker. He felt like he was getting overtaken, and there he comes out. Well, in the actual race lead on the track. Now it's all about just going fully flat out and full push. All of the guys still having their jokers left to go. At least from Lepoland's 6th and down or so. He's going to swap over to 7th place now. Still have their jokers left to go. The guys we're looking at now have already taken their jokers. They don't have that strategical advantage now. But Noah Weichel out on the lead. He's going to want to be going full push now. Let's look at some lap times quickly. Lepola 51.9. Voss 51.7. Peter Spal 51.6. Granadovsky 51.6 as well. And Noah Weichel, of course, well, we'll have a look at his lap time when he crosses the line, because his last time was a 35.2, but that was of course with the joker. But we want to see their raw pace on the track right now. If you want an idea of where they're going to be coming out after the joker laps, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The last couple of laps of the championship, and it might come down to the very final lap. The whole championship battle might come down to the very final lap, depending on where we end up with the joker laps. Now Noah Weichel there on the last lap at 51.5, putting in some strong pace after he's gotten into the clean air out in the front. We see there just in front of the camera someone signaling to their driver that they just need to go full push ahead. Don't waste time on doing the battling or anything like it, because at this point it could cost you more than just a race. It could cost you the championship. Biggest prize of the weekend is on the line, and it's been fought incredibly hard for here at Vandel Gokart. And if we look at the standings out on the side now, Noah Weichel's in the lead. If we look a bit further down, Ian Lepela now in 2nd place, so he's actually been overtaken in the joker lap. So Noah Weichel has been able to just take the joker lap, put in some really good lap times just for a couple laps, and he's come out in front of Ian Lepela, which now means if Ian doesn't make a move for the lead of the race, we need John Delvage to just get up into top 7. Currently, it's so difficult to say where he is provisionally. He's down in 13th. He's 17.9 seconds off the race lead. The magical number we've been saying for this shortcut is 17 seconds to 17.5 seconds. He's just outside of that if he wants to be in the race lead. But he's going to be coming up right with the front-running guys. And he might be able to snatch up the championship despite Ian winning the race. Remember, he just needs a top 4 if Ian wins the race. It's going to be incredibly tight, and it's going to go right down to the last lap. A bunch of people in chat cheering on for Bobby as well. And well, Bobby's had a massive run through the rounds earlier on in the season, or early on in the championship, yesterday and today, scoring max points in the opening rounds, getting a good semi-final, and here's the action. Rejoining right into this massive group, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, 3 wide into the chicane, and that is so close to going wrong. 3 wide through a corner where there's essentially only one line, and there's still 2 by 2 as we go down to the far side of the track. No vehicle in the lead, but there's a tie that's just been struck on the outside. This is essentially where the battle is at. And here we are crossing the line. Noah Michael takes the victory. Ian Lepelas finishes 2nd place. John Delval finishes 5th, and he's going to take the championship after messing up the qualifying. He just about manages to get a position out of that massive battle on the final lap. It's come right down to the end of the championship, but from my calculations, we should see John Delval just taking the championship by the slightest margin on the very final lap. It's gone absolutely crazy. And we come right down to the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. What a race this has been. What a way to finish off. What a way to finish off this championship. I mean, first of all, John Delval, the champion of last year, the 4-time world champion, been absolutely doing great in the grand finals up until the final grand final, which is this one where he did mess up the qualifying. And then he managed to fight his way down to back to 5th place. Still got 2 minutes left. Yeah, I know you say that, but essentially this is a lapped race. We have the timer on, which essentially just runs a bit over the heat, but it is a lap race, 11 laps, and yeah, they finished it here. We are waiting for, of course, the final results, but I'm pretty certain here if there's no penalties involved. Let's have a look at the penalty sheet, because, well, you know that can always happen and stuff like that, but from what we know, John Delval should take the championship. It's been an absolute crazy way to finish it off. Now we have John he's on the penalty sheets for the grand final number 4, pushing another driver. I believe it's just a warning. And actually, we have from the race control, full last lap under review, ladies and gentlemen. This championship decider could not go any more down to the line. It's at the very end, right? Because that battle we had, the 3-way battle on the final lap of the race down at the chicane, well, that's what sort of decided it, because that was just in that group on the final lap with the final couple of joker laps. That's where it was. That's what John as well gained the positions on. Let's see if he was involved. There was so much going on. There were so many karts just in one big group. And I couldn't really spot his helmet out from all of that. But the full last lap is under review. I can look across from my commentary booth right now, and I can see that, well, they're sitting there looking at the incidents. Of course, we have 12 track cameras all around the track. They're analyzing it very quickly, because this is a decision that's not just going to do the small thing. This is a decision that could decide the championship. But the race stewards, they know what they're doing. Main steward Nick, well, he's been racing in karting world championships for years previously. Unfortunately, he got a bit of an injury at one point, so he backed out, but he's a very experienced and very fast driver, so he do know what he's doing. And with 12 track cameras pretty much showing all the corners, he's going to be able to look through the incidents, see what happened, and, well, judge it fairly, because it's been judged fairly all weekend. There's been a couple of protests and stuff like that, but we're still awaiting the final answer of, well, what's going to happen to that final lap. I'll keep you updated on it, because that's essentially going to decide everything. And yeah, well, going right down to the very end, we've crossed the line for the final race, and we still don't have a complete final answer to who's taking the championship. make sure to keep you updated because, well, yeah, it's not all the time that you get championships that are decided after the actual championship ends, right? We've crossed the finish line for the final bit of the race and, well, the final bit of the whole weekend. These drivers have been here. It's all been building up towards this. And, well, here we are. It's over, but it's not really over. I can tell you, well, I'm standing here. Right over there, we have the race stewards, and they're looking through as quickly as they can to figure out what the ending is here. It's certainly been an absolute joy for me to talk you through this because, well, I like racing, I like good stuff like this, and I like talking. So this is kind of a perfect for me. Yeah, it's we're awaiting the final answer. I have it here on my side screen. If you guys have any questions, put them down below. We have Jensen Horton saying, "Can you interview Bobby?" It depends a bit on if we can get him in, but I think we will want to try and interview the championship winner. And, well, whoever that might be, should be between either John Del Valle or Ian Lepela. And we see, if you look at the bottom of your screen right now, there's just some carts just moving around the track and trying to get back into the pits. I can see the race steward, they're looking very focused now as well on how this is going to end, you know, because, well, someone's not going to be very happy with it pretty much no matter how it ends. We see a little bit of a truck down there going around the back as well, just wiping up some of the track. The question is, with that incident in that chicane there was on the final lap, it was super close to going a lot more wrong than, well, a lot more wrong than essentially what it did, which is quite crazy. Here we get a view of the pit lane finally, and we can see, well, the potentially provisional champion if nothing gets changed on that final lap. John Del Valle just there, waiting a bit on the answer as well, and pretty much everyone at this point. Maybe we're gonna get a celebration in the actual pit lane of who takes home the championship, because normally you get these celebrations on the track. You get them in the helmet. You get them from the drivers, but just waiting for that final bit of an answer on what's going to happen in this decider right here. And essentially what you see on your shot here, to the left you see the pit building. This is where the carts are stored. They're getting moved there by track workers right now, ready to go back into to storage for another day, for more people to drive around. To the right you see the lounge area, which is a big building where they serve food, and where a lot of drivers, they chill out throughout a race like this. The good thing is that in that lounge building there's big panorama windows that point out towards the track as well, so you can sit inside there and you can view the track and you can follow the races and stuff like that. And if you're just tuning in now, this is the end of the Danish Rental Kart Championship. We have crossed the line, but we've not necessarily gotten the completely final answer, because the final lap is under investigation and we're currently awaiting the response on what's gone on there. We see a couple people waving out there on track, and well, hello to you standing out there. I bet they are waiting on the answer as much as we are here, as we're still awaiting. So basically, if you're just tuning in now, what happened in that final was that John Del Valle, the championship leader, qualified a bit further down than he would have liked to, and he had to make his way back up. His main championship rival, Ian Lepela, qualified in second place, ended up finishing second place, which meant that John Del Valle just needed to finish within the top 7. He ended up finishing 5th from sort of the back of the grid, which sort of meant that, well, he should be winning the championship. The thing is, on the very final lap, they rejoined from the joke lap with slightly different strategies. They went side by side. They went 3 wide into the chicane with a bit of contact, which is not something we want. And it's essentially, well, it's a single file chicane as well. There's not really much space to go 3 wide. So that's what's under investigation. A bit of contact, a bit of drama on that final lap. And it's currently under review. And as soon as we have an answer, I'll tell you, because I have the penalty sheet open right here, and I can tell you as soon as we get an answer to what is going on right here. because it was a bit difficult to see actually what happened on that last lap. We had so many cards just in one bunch, you know. It was a bit difficult to point out. One of them was our championship leader or what happened there, because there was so many cars just in one big bunch, so much action, multiple cars going 3 wide, and yeah, just so much action on that final lap. I mean, I think we couldn't ask for a more dramatic way to end off a championship like this. That's one thing, that's for sure. And we're awaiting responses. It's been a hell of a weekend, though, to say the least. Of course, all the drivers have been here since Friday. Friday they came in for practice sessions. Saturday we had a bunch of rounds, including one round in the morning actually today. Then we had the semi-finals, which were also incredibly entertaining. Some good drives in there. Now we had the grand finals and the secondary finals. A couple of drivers there playing catch as well in the pit lane, it looks like, just throwing shoes after one another. Well, I guess drivers have to come up with something when they're bored, essentially, right? So and if you look, if you go just around the side of the building on the left, if you go just behind that over to the left, then you get back to the podium. And essentially, normally there should be the podium ceremony by now. Thing is, we're just awaiting this final response. Yeah, there's the podium. We're just awaiting the final decision from the race stewards. And of course, whatever the race decision is, these stewards have a lot of experience in this. So they're going to be making their decision based on multiple camera angles of what's gone on. And they have been a bit strict this weekend just to make sure that the race is conducted properly. And let's give a quick shout out to some of all the other motorsports events that have been around the world this weekend. Certainly an entertaining one here in Vandel in the Danish countryside. But also multiple other motorsports events going on in Detroit with the IMSA Endurance Series and the GT World Challenge currently ending off a race in Monza. GP3, GP4 Championships racing at Spa this weekend, as well as some other Danish outdoor go-kart championships racing too. So a lot of motorsports in a weekend, on a late May weekend essentially, where right now it's well, we're at the later stage of this broadcast. As I said, we're just awaiting the final response. And actually, if you look there, if you look into the big white building in the middle of your screen, if you look through the main door and you see a bunch of trophies, it looks like it says 12, 12, 12. Those are all the trophies for our drivers here. Well, mainly for the winning ones, that is. You can see a lot of chattering going on outside. And here we have... We're slowly getting the response. It's getting there. From what happened, they've looked through all the... Well, they've looked through the footage. And now in the live chat, some Spanish flags. Cheering on and hoping John Del Valle gets to keep his 5th place. Because if that's the case, if nothing happens to him, he's going to be able to take the championship from that 5th place. But we're just waiting for the full final lap to finish investigating. Which can take a long time because, well, as we saw in the broadcast, there was so much action, so many cards essentially just all bunched up, and that can take a bit of a while to look at multiple incidents like that because, oh my god, it all came down to the final lap of the championship. I don't know how many laps have been driven this weekend, but it's certainly a lot of laps. Cards have always been in action since Friday with practice and all the races, and it all comes down to the very final lap of the final race. Currently the points in the championship. are essentially that John Del Valle on raw points has taken the championship. He finished in 5th place. Ian Lepela finished in 2nd, which meant that John Del Valle just had to finish in top 7 or better. But we're awaiting the final responses. Well, we're awaiting the final couple of penalties. Currently on the penalty sheet, they're updating it in terms of, well, they're first updating it with the driver, then the course, then the penalty. And currently the names of Ian Lepela and Dylan DeWolf are on there, with no penalties added quite yet. And that's what we're waiting for. So we get some dances from some of our competitors and friends and families there. Have to do something to to kill the time right here. Perhaps we can get some music on top of that. But it's fair enough. All these drivers are also just awaiting the podium ceremony, the final result. And right there in green, in the middle of it all, we have our track photographer who's taken thousands of pictures over a weekend like this, and he's sorted through all of them, edited the best of them. And he's been running around the track pretty much all the time. It's quite funny actually. So once this all ends, all of the drivers will of course be headed slowly home. But before that, they have to make their way out of this solar park which this facility is located in. It's a giant solar facility located, well, in the middle of the Danish countryside, essentially. There's not much going on apart from, well, the go-kart track, which is also a benefit, right? Because essentially there's not much to worry about in terms of sound, pollution, and other people like other neighbors and stuff like that complaining, which you would get in a street circuit or something like it. It's a bit more remote location and facility. Of course, once you're out here, it's a pretty lovely place. There is there's food facilities. There is yeah, well, it's pretty much everything you need out here whenever you are a karting driver. A lot of the drivers, they live in towns nearby the facility, and then they just drive their way over to the track in one way or another. And it's some pretty small towns that are local, but there are the basic needs that you need, like shopping facilities and stuff like that. But yeah, restaurants and stuff like that in the nearby area. It's actually, the track is not located so far from Legoland. It's located in Billund in the Danish, well, you can call it in the Danish countryside, pretty far away from the capital, a couple kilometers away from the really big cities as well. But it is essentially very close to the home of Lego. Which a lot of people should know about. A Danish brand makes, well, yeah, Lego essentially. And yeah, perhaps some of these drivers have been at a quick visit, just visiting Legoland or something in Denmark. Perhaps, well, a lot of these drivers that are here now have certainly been way too busy this weekend, because there's been so much track action and you're focused on driving. But who knows, maybe some of them will take a stop by tomorrow, or have been on Thursday. I haven't actually been around researching that, to be completely honest. Currently, Dylan DeWolf is being investigated for pushing another driver. That is not anything. That has not anything to do with the championship decider. However, here is something that does have something to do with the championship decider. For Ian Lepela, there's no further action for the chicane. He was in front of Eliano, so he's not going to get a penalty. I don't see John Del Valle on the penalty sheet at the moment, which means if this standings, well, finish as they stand at the moment, John Del Valle is going to run away with the championship after messing up the qualifying in the final race. So, looks like we're about to get a result on the way. Of course, John Del Valle, he won the championship last year here in, well, a more dominant fashion. It was pretty clear going into the final race that, well, he was going to take that championship. But it seemed sort of similar in this situation this year. You know, after 3 rounds, he had a 20-point lead. He had to finish top 4 to get the championship if Ian won. Ian didn't win the race, but he finished 2nd place, which meant John Delval just had to get a top 7, and he did. He got a P5, made his way from P13 to P5 in that final race. And essentially, it might end up that way. It looks like we have a 5-second penalty as well for Dylan de Wolf for exceeding the track limits. But nothing affecting the championship right there. And what's that? Jack Lang in the chat saying Bobby wanted to go to Legoland. Well, perhaps he should try and have a visit. It's well, it's a pretty nice place, Legoland, to be completely honest. There's a lot of activity, especially as a family activity. And you can see the staff of the place already starting to pack down their stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for the very final result very, very soon. I'm just going to see if I can fetch any answers on whether we have any other penalties coming through for potentially any other championship deciders. Race Control says the podium has been delayed, so for sure they're looking into something here that might change the way the championship stands at the very end. But do stay tuned. Go get a little bit of a drink, maybe a little bit of a snack or something like that, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Drama. The final race of the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. I heard from Race Control saying that, well, our provisional champion, John Delvay, wasn't involved in any of the couple incidents. They're looking through Just getting the final answers as the podium has been a little bit delayed. Bobby McGee has gotten a 5-second time penalty for exceeding the track limit. So has Dylan DeWolf. No further action on Leppeline. You can see there podium celebrations getting ready in the very back of the shot on the other side of that building. The table with the trophies has been brought out. We're just waiting, like we're getting ready for the podium ceremony. We're just waiting to know exactly who is going on to that podium. But it does sound like the top step might go to, well, John Del Mayo, who also won the championship last year. Now remember, whoever wins the championship here might just find that bit of confidence for the KWC, the Karting World Championships later this year. That will be at the same track, they'll be held at the same facility. That's also why this race has attracted a lot of talent in the rental karting space, because, well, they have to practice for the Karting World Championship next year. If John Del Val wins this one, it's going to be his second year in a row. He wins the Danish Rental Kart Championship, and he's going to love that because he's going to come back here later in the year and try to make it 5 times World Championship. Whether that'll happen or not is, of course, difficult to know, but that's an answer we were going to find later in the year. For now, we just need to figure out what's going on with this Danish Rental Karting Championship. And it's been, well, a weekend of lots of different kinds of races. Even though they're all the same length, they will of course have the same basic strategy. You just need to make one stop or one joker lap in these races. They've been used in a variety of different ways. Some people opting to go in early, some people opting to go in way later. And that has completely changed the dynamics of these races and made them interesting in multiple different ways. It's been nothing short of a weekend of action, that final race. It went absolutely, to be honest, on that very final lap, there were so many carts in one place that it kind of got a bit difficult to get an overview of what was actually going on. Chat saying you really hope they explain the penalty if there is any, and yes, they absolutely do. They explain it on the sheet, and well, they also explain it other places. The thing is, currently they're just looking through, well, yeah, the whole race essentially. There's a lot of different camera angles, and also a lot went on. Of course, early on in the race, I just went now to have a quick look, and they were looking through an incident earlier on in the race where a couple of drivers cut the track. What they need to know if is any of the championship contenders as well was involved in any of that early on in the race, because that could even make an impact on it all now. So that kind of stuff happens, you know. Unfortunately, it's not always the way you want to decide a championship. It's typically better left on the circuit. Also because then we get sort of these delays, and we have to wait for an answer here. And that is probably the fastest race car of the weekend, rolling across the track now, knocking over a cone. He's knocked over the cone. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. The cone did nothing to deserve that. That is one thing that's certain. Almost taking the other one with him as he's reversing a simulator truck into the pit stall. That is the final bit of drama for the day, hopefully. And the cone left all alone, lying down. How devastating. This is what we tend to whenever we're waiting for these final results. It doesn't look like John Del Valle at the moment is on the penalty charts. I also heard the stewards just mentioned before that, well, he wasn't involved in any of the things they were looking at. And if someone is watching right now, can we get that cone to stand up again? Because it's pretty devastating watching it just lying down. It's just fallen over. And there we go. The cone. No, it's been flipped over. Alright, there we go. Cone is standing up once again. And George Russell in the chat asking, why does the commentator counter sound like David Crofty? I cannot answer that question. And I don't know if I disagree a bit as well. My name is Marcus Soham. I'm actually Danish, to be completely honest with you. I used to do karting quite a while back, but now I just do sim racing and some YouTube stuff. And commentating apparently as well, that's for sure. This is the unfortunate situation you get sometimes when you're just waiting for that final bit. But I do think we can pretty much certainly say that, well, John Del Valle is going to take the championship and without any issues. But it shouldn't be that way. We also had, well, Lepla under investigation, but he's not been penalized for anything. We also have a penalty coming through. Simo Rivera for 5 seconds for causing a collision. Now Jewel, 5 seconds for forcing another driver off the track, as well as 5 seconds for exceeding track limits. So a lot of 5-second penalties being handed out from this Grand Final 4. Nothing yet about John Del Valle. He did get a, well, he got a warning earlier on for pushing another driver, but it's not turned in, it's not resulted in a penalty. Jensen asking in chat, the guy on the mic, what sim you got? Well, I race on a SimLab rig, quad monitor setup with the Mercedes AMG F1 wheel. And something's going on the camera there. Something's happening with the race stewards. Alright, the result is very close, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost there. The race stewards are making progress now, leaving their table essentially for now. They're asking if you can see a picture. I can't really show you a picture on the live stream, but I'm just gonna promote. Can't really show a picture on the live stream of my sim, but I did just put something in chat in case you want to have a look. You can take a picture. You can take a look at some pictures in there. Right now we're just rating the results, but the race control is making their way pretty much finished with what they need to look out for, I think. We swap over to the studio, and well, this is where I'm sat. I've been sat here as well, commentating the whole thing, and I do see on the penalty sheet saying that the investigation is over, and that is without a big penalty to, well, our championship protagonist Ian Lepla or John Del Valle, which means John Del Valle should be clinching the championship, and the result stands as it is, without problems after qualifying down in 13th place in the Grand Final 4, having to finish in top 4 to get a victory in case Ian Lepela won. He didn't. Ian Lepela finished 2nd place. John Del Valle just had to finish in 7th place or higher, and he did. He managed to make his way back to 5th place. Now, there are still a couple of people at the race control, but it says that race control on the sheet said investigation is over, so I believe that's the end of it, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just waiting for the podium celebration to get underway. It's been an absolute joy commentating this. My name is well, it's Marcus Soham, and yeah, I like commentating races like this, enjoying some good racing, which we certainly had at the very end. It was full of action, to say the least. Stuff went absolutely crazy, and well, we'll have the podium ceremony very soon, where John Del Valle should be stepping up on the top step of the podium, with Ian Lepela being so incredibly close. He was essentially one position from getting the championship, right? He finished 5/10 behind Noah Weichel, who won that Grand Final number 4. If Ian Lepela had finished, well, half a second in front and taken the position from Noah, would have clinched the championship, despite John Del Valle finishing in 5th place. And it's just these things that is, well, it's incredibly close like that, and it's been all about such tight margins, especially in this grand finale. You know, we saw the whole field qualifying, essentially within half a second. 2/10 could put you 8 positions down, which has just been absolutely incredible, essentially. And yeah, it's just been a really good weekend of racing. Right, ladies and gentlemen, final results are in. It's the end of the Danish Rental Kart Championship. John Delval is your 2026 champion, and he will be incredibly happy to take that momentum, hopefully onto the Karting World Championships, which will be held at the same track later in the year. It's been a weekend of great racing. It's come down to the very final lap. These drivers have been here since Friday, doing practice, doing opening rounds, doing heats, semi-finals, grand finals, and it's come down to the very final lap of the final race. But John Delval just manages to clinch it, and as we talked about just before the race, champions find a way, and so he did. Despite qualifying at the back of the field, he found his way into a top 5, which was enough for him to clinch the championship for the second year in a row. Let's see if he will be able to, well, get a 5th world championship later on at this track. That will be another question. There's been lots of stories to follow, lots of stories to cover this weekend, and it's been really, really interesting. The wind has calmed down. It's pretty peaceful weather, to be honest, out here, and we're going to have the podium ceremony very, very soon, but I'm not going to be covering that. I'm going to be ending it off here, and I just want to say thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to Vandel Gokart for putting up all of this event. Thanks to the stewards, the track workers for doing an incredible job this weekend. Also the people up in the lounge for, well, everyone was a part of making this happen, and also the people behind the broadcast crew, making sure the camera angles are good and everything like it. And, well, yeah, it's been incredible. Of course, thanks to all the drivers for putting in their time and giving us some good racing and some really great racing. It's been an absolute joy. I've been Marcus Som, and, well, may you enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi, how are you doing? Did you know you are on live stream? He put you on the live stream. Oh my god, do it! Show your face, show your face! Han skal have en dårlig joke, han kører dårligt. Hvad? Hey, yes, sure.
Du har en kort vej hjem, ikke?
Kan du lige tage og gå ind i javlen?
Jamen, vi har prøvet. Men jeg kan godt. Jeg kan følge på dagen. Det er sagt på vejen, når det kommer til det kan godt være.
Ja.
Ja, men der var jo... Og det sidste gik, der var hele sidste omgang.
Okay. Nå. Jamen det er egentlig godt, de har brugt det, fordi sidste der var der en tysk. Det er lidt svært at vise.
Jamen det er, så det er godt begynde at arbejde på det.
Der er forståelse til verdensmesterskab. Og så er det jo rigtig fint, så vi har...
Det er mange af dem.
Ja, det skulle jeg ikke. Og det er noget med at lave numre med kamera. Achter hem en toen wij vanaf binnen in de verkeerde hoek dat gat dichtstoken, helemaal water. Ja, dat had ik in de eerste in de finale. Ik ging met John. Samenwerken, weet je, dan komen we voor. Nou, ik mocht dat doen binnen in de die sprak aan de lucht. Wie is het dan?
Bo ja byłem tak przy tobie, tylko Tomek został wypchany w bandę. Więc ja poszedłem po wewnętrznej tak, żeby być do tej lewego, nie? Ja dostałem strzała i ja poleciałem po prostu.
W samochodzie się przebierze. Nie chcesz się teraz przebrać.
See Casey? Maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
You want to borrow a suit maybe?
You can borrow Batsuit maybe if you want.
You can put like tape on the back like suit.
No, yeah, because he told me maybe if I don't have a team,
Vamos a ver si me están ganando. Vale.
Waarschijnlijk gaat het nog met de secundaire begin ook.
Niet normaal. Leuk laatste ronde. Ja, dat heeft mij...
I think he's going to win the attack. I don't hope so. I've heard from the other that you're in Germany lately. Yeah? Are you also driving? No. You have yeah? I think Dylan is already joined. But I'll ask him, otherwise because we need to drive from the name of randomly telling. He texted me like we really want to drive the finals next year. Maybe have some races around near you. I was like, yeah, okay, if you want to pay. That would also be nice. I'll let you know.
Oh, is dat heel goed, man?
It is now time for the podium. After what I think and what we feel anyway from our side was a very, very successful championship. So we are for sure satisfied with this championship, and I hope you are also. First of all, before we do the finals and the different categories, I want to see all of the VT staff here, please. Up here, give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. They did a monster job all weekend and we could never have done it without it. So, great work. Also, big thanks to the race directors. Why are they? Nick. Finally, Nick, Luke also. Big thanks. We are very lucky to have so skilled directors when we do these championships, so we can get everything fixed. So thank you very much, all of you, for your great work. Thank you. And now we move on to the different prizes of the finals and the categories. And we start with the secondary final 1/A. In third place, we have Robert Boutens. Second place finisher is Ian Andersen. And winner of the secondary final 1 is Brian van Vaas. Father! Big hand for secondary finals 1 finalists. to secondary final 2. In third place we have Alejandro Perez. Second place finisher is Matthias Køre. And the winner of the secondary final 2/B is Jory Lewing. Big hand of applause. Now we move on to secondary final 3. And I'm gonna need help on the last name here. Third place is Luca. Hi. Hi. Second place is Kobus. And winner of the secondary final 3 is Nikolai Masengo.
Nee. Deze had ik verdeeld zoals het is. Wat echt helemaal nergens op slaat. Want dat beïnvloedt je hele stem.
Big hand for the secondary final.
En ook 3 dubbele punten. Helemaal nergens op.
And then we move on to the different categories. We start with the ladies. In third place, we have Louisa Hirschebeck. Finishing just 1 point better in second place is Emma Schmidt. And then we have back-to-back winner of the ladies category, Florentine Maudrich.
Oh no, do you have to shoot a fall? No.
My name is Vandel.
Big hand for the ladies.
Let's go.
And we move on to the juniors category.
Oh, that's your.
In third place, we have Bobby McGear. Second place in the juniors category, Simone Vera. And the winner of the juniors category, Tomek Penedowski.
Ja pindole! Bomber pingvi!
Give them a big hand. The juniors category. Now on to the senior category. In third place, we have Noah Weiken.
Mijn sponsors, die betalen je al.
Second place in the senior category, Ian Leveler. Senior category, Then we move on to the Masters category. In third place, we have Jesper Yde. Second place, Ali Nouranian. And the winner of the Masters category, Ian Andersen.
Handjes, bloemetjes voor dig. Let's go.
Hij hoort het niet.
Nee joh! Nee!
Again, Masters. And then we move on to the teams category. And here we have medals, VIP medals for the 3 best team drivers. So you may take the drivers you want to the podium, but we have medals for the 3 best drivers. So, in third place, with 1,070 points, Team Blue Star. Second place in the team category, 1,179 points, BTK Elite. The team category, 1,191 points, is Talent Factory.
Med der på masterskategorien.
Alleen mag je me...
Ja, det skal bare.
Ik krijg hem daarna.
Hele holdet,
Nej, det så jeg ikke. Nej, det er fordi, jeg kæmper med billeder nu.
Last but not least.
Yes! Animation.
Ja, neem jij mee dan? Ik ben er volgende week niet. Ik wil een bot op. Je woont nog een keer mee. Back-to-back weekends. Let's go.
Last but not least, we need to see the winners of the overall category and the 3 winners of entry tickets for the KWC 2027. Because last year we drove for the 2026. So to the overall category, in 3rd place we have Noah Weichel. Second place in the overall category is Ian Leveler.
Ian, doe die fles op.
Doe net! Ik ga gelijk jou naar huis. Doe dan.
Zou jij ook niet doen?
Nee, echt wel. Wat zei die? Jou niet.
The winner of the overall category in this year's Drkc back-to-back overall winner, John Del Valle.
Kijk die weer, kijk die weer. Naar binnen.
Daar.
Wil je mij doen?
Thank you very much, everyone. We look forward to see many of you in a couple of months.
Misschien was het niet de
Or any
verstandige
other time. Thank you. Have a good trip home, everybody. Thank you.
Oké, nou. Ben je klaar?
Ja, het zal lekker, wordt een leuke rit naar huis.
We zijn 3-3.
Ja.